What is going on? What is up? How are we doing? Hopefully you guys are having a good Wednesday afternoon. We are back at it. Best Bet Live. Getting ready to come to you with our Celebrity Bounty event that's taking place here at Best Bet Jacksonville, part of the World Poker Tour. You got myself, Ryan, also known as Country, joined by Mike Kruger, card room manager, Best Bet Orange Park. Mike, what's up, buddy? How you doing, man?
Pretty good, pretty good. I don't know if I've been more excited to be here than seeing Brad Owen pop up in front of my face on the table here at Best Bet.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
Exciting stuff.
Yeah, we are starting our featured table, and there you see him in the 4th seat, Brad Owen, who is, of course, going to be here tomorrow as well for the meetup game that's going to be taking place. Also, Kelly Joe rebought back in and got himself right on the live stream table, which is pretty funny, sitting right beside Brad there in the 3 seat.
For anybody unaware, this is a celebrity bounty event, so there is a bounty on Brad's head. Obviously, we can see he's a little bit on the shorter side of things. So, obviously, chips are going to fly, and here we go. All in on the first hand at this featured table.
Yeah, looks like an all-in with Chris, who, of course, was part of the mystery bounty that took place this past weekend. And Kelly Joe looks like he's also all in as well. It's going to take a minute for the action tracker to get caught up because we are trying to get everyone's information. There we are. Here we are. Now we're getting into it.
Say Chris versus Kelly all in. King, Queen versus Pocket Trays. Classic race. Chris, a.k.a. Terminator, as Country said, was part of the mystery bounty event that we had this last weekend. He did pull the biggest bounty on the board, took home 50K for his troubles, in addition to making a pretty deep run. Here we go, as we see a tray hit for Kelly Joe. He's going to have Terminator drawn dead, so he will not be back as registration is closed.
Man, Kelly Joe asked for a 3 of diamonds in the window, and he got it.
Anybody who hasn't tuned in to our coverage before and may not know who Kelly Joe is, he's a fun figure, to say the least. He'll make his presence known.
That's the perfect way to word it, as Kelly Joe does get a nice little double up as he does eliminate Chris.
That's him doubling up early is dangerous. You know, as much as we're joking about his personality, Kelly Joe, one heck of a player. Seen him win tournaments on here on the live stream. He's a frequent big cash game player here at Best Bet.
Yeah, plenty of final tables that Kelly Joe has been a part of for sure.
But man, most people are probably tuning in to see right there in the 4 seat, Brad Owen just made his way into Best Bet along with Andrew Neeme, who's on one of the outer tables. Just got into town, ready for their meetup game tomorrow, Thursday afternoon, kicking off at 2 o'clock. With the way the list looks, we would highly recommend getting here early, as probably going to run out of games, tables in the room at some point, because that list is just exploding now that we're only a day away.
Yeah, meanwhile, look at this. Randy M, pocket queens for him. And Kelly Joe going to put in the call with 10-7 suited, so here we are. Let's see a flop. Kelly Joe just hit a 7.
So that's not going to be good with Kelly sitting on 16 big blinds. It's going to be hard to avoid getting it all in with top pair here. So we see him check it over to Randy. Gonna see a C-bet, I would assume, out of Randy, at which point Kelly Jo may elect to just check raise shove. Let's see if that's what Kelly Jo does, facing this continuation bet from Randy on the 7-high flop. There they go. Immediate all-in and immediate call. So Kelly Jo going to be looking for a 10 or a 7 to improve his hand and crack Randy's queens. Otherwise, he'll be headed off to maybe a 5-5 or 5-10 PLO game in just a few minutes. Rooting for the 10, specifically, it sounds like.
That's why I said 1010, which is, of course, that's a radio station I used to work with, which we saw Jeff Prosser here earlier, who's a radio personality for 1010XL here as well.
Deuce bad, hard on the turn.
C card 59.
Kelly was hoping for a 7 to come, does not though.
So didn't win this all-in, did Kelly. We're going to see him eliminated here. Players are starting to fall fast and furious. Registration did conclude at the beginning of this feature table coverage.
Yeah, 251 total entries for this event for the Celebrity Bounty.
Hard to resist when you hear Brad and Andrew got here maybe a day earlier than you previously expected. How do you not jump in there and take a shot at getting to their table, along with a bunch of other celebrity bounties out there?
Well, as I say, we had a lot of different ones. Alec Torelli was a part of the Celebrity Bounty as well.
Oh, yeah.
I did fire in a few bullets, I do know that much. Also, yeah, a few others. As we mentioned, Jeff Prosser was a bounty. Eddie Murskowski was a bounty, but he busted early as well. Kelly Slay is still out in the field, I believe, as a bounty. So we had 12 bounties in total for this event as far as the Celebrity Bounty goes. And I think now we're down to 5 at this point, which is including Brad Owen, who is on this table with us.
Action here as we see Ryan open things up off of a 27 big blind stack, looking up the 3,500 over the 1,500 big blind. After John put him the call at the King Deuce suited, they are heads up to the flop, which comes down 10-7-6 rainbow. So Ryan flopping top pair. Continuation bet is in order. He throws out 5K, half pot size bet, and that's going to take it down. But do appreciate everybody tuning in with us as we get the coverage kicked off. Just started going live. We'll be on all the way through the end of this event till somebody takes home the trophy. Again, this is a WPT event here at Best Bet Jacksonville, located in Northeast Florida. WPT series kicked off a little under 2 weeks ago, and with the meetup game tomorrow, main event this weekend, 5K buy-in, 1 million guarantee. Hopefully we'll have a lot of good events, coverage, stories to tell as Brad, Andrew rolled into town. As Country was referencing, Alec Torelli is in as well. Going to have a lot of players here firing at the main event. A lot of big players. Going to have a 50-100 cash game here on the live stream the next 2 evenings. Wow, look at us joined by Ben Scroggins in the chat. What is up, Ben? Ben was the winner of our bounty event. Took home the trophy, first place. Was beautiful.
Oh, here we go. And Brad is going to go ahead and be all in here with his Queen Jack offsuit against Tom's King 9 offsuit.
So I bet half the viewership or more is out here rooting for a Queen or a Jack to come out. Nobody wants to see Brad eliminated, except for Tom, of course. Tom going for that bounty. This was a blind versus blind, pretty pure setup hand, as Brad had no option but to shove, and Tom has no option but to call out of the big.
We have Brad here with Queen Jack offsuit going against King 9 offsuit.
And it's Taniqua who's kind of directing this event today. Let's go ahead and see
Everybody
flop.
Everybody in the field curious to know what's going on, so celebrity bounties are at risk. We got the announcements being made.
Pair trays in a 4.
On the flop.
Rough flop for Brad. Gonna need a diamond to gain some equity on the turn, if not a queen or jack. Big 10 on the turn. Ugh. Yeah, he's gonna do it for Brad. Unfortunate quick elimination here. As we see Brad eliminated. Kind of a shame, as we obviously, I'm sure a lot of viewers obviously would have liked to see him make a deep run.
Yeah, but that is going to be the end of Brad there. Ben, no, we're actually commentating over the delay feed. So we are watching the exact same delay feed that you guys are. So we're still able to respond to chat in real time and everything, but we're commentating over the delayed feed. We're not in real time, so
we don't get an advanced view. We don't see any sort of information different than what you're seeing.
Correct. Yeah.
On the delayed feed that way.
Yep.
A lot more fun to interact with the chat. Feel free to tell us more about how your trophy got sent to the wrong address.
Yeah, right. But Ben, I think for the next bounty, I'll make sure we recommend you, because I think you would be a good person to have as a bounty. So we'll definitely make that known.
So the only unfortunate thing, we've seen Ben win so many events, it might be hard to eliminate him.
True, yeah. I mean, again, talk about that mystery bounty event. He is the mystery bounty champion.
Also took home, he did pluck the second biggest prize on board, if I remember correct, as well. Scooping that 20K bounty pool, so.
I got your number, so you just let me know
big
which
day.
Here
we're seeing players starting to get eliminated fast and furious, both on this table and the outer tables. As registration closed, you had a lot of short stacks involved.
I used to like the poker cards, and after working here, I know
We'll see who can get drawn to this table, as they're going to keep breaking the outer games. Obviously, this one's not going to break, as it is the feature, and inevitably this will be the final table location as well. So we'll be here streaming all the way till there is a winner. As we talked about, 251 total players out there. I know after the break we resumed with around 100. Total prize pool of $61,495. Full, 13.6K for whoever takes home first place. Heck of a payday, kind of out of nowhere. As this field ballooned up once people started seeing the celebrities roll in. If you're playing 2-2 or 2-5 and you got all day free, you got to jump in there.
Absolutely.
I know I would.
Yeah, like I was telling Sage and Jesse earlier, like seeing the celebrity bounty event today and everything's kind of a good little precursor of what to expect for tomorrow with the meetup game that's going to be taking place. Looks like Randy's got himself a gut shot.
That shot's going to be hard to hit, as we see John holding 2 of those 10s. John originally opened it up pre-flop. So we see him c-bet here after Randy checks it over.
Call 7.
Did go with a 4K continuation bet. Now off to the turn as the Jack of Spades comes down. Randy improving to second pair on board. John opening a straight draw. You see both players just check it. Now we're off to the river. John looking to hit a king or an 8. Instead, it's a 7 of spades, so Randy's hand is best. Looks like he's going to actually bet out for value. 7,500 now, John. Interesting decision point. Obviously, he's blocking some of the straights. Looks like he's going to get a little curious as he's reaching for calling chips. May decide to look Randy up here. After some deliberation, he is going to toss in the call. Curiosity got him the best of him. So Randy shows a pair of jacks, gets to take this pot down. Chip up little by little. Jimbo asking, who are the bounties besides Owens, Neeme, and Torelli? We had a bunch of local guys in addition to them with bounties on their heads, a couple of tournament players, a couple of cash game regulars here on the live stream. Saw quite a few eliminated in the form of Don E, Big Eddie who made the final table of that mystery bounty event, if anybody was watching on Sunday night. Donnie, a frequent cash game player who likes to give away a percentage of his winnings to a lucky viewer. Fortunately, we won't see if he does that on the final table, as he was eliminated. There's a few more bounties out there, all of them wearing the necklace indicating that they are a bounty, so hopefully we'll see one get moved to this table in the near future. So we saw a couple of players moved so far. Shuffling will continue as the field's going to dwindle down a little bit, as is normal in a tournament after registration ends. Shorties have to either get it in and double as blinds increase.
By the way, that is the payout structure for our final 9 when we hit the final table. As you see, 13,600 up top for first place. I believe, as far as the placements, as far as the min cash goes,
the top 32, if I remember correct.
Yeah, looking at the scrolling to see.
So out of the field of 251 in total, top 32 will pay. Again, still roughly 80 players remain at this point, so you're not going to see anybody knitting it up to a min cash at this stage, which is fun for viewership purposes is we've already seen 3 eliminations off this table alone.
Right, and the numbers are continuing to dwindle down as well. But yeah, the min cash 437, which is for 25th through 32nd. Pair of 5s and a deuce on this flop.
So Robert opening up from under the gun initially. John defended the big blind with pocket 8s, elected not to 3-bet against the early position open. 8s are going to continue to check it over. After we get an ace on the river, John's just going to take it down if the players can check it again. We saw Robert fire out a continuation bet on that flop and then just shut it down. Especially on that 7-turn card. Not a good one for Robert to continue firing on, and then ace just killed the action on the river. Once again, do appreciate it's been tuning in, hanging out with us. Very much enjoying this WPT coverage that we've been able to bring here from Best Bet Jacksonville. It's been a lot of fun for myself. I don't know if Country is more tired or excited about how fun this WPT has been. It's been a a lot.
It's been my first time seeing a glimpse of the WPT, and it's been very entertaining. Been a lot of fun, to say the least.
Back in the action as we see new to the table, DAT gonna raise things up. Or actually just limped in with the Jack-10. Action does fold around. Nobody wants to raise over the limper as we get to the blinds. We're gonna see John call from the small, Robert call from the big, or check from the big, and we're off to a king, queen, tray, rainbow flop. So DAT does flop open-ended. So we're gonna see him fire out 2/3 pot, 4K into 6K. That price. John doesn't want to call this queen. Robert obviously not sticking around with 4 high, and DAT gets a drag. First pot we've seen him play. Blinds sit at 1K, 1,500 right now. Looks like everybody on this table has a medium-sized stack. Nobody overwhelming chip lead in this field. Nobody overly short either, so all of them might continue battling, vying for trying to chip up and make a deep run at this thing. Again, about 80 players left, top 32 pay. You need to start accumulating at this stage of the event. So far, everybody's been playing that pretty coy. I guess after some early fireworks, nobody wants to be the one to step out and start bluffing. As it was an all-in just about every hand. Start the feature table coverage. Actually, I just saw John open it up with 9-4 offsuit, so maybe somebody's picking up on the fact they can maybe get away with some murder here.
Hey guys, as we mentioned earlier, obviously appreciate you guys joining us for the Celebrity Bounty feature table we got going. We'll have the final table as well tonight. But obviously the big day tomorrow, meetup game with Brad, Owen, and Andrew Neeme, 3-5 no limit hold'em. Curious to get that going at 2 o'clock, run that from 2 to 6, and then an hour after that, 7 o'clock, is going to be our 50-100 cash game that we're going to have as well. So a couple big high-stake cash games going as well. Make sure you hit that like, make sure you do hit that subscribe button, as well as hit that bell notification for when we do go live. Lots of fun stuff coming up for the rest of the week when it comes to Best Bet Live.
Here we did see a big raise out of DAT. He's possibly trying to re-push some players around after there was a small open from Robert. Some players getting after it nice and early. Yeah, as Country said, official start time of that meetup game, 2 p.m. tomorrow. Obviously, as you may have, unfortunately, he's not here anymore, but just seen Brad, Owen, and Andrew Neeme out there on our table. They are already here in town. They've been known to show up a little bit early for their own party. So I would recommend getting here as early as you can, locking up your seat, making sure you don't miss out. Plus, obviously, always a chance that if they show up early that, you know, they end up getting sent to your table. Jimbo asking, is Neeme and Brad playing in the 50-100 game? I don't believe they're in the initial lineup, but we won't tell them that they can't play should they sign up, that's for sure.
Right.
I believe I think one other vlogger, Lexo, is on the lineup, if I remember right.
Lexo is going to be part of the lineup. Alan Torelli is going to be
Torelli
there.
was another one.
A couple of regulars, pharmacist Greg and Todd L are going to be part of those games. I think for the Friday night 5100 game, we'll have a Mario in that game.
So a lot of local celebrities playing the 50-100, but again, if some people don't show up or there's a seat open, I wouldn't be surprised to see at least one of those guys jump into it. They're no strangers to some high-stakes cash games. Meanwhile, here DAT turned a bunch of equity when it comes to 10 of hearts, in addition to his pair of fours. Mike electing not to continue on the turn after he did that flop with just king high and a gut shot straight draw. The river, DAT checks it over. Now Mike's going to go bluffing at it. Sitting here with just king high. And they understand that king high is not going to be good at showdown. So he's blowing DAT off the pair of fours. It's a good bet by Mike there on the river. Gets to drag a pot. Yes, Scott, as Jimbo said to you, the 50-100 game is tomorrow. Tonight we're bringing you this feature table all the way through to the final table, an inevitable champion of this Celebrity Bounty event. 50-100 will be tomorrow, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, as we're coming to you from Jacksonville, Florida.
15 to go.
So East Coast time, 7 p.m. for the 50-100. It will be following up featured table coverage of the meetup game that's going to be going on. Now we're going to see an all-in. Robert got down to about 13 big blinds. Just going to rip it in with the pocket trays over one limper.
Fold 2, 3, fold 6.
And everybody folds it right back around
It's 19-5
to the limper. Actually, it's initially going to be on Randy with queen 10 offsuit out of the big blind. Sitting on a pretty healthy stack of 58 bigs. For 13 big blinds, easy for queen 10 to be marginalized. You can Shover could easily have a bigger queen or a bigger 10. So we're going to see him let it go. And John just going to have to let go of the king deuce suited. Robert picking up some much needed chips there with his pocket pair.
Looks like we just got another player in the table now, so we are back to full strength.
Good luck.
Another table breaking on the outside. Other one down, probably around 72 players remain now. We do play all tournaments 8-handed here up until the point where we get to the final table. Final table will be 9-handed. Until then, it will be 8-handed play. So roughly 9 tables remain, 72 players. Still a long way. Again, top 32 payout in this event. So 72 remaining. Still a lot of mid-level play that we're going to be able to see here on the live stream, which is always fun. I think a lot of times people know how to play a tournament early when everybody's sitting 100 big blinds deep. And, you know, a lot of players know how to play final tables because they get so much coverage, but I don't know. I know I've always struggled with these middle levels. Everybody's sitting on 20, 30 big blinds. How do you navigate it? So really fun to watch.
I mean, considering how many entries, too, that are still remaining at this point. You got a lot of players to try to fade, to try to keep moving up and trying to get into the money here. I mean, like Robert here, pocket aces for him.
Fresh off of the
and
all-in.
Tom's got kings.
So do we say good game, Tom, now, or do we wait for the run out? There's no way these guys aren't getting it all in.
Yep.
13 big blind stack for Tom.
Yeah, Tom's got 13
You're foaming at the mouth when you look down at pocket kings. There's no getting away from this one as he puts in the small 3-bet. Just praying some people come in there. Dying for the action.
Yeah, quick all-in announced, and the snap call. And here we go, aces versus kings.
Absolutely brutal spot. There's nothing Tom can do there. I mean, looking down at pocket kings, love getting it all in.
Tale as old as time here. Aces versus kings. Flop, 5-8 deuce.
2 spades, but both players have a spade, so Tom can't even get backdoor flush. Runs out clean. Robert's going to get it. See Tom eliminated. Ron asking in Facebook how many entrants. We had a total of 251 entrants in this event. Right now, about 70 players are left. Top 32 will pay, and first place is 13,600. Pretty good payday. Such an affordable buy-in in this WPT event. Had a lot of players come out for the Celebrity Bounty. A lot of fun. Good to see. Definitely tell there was a buzz in the air that No, as soon as I walked into the room, you could just hear it buzzing.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of excitement as, you got Ali Torelli, Andrew Neeme, Brad Owen, a bunch of other guys wandering around, familiar faces that you generally only see if you're on TV.
Well, and considering as well, like with the main event taking place this weekend, which is that $1 million guarantee that we have happening too, there might be some other players that might be making their way to the room in time for that main event as well. Which, by the way, there are a couple mega satellites, some milestone satellites that's going to be taking place. A 10-seat guarantee tomorrow night, 5-seat guarantee on Friday night. So there's still an opportunity that you can try to satellite your way into the main event as well, part of the World Poker Tour. And $5,000 buy-in, $1 million guarantee in the prize pool.
And as Country said, that mega milestone satellite tomorrow night, I believe the start time on that one is 6 or 7 p.m.?
6 p.m.
6 p.m. So as soon as that meetup game ends, if you sneak out to play in the meetup game, as they wrap up, you can always just hop over into the satellite, especially if you book a win, free roll the thing, try to make a run at the main event. I had a couple friends pull that off last week. Came over, played some cash, said, I booked a win, let me fire at the Satty, and now they got a 5K entry in their name, and it's a good feeling when you're free rolling. Nobody loves anything more than a free roll. Meanwhile here, Mike opening things up under the gun with King 10 offsuit. So far, we haven't seen anybody really step out of line on this table and get after it with a big bluff of any kind. Most of the play has been pretty straight up so far. I see both blinds put in calls to defend. So John and Robert going 3 ways to the flop with Mike as it comes down 10 high. 10 trade deuce, 2 hearts on board.
Mike has John out-kicked here in this spot.
2 players flopping top pair here. Going to be interesting to see how it develops.
Looks like Mike's hand is going to hold as it's going to go check here, and Mike will show that he had John out-kicked. Hearts did complete on that board as well on that run out, so we're going to keep it going. Again, guys, appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys watching. 251 total players entered in today's $300 celebrity bounty event. I think we have about 4 celebrity bounties that's still out on the field. Well, it sounds like there is someone that did just get eliminated. Heard Taniqua just make an announcement as one of the bounties were at risk.
That's what you're asking. Since they're both in the box right now, they've probably already been read a while ago. So in real time, all we're reading is the fact that you've registered a pair of cards. And then
Action underway here as we did see Queen 10 fold from under the gun. Pocket trade is going to fold as well pre-flop.
They see it at the same
Again,
time.
everybody playing pretty tight and straight up so far.
That's why we also refer to the live stream as a watch party, because we're seeing it in real time.
Now action on to Ryan. Ryan's going to go ahead and raise up with a 9-8 offsuit.
Yeah, all we see on
Fun
this
seeing the
time
difference
is
between a few players trying
registered
to,
a pair of cards or not.
play it safe and fold their way through versus other players like Ryan here stepping out, raising it up a little bit light. Cardi K asking, is Brad still in? Unfortunately, we did see Brad get eliminated here.
Did, yep, unfortunately.
About 15 minutes ago, got knocked out.
Was it King 9 versus Queen Jack? Was that what it was, the hand?
I know, yeah, he was in the small blind with Queen Jack offsuit, shoved about 10 bigs. Big blind woke up with King 9 offsuit and it held.
Yeah.
An unavoidable blind versus blind all in. So it was unfortunate. Brad always talks about taking people to Value Town, but one of the lesser known provinces, I can't win Chesterville. Unfortunately came in for him. In case anybody else out there is a big Brad Owen fan like me, I was all excited to make a bunch of different puns at his expense, but missed out after he was eliminated in just about 5 hands of the stream.
But see, you'll have your opportunity tomorrow.
So I can't. I'm hoping he lands on at least 30 minutes of a feature table tomorrow. It's obviously him and Andrew do hop around, make their way through all the tables, as many as they can.
I think the plan is he'll be on the feature table for the first 2 hours from 2 to 4.
Oh, okay.
And then Neeme will then hop on from 4 to 6. I believe that's the plan. Of course,
We'll see.
things are always subject to change, especially considering how many tables we're going to have potentially tomorrow. So,
speaking of bad news on updates, Ron asking, is Don E still in? Unfortunately,
Nope, he got
Don E was eliminated. We saw Big Eddie eliminated. Now we're about to see Robert possibly eliminated.
yeah, with Mike having pocket kings here, and he is immediately all in.
Just a big 3-bet. Could have seen him go with a smaller size to try to induce.
Right.
Instead, he's just going to try to lay down the wall right here and now. Not going to get action from Robert's ace-2 soft suit.
Yeah, might have been a little too quick to hit the all-in button there.
And also at the same time establishing you're going to open your button a lot. I'm in your small blind for the duration. Trying to establish don't mess with my blinds. You know, obviously always button versus blind play. Heavily involved in a tournament. It's interesting to see kind of the meta game play itself out. As these guys also know, I'm sure most of them are pretty savvy and aware, this table is not going to be breaking. This is the featured table for now, will be the inevitable location of the final table. So
I see we got an Andrew Neeme in the game now.
all right. Well, hopefully anybody that's stuck around hoping to catch Brad now gets the nice welcome. Andrew Neeme joining our table.
Andrew Neeme, who is still one of the last remaining bounties as well. Looks like he's got a pretty decent chip stack as well.
Hopefully that means he'll stick around a little bit longer than Brad then.
68.5. 68.5.
68.5. That's
Healthy chip stack.
very healthy chip
Over
stack.
40 big blinds in a tournament is a lot of chips.
Okay, blinds are, we're at 1,000, 2,000, 2,000 for your ante. Blinds are up.
We did see John open it up from late position. Kale's going to wake up with a monster in the big blind and ace-queen.
16,500.
So pretty easy 3-bet came in. Made it 16-5 to go. John with queen-9 off, queen-9 suited, probably just going to have to let it go. As we did see Kale put in about half of his chip stack. He's got another 20K behind. 3-bet size was 16-5. Sure enough, John correctly folding queen-9 suited here.
The middle one's only for 5.
Welcome to the table, Andrew. Congratulations, you drew the big blind with your lucky seat draw. So he's human, just like the rest of us out there, folks. You know, thought it was only us that ran bad. Getting the random seat draw in the big blind. Well, happens to Andrew too, apparently.
C5 is only for the final table.
Again, as we mentioned, Andrew Neeme going to be part of that meetup game as well tomorrow with Brad Owen, the 3-5 no limit hold'em. Here we go.
Who wants to be friendly to Andrew and who wants to open his big blind? Let's find out. See Mike play friendly, just limping in rather than opening the Jack-10 offsuit. Gonna invite DAT to call from the button with 5-4 suited.
Yeah, no, yeah, I like that because they had to take a
Remember they used to have the camera here?
Oh, yeah. Those are the days.
Andrew's going to have 7 deuce as his first hand here on the featured table. It's 7, but unfortunately,
Mike flops the straight.
yeah, Mike's got the good.
Gonna have him drawing pretty much dead. Fortunately, a monotone board, bottom pair. We're gonna see Andrew easily get away from it here. After DAT lets it go, Andrew zings the 7 deuce in the muck. Mike straight does take it down. Once again, do appreciate everybody tuning in with us. If anybody out there is a big Andrew Neeme fan, feel free to let us know that you're rooting for him in the chat.
Close to this one.
Let's see if you can take everybody else here. Start chipping up, take command of the table.
That's on my bucket list.
MCS. Be there for a few days, and then
Oh, wait a minute.
my wife and I are going to go to Mexico.
Oh, yeah?
Whereabouts? We go to Mexico City.
Action on Robert, gonna open things up with the ace-jack offsuit. Blinds did just recently go up to 1K, 2K, so he's gonna min-click it to the 4K mark. Especially with how short everybody is in general on this table. Would assume we're gonna see a lot of min raises.
Yeah, it's a real day.
See everybody let it go.
What is this poker now? They flop. Real big spot.
Mexico, isn't that the place that they took a big mansion and they turned it into a casino in Mexico? And they played, I think I saw it on YouTube when they played.
Mexico's a country, right?
Fun to see the table instantly start to get a little bit more talkative as soon as we see Andrew get to the game. Everybody happy to chum it up, have a chat with him.
It's either Mexico.
Previously, everybody was very quiet.
Especially since it's like a unique experience for him. I mean, not many of these guys get the opportunity to play with, you know, Brad Owen, Andrew Neeme, players like that.
No, and they're both very friendly. I know I got to play in a meetup game and was fortunate enough to have Brad sit to my left, and he was not shying away from hanging out, chatting it up with myself and the whole table in general. A lot of fun getting to play with the guys. Usually play much bigger stakes than, you know, we can afford.
Right.
Get a chance to sit and hang out with them. A lot of fun. But here we see a four-way limped pot. Nobody raised it up after John did initially limp in under the gun, kind of froze the action.
Meanwhile, with this flop, Mike really the only one that really connected with anything. Open ender for him.
And it did check all the way over to him in position, so we're going to see him semi-bluff, throw out 5K, and just take it down uncontested with that straight draw.
Yeah, we heard as well, like Brad and Andrew both like to do like a little get together after the meetup game as well. So, you know, there's going to be plenty of opportunities this weekend. So, yeah, if you guys are out and about and want to stop through, World Poker Tour main event in town this weekend, as well as the fact, don't forget tomorrow, we are going to be starting our 24/7 operation tomorrow. So we will be 24/7 from Thursday morning 10 a.m. until Monday morning 4 a.m. as Kelly Joe, I guess, forgot about his phone, so he's getting that now.
Guess he had really good Bluetooth connection and not realize it was still over here in the area as he had his headphones on.
Yeah, maybe looking to maybe change his music track on Spotify. He's like, wait a minute, I'm missing something here.
We did see Robert open it up from under the gun with ace tray suited. We're going to see Randy actually let go of ace 9 suited from the button, reading that under the gun open for very strong holding. Fortunate for him he did as John woke up with ace king offsuit out of the big blind. Puts in a chunky 3-bet, making it 15K. Robert not going anywhere, going to put in the call. He's looking to chip up here. Leaves him only a pot-size shove behind. And lucky for him, he outflops John and it comes down 8-4 tray. John immediately rips it though, really representing that overpair. Same way he would play this. Should he have any pair higher than 8s, he would have just ripped it all in. Robert sitting with bottom pair. See what he wants to do for essentially both players' tournament lives as they came in very close in chip stack.
He definitely doesn't look comfortable with it. It's almost kind of giving a feeling that maybe he wants to let it go.
Same time, it's hard to make a pair.
Yeah,
that's what
very
they
much
always
so.
say.
Yeah.
So did outflop him. If John has a big ace like he does, then your pair is best, but
he does let it go.
John gets to chip up nicely.
Yeah. I mean, it's a pretty polarizing move, and all you have is bottom pair.
Again, John, one of the few bluffs that we've seen so far. For the most part, the table's playing pretty straight up, so maybe Robert thinking, okay, nobody on this table's really been bluffing yet. This shouldn't be a bluff now. Just lets go of his pair of trays.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. You know, here we are right on the weekend of the main event. We started WPT 2 weeks ago, and this past 2.5 weeks has kind of flown by.
Raise 4,000.
You know, time flies when you're having fun, they say.
It's true.
You know, it's been a lot of fun for me. Probably been a lot of fun for a lot of the players involved, especially the ones that won.
Right. Exactly. I know we were talking earlier. You're like, yeah, just give me a tournament and I'm good.
Oh yeah.
You got your fair share of tournaments, that's for sure.
Nothing more fun than watching a tournament table for me. Dynamics are always changing. Big blinds are moving from one stack to the other.
7-10-8 flop here. It's a heart draw for DAT.
Wow, Mike, double gutted.
Yeah, that's what we do in Austin too.
See actions on that side. Electing just to check his open straight or double gutted straight draw. DAT is going to take the stab with his nut flush draw though, being in position after everybody checks.
Let's bet 12K and
Actually gets it
gonna
done.
get through. Yep.
A little surprised Mike didn't want to peel one there, but then again he knows a couple of his outs aren't clean if it comes in the form of a heart. Get himself in a lot of trouble. You know, if the 9 or a queen of hearts comes down, he makes a straight, but if his opponent makes a flush, he could maybe value on himself.
Any food and drinks, coffee, cocktails, food and drinks?
I don't believe all that stuff they say about you. It can't be true.
See the action continuing here.
Over to Kale, waking up with aces.
It's a pretty good hand to wake up with, right?
We got Bethany in the chat rooting Go Kale. Just
Yeah,
the perfect timing for him
perfect
to look
timing.
down at pocket aces.
Perfect timing. Kale's going to go ahead and bump it up to 5K. Doesn't look like anyone else has anything to come along with it, so he's just going to take the walk.
Unfortunately, doesn't get any action. With pocket aces, early position. Praying somebody puts in on 3-bet behind you.
Skip any level.
Unfortunately, doesn't get it there.
Yeah, again, guys, appreciate you guys hanging out with us. We had, again, 251 total entries for today's Celebrity Bounty event. The top 32 will be paid out.
A little over 60 players remaining, I believe, at this point, so we're about halfway there.
Yep, and total prize pool, $61,495. $13,600 up for grabs for first place for our Celebrity Bounty event. But yeah, pretty big turnout. Let's see, 251 entries in this Celebrity Bounty event.
4,000.
Mike just firing out with king high here.
DAT not going anywhere with his open ender.
Gonna raise things up. He can easily have a straight out of the big blind. Board that hits pretty well. The big blind calling range. A lot of suited and connected type hands. DAT using his open ender to steal one away. In addition to the regular prize pool, you see the chain dangling around Andrew's neck. The Celebrity Bounty aspect is in play. He's got that blue envelope in front of him. If you knock him out, you get to open it up and see what prize you win.
Yeah, the prizes range anywhere for the best bet swag bag to some seats into tonight's satellite.
Not as much as I used to.
Also, just the fact that you get to be the one to knock him out. We saw Brad Owen get eliminated earlier, autographed the back of that chain for the person who knocked him out and took it home. So, pretty cool souvenir if you ask me.
Yeah.
Taking home the bounty medallion with Brad Owen's signature on it. And John opens things up with Queen Jack of Spades. Kale in the big blinds. See if he wants to put in the call or the 3-bet. Just going to call out of the big.
21 now, right?
Yeah, 2 left.
Pocket trays. 7, 6, Jack, flop. All hearts, and Kale does have the tray of hearts, but again, very small flush draw. You got John continuing to bet here.
Might be hard for Kale to continue. Again, these players not overly deep. It's not like a cash game where you're sitting 100, 200 big blinds deep, and you can peel a street, see what develops on the turn. Tray of hearts especially may be no good. As let's say John does continuation betting with a hand that doesn't have a pair. It still could include a heart a large portion of the time. It's gonna be tough to navigate those pocket trays moving forward. And yeah, every blind starts mattering when you're on a 20 big blind stack, and in general the field average is about a 30 big blind stack. You don't want to make any mistakes. All of those chips are worth so much in front of you.
That's why you're saying earlier how it's so hard to navigate through these type of fields when you got to factor in your management when it comes to how many blinds that you have.
Yeah, especially in these middle stages, as you said, a little over 60 players remain, top 32 pay. You don't have enough chips that you can just fold to the money. It's not right around the corner, but you don't necessarily want to light your chips on fire because you're not so short that you want to eliminate yourself yet either.
Meanwhile, here's Robert all in with his remaining 8 bigs left. Queen 8 suited.
And Andrew with one of his favorite hands, Queen Jack. I know the old Andrew Neeme vlog days, he loved 3-betting this hand. Not quite an opportunity to do so as he's just facing an all-in.
Yeah, you have a long time to wait until next break, so you should probably just go now.
Said he's just closing the action with Queen Jack. If you can manage to put in the call, you'd be in great shape. Never easy to call an open shove with this hand, though. A lot of players are open shoving King, Queen, King, Jack, hands that can have you dominated. And Robert was off of 8 big blinds. So Andrew counting up his chip stack, seeing if he wants to risk the 8 bigs, and he doesn't. Let's go of the Queen Jack offsuit. Robert lives to see another day. Barely. It was a very close decision for Andrew.
I've been there. I've been to 2 practice rounds, but I've never been to.
But again, Andrew, obviously very experienced, knows that, and especially in a live event, you don't have people shoving as light as maybe they do online. Players put a lot of value in surviving a tournament, so a lot of all-ins tend to be a little bit stronger. Thinks Robert isn't shoving too light there, just gonna let it go. Don't want to lose 8 bigs.
I know Andrew was here last night too, saw him playing some 2-5 before making his way upstairs to play some 5-5 PLO last night.
Really snuck into town way early, huh?
Got in a little early.
Into dabbling the PLO.
I didn't get a chance to ask him what his sushi dish of choice was that he was chowing down on.
Double-digit vlogs. Revenge poker at the vlog, I think.
You know, it's one of those deals where it's like I see somebody busy with something, don't really want to bother them.
Especially if they're playing PLO. There's a lot of moving pieces in that game.
Yeah.
Andrew, a big fan of the PLO. He's been dabbling in that a lot more than Hold'em recently. So glad he got to jump in a game here.
Yeah, looked like he was having a good time too. 10 Jack 5 flop, all spades. So John does hit his 10.
Yeah, I think you say I've been watching the videos in real life, but I just
4,500.
I can figure out what
Call.
but trying after the flop. They're trying to figure out what somebody else would
See a 9 on the turn here.
gives me a headache when I think of
Yeah, there's a lot going on. Backdoors,
every
all sorts
time
of stuff.
the card comes out.
Kale double checking his whole cards. Just making sure if it's an ace of clubs or ace of spades.
It's a complicated game.
He's gonna maybe act like it's the ace of spades. So I'm thinking about firing.
Said to say just check it back here, so we'll see a river and a board pairing 9.
His 4th spade, if anybody wants to represent it. Looks like John's gonna be the one to do it. He gets it done, takes it down. He did have the best hand.
I watched a friend of mine over here for one thing. It's a good game too. He tried to get me to play. I said, "What's the buy?" He said, 100. I said, "What's the max?" He said, "Real 100." So I said,
You don't want to be lined up for 100 either.
well, what he did, he bought it for like 300, and he waited until he got 4 pretty good cards, and he just put it down and wait. And he hit it a couple of times, and he was good.
You get the right 5-5 table here. It's very, very, very good. There's no shortage of action.
I played the 5-10 game with the bomb pops.
So far, everybody looking down at garbage. Actually, it's over to Kale. He's not letting go of Jack 9 yet. Now he does.
50,000 this past summer.
If Andrew wants to play the Robbie, he elects not to.
Freaking PLO bomb pops.
So blind versus blind here. Randy just going to fold the King 8. Again, everybody playing pretty snug on this table so far. Other than our player there in the 9 seat, we've seen him take a couple of stabs and steal some pots away.
I usually play down in St. Augustine.
Ryan got to steal one as well.
And
Just a reminder, that's what all the players are playing for. 13,600 up top. Pretty good payday for the buy-in in this event.
Somebody was probably
I hate the whole
A total of 251 players. Pretty good turnout, pretty nice field. Everybody saw Andrew, Brad, Ali Torelli buying in, said, what do they get into? Oh, I can buy in? I'm in there. Hard to resist.
Yeah, $300 buy-in for this event. Pretty good prize point. Gets everyone involved.
Played a couple tournaments.
And I could either play 2 no limit or try to land at Andrew's table. I think I would choose trying to land at Andrew's table.
MGM in Vegas.
No surprise we saw so many people jump over.
How'd you do?
But here we sit with about 60 players remaining. We will be playing on the live stream until there is a winner. Featured table all the way through final table.
Here's Ryan, ace-jack suited in the small blind.
Went for the sneaky limp, hoping John raised it up. Instead, John checks it behind. 7, 6, 5, 2-spade flop. Now Ryan's going to stab, and Johnson, or the flush draw, pretty quickly puts in the call.
10 on the turn.
Both players sitting here with no pair. Ryan's just going to keep going after it. Really, Ryan and John have been the only two players we've seen somewhat opening up and getting a little bluffy so far on this feature table.
It was Kelly that was, that's his name.
John to put in 5,500 to win 16.5, getting close to the right price.
Don't go ahead and put in the call.
22K in the middle. Ryan with just over a pot size shove behind. 9 on the river, so we'll see if Ryan does elect to just triple barrel rip it here. We can see he's got the best hand, but obviously he doesn't necessarily know he does with just ace high. Here it is, firing out. John shows you dodged it, buddy. You dodged it. Ryan's pretty happy to see that no spade came out. His plan was to just keep on firing after it, especially if there was a dangerous run out.
Looks like we lost one of the other bounties, Kelly Slay. Looks like he's making his exit.
No matter what.
So I wonder at this point how many bounties we have left. Obviously Andrew's still in as one of the bounties.
Congrats, Andrew.
What'd you win?
Is that the only one that's left then, I think?
You're going to have to honor this.
Giant bottle of champagne?
Monet, probably.
Auto this one.
Maybe we'll
2 to go.
crack it open at the meetup game tomorrow.
So yeah, we after some confirmation, it is Andrew Neeme, our lone celebrity bounty that remains. If there was any sort of celebrity last longer between them, then he took it down. So Andrew, our only celebrity bounty remaining. Unfortunately, he's sitting here on the feature table for us all to see how deep he can make a run.
We do see a flop, but needs to see some paint there. And it's a pair of deuces and a king.
3,000.
I got to be in that one. So back hands for Ryan, starting to chip up a little bit. You guys don't forget meetup game tomorrow with Brad, Owen, and Andrew Neeme. We'll get things going at 2 o'clock.
No mobile devices at the table.
Make sure you do try to get here as early as you can, though, because we'll try to get everybody situated as soon as possible. That way we can get started as close to 2 o'clock as possible.
Plus, obviously, you can see him right there. Saw Brad, Owen earlier. They are both in town. Arrived quite early, so you know, let's say they wake up at their hotel and get a little bored. They might sneak out here well before the 2 o'clock start time. I think we all know as poker players, we have a plan of what time we're going to start and end play, and we tend to show up a little bit early and stay a little bit late, so imagine they're no exception.
Andrew, going to go ahead and, speaking of Andrew Neeme, go ahead and put in the raise the 4,000 here with Queen 10 suited. Mike, King 8 suited.
Yeah, same suit, Mike defending his big blind. See a Jack 5-4, 2 club flop. Imagine Mike's going to check it in flow. Let's see if Andrew wants to put out a continuation bet.
Looks like he is.
3,000.
That's 3K.
Yeah, it goes with a small size, something you will see in tournament play a lot more often. As Andrew knows, betting small accomplishes the same thing as betting a little bit more. You know, 3K is the same as 5 or 6K there, kind of acquiring the same information. That's why we see the 3K get the job done.
Any spooky drinks, coffee, cocktails, spooky drinks?
So any Andrew Neeme fans out there, we're watching him navigate this table a little bit better than Brad did so far.
1, 2, and 2.
See if he can put together a nice deep run.
I know when Andrew joined the table, though, he was much healthier in the chip count than he was than Brad was.
Eliminated Brad guy.
It's early. We're in the mid stages of a tournament. Anything can happen now.
Absolutely.
You should be able to know what's in here by processing.
Yeah. Full 9-1. Call. Did they have any like cruise packages or anything?
Actually, all the way around to blind versus blind after Mike limps in. DAT gonna raise it up after he looks down at ace king, and Mike folds the jack 5. We're gonna be moving on to the next hand.
Be interesting for y'all to play that long.
Once again, I do appreciate everybody that's been tuning in, watching along with us, having a lot of fun with our WPT coverage here, coming to you live from Best Bet in Jacksonville, Florida. WPT series getting closer to winding down. Main event weekend just ahead of us, kicking off tomorrow with the first flight. 5K buy-in, 1 million guarantee in that one.
Which, by the way, we will have the final table of that main event on Tuesday, November 14th. 2 o'clock is when we'll get that going.
6 piece. For 1. 2's gone.
Between now and then, we'll have the meetup game coverage tomorrow, followed by 50, 100 no limit cash game. And Friday night, another 50, 100 no limit cash game.
And a fold.
Definitely worth staying tuned.
Yeah, going to be some pretty fun lineups for that. Both those 5100 cash games that we're going to have tomorrow night and on Friday night. A pair of 10s and an 8 on this flop.
On Facebook, it's Best Bet Jackson.
John originally opened it up for 3x.
4,000 seat.
I saw DAT defend out of the small blind for 3 big blinds.
Call.
DAT sitting here with a gut shot straight draw, calling John c-bet.
4 of hearts comes on the turn. John going to go ahead and
2,000.
continue to bet out.
Repping a strong hand here is John. DAT hasn't let go yet. There it is. After some thought, maybe he was going to try to rep 9-10. He's holding the 9 of clubs. No 10 of clubs on board. Maybe tries to represent it, but decided not to. Believes that John has a big hand when John was just out here ripping it with king high. Fun to see if the table will start picking up on the fact that John's been stepping out pretty often so far.
I mentioned how good their chili is here.
It smells good.
God, it's so good.
Like always, pleasantly surprised. I love it. Poker and fold usually. Fold 7, 8.
I'll call.
Call it. Fold in the 1. Call 9, fold 1. 2's gone. Call 3. Here's a flowers husband. Which is really nice. I just went here yesterday. Got to commentate with it. 3 players. Check it. Check 9.
So I see a pair of trays for Andrew here, but the pair of 8s for DAT. Wow.
Favorable turn card, if you will.
Yeah. Boy, those equities changed quickly.
After Andrew bets, John pretty quickly calls with his gut shot straight draw. Now DAT sitting with top pair.
Raise 13.
He thinks his hand is best, and he's putting a raise in.
He is putting in a raise. Oh, boy.
Andrew, what do you do here? Turn did bring a second spade on board. Maybe he thinks DAT is doing this with some sort of combo draw. But just going to put in the call, play it safe,
Fold 9.
see what the river brings, keep DAT's possible bluffs in range, especially if you get a clean river. And a clean river he gets in the form of a deuce.
Wow, and that's a full house for Andrew. Trays
look at
full
him.
of deuces.
And he correctly checks it over to DAT, letting him fire again.
That's right into it.
So tempting to fire out when you river a full house. Instead, check it over in case he's bluffing. That river card obviously connected no bluffs. DAT instead betting for value with his top pair. Just gonna Unfortunately, B-Value owned here. So he's going to get the bad news when Andrew rips it.
Yeah, it goes all in. And you see DAT's eyes get big.
And he
puts
puts
in the call.
Full house.
Wow.
45, 48-5, all in a call, full house.
Well, DAT, unfortunately, you just became content for the vlog. Ouch.
After a very favorable run out, Andrew gets a very favorable river shove from DAT.
Wow.
Can't believe he put the call in. And for all of the fans out there rooting
as
on
quick as
Andrew to stay on this table and make a deep run, well, he just got all the ammunition he needed.
Yeah.
We might see him for quite a while here.
And I guess DAT, yeah, he did get eliminated.
2-2, yep.
So Andrew did have him covered, actually. Wow.
Honestly, cannot believe DAT called the all-in. Once you fire out for value and a player, especially of Andrew's caliber, check, raise, all in there.
Especially with how, I mean,
You have to know your beat.
that he called, how quick he called, too.
So that speaks to taking your time and thinking your decision through.
Yeah.
If you think the action back, there's no way Andrew is check raising there without a made hand, and you don't beat any of the made hands with just top pair. So big mistake there from DAT. Very timely for Andrew as he gets to be the nice recipient of quite a few chips. See him chip all the way up to over 60 big blinds. I think he's the chip leader at this table now. Back at it as Andrew's in this pot, flopping middle pair. Randy also flopping middle pair with the worst kicker, except for the fact that it's a heart.
Check at 6.
Now we go to a king of diamonds on the turn, might still freeze the action.
6,000.
Say that, but Randy getting a little Randy firing out. It's actually going to take it down, forcing Andrew out with the best hand.
Blinds are up, guys. Blinds are up 15, 25, 25.
Yeah. No, you're not right.
But you can pay him.
Yeah, I would absolutely appreciate it.
Yeah, we'll show chip counts, LaFerre, after this hand, since we did just now enter the new level as far as blinds go. So once we get that registered in, we'll show the chip counts after this one.
Yeah, I can see why we want to see an updated chip count. Obviously, Andrew chipped up a lot in that hand.
Yeah,
fun to see how the players around him are sitting.
I want to say with that hand now, Andrew is the chip leader.
I believe he is. So that's good news for everybody out there rooting on him, just like Dream over in YouTube, cheering Andrew on. Speaking of, here he is with pocket sevens on the button, facing a couple of limps.
Raise 11,000, 6.
I'll go with a nice, big, hefty size over 2 limpers. Accomplishes both taking it down pre-flop, or if anybody does put in the call, you do have some equity, plus possibly the best hand. But before we can see what the limpers do, Ryan wakes up with a pretty real hand in pocket tens.
He's going to go ahead and just put in the all-in, considering there's still a few players behind him to act. He is going to go ahead and go all in here.
Very good shove by Ryan, sitting on about 20 big blinds. It can be a little scary with Andrew's large open.
Yeah.
But sometimes, you know, can't be afraid of monsters under the bed. You have a 20 big blind stack and a pocket tens, very shovable. Just got to rip it and hope that Andrew doesn't have a monster.
And it's like, I just got these chips.
Indeed, Andrew did just get those chips on the last hand, stacking an opponent in a big, big pot. Another big decision and big pot potentially here.
Yeah. He
Andrew
does
gonna
put in the call. So here we are, pocket tens versus pocket sevens. Neeme with the sevens, Ryan with the
Andrew can
tens.
spike it. He does have both of his suits clean as well if the board can run out red.
All
Andrew
in a call, celebrity bounty. Oh, no, never mind.
not covered.
Not at
though.
risk, not at risk.
He has so many chips, it doesn't matter.
Oh my
And now
gosh.
it really doesn't matter when he flops bottom set.
Wow. Now
Fills
full
up on the
house.
turn, fading a 9 or 10, and he does.
Jeez, sevens full of nines. Back-to-back full houses for Andrew Neeme. Yeah, he is the official chip leader at this table now.
I mean, after that pot, he's going to be closing on the chip lead of this event. 30's
Probably,
going.
most likely. In fact, let's go ahead and take a look at it. Yeah, these are the way the stacks look. Yeah, 77 bigs now for Andrew Neeme.
More than double the next closest chip stack.
Wow. And he did that in back-to-back hands.
And with a couple of shorties on the table, he can really leverage that chip stack against those medium stacks. Like right now, you have one of the short stacks in the big blind in Robert. So if Andrew has a pretty playable hand, you could see him open things up a little bit wider. Given the medium stacks are on his left, you can really kind of just keep that pressure on, knowing the big blind has to stay honest.
Yeah, and by the way, I was about to mention that Earl and Reed both saying too, that was the case 7 that did hit the flop because someone had 8-7
easy
in their
game.
hand. Yep.
Easy game.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
That's how you do it.
15 and a call.
And meanwhile, we did see Andrew open things up, and the short stack Robert did go all in out of the big blind. Oh, Ryan joining us in the chat, seeing that he got one outed. Yeah, I mean, nothing you can do there, Ryan. Good shove with pocket 10s. Andrew had a pretty close decision, went with the more gambly one, putting in the call at the 7s. And
well, here we are now, another all-in with Andrew as he's now all heads up with Robert.
Yeah, this time he's ahead. See if he can hold with the ace high. No, 7
7
again.
Man, those 7s are happening. 7s are running hot.
But ace.
Oh, but he gets an ace on the river.
So ace on the river for Andrew, and he's going to eliminate the 3rd player in 3 hands. He's eliminating 1 player per hand right now. This tournament's going to be over in 50 hands.
He stays on this
amazing pace. It's kind of amazing to see 3 players eliminated by Andrew in 3 straight hands.
Yeah. Wow. 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 Well, guys,
twice he had the best hand.
I mean, look at it this way. At least he became content for the vlog. Positives, upside.
Yeah, there you go. There's your silver lining, Ryan. You may make it into the Andrew Neeme vlog when he recaps his play in this event, saying that he got a very favorable run out against you. Is I bet the exact wording he'll use.
Wow, wow, wow. So yeah, we'll get these tables rebalanced here.
Yeah, player already being dealt in because they're on the way. See there in the 3 seat. As Andrew's knocking him out too fast for our staff to keep up with. We can barely keep track. But as is, 1 new player to the table. Sure, we'll see more soon as tables are inevitably going to keep breaking on the outside. If there's anybody like Andrew out there knocking everybody out, then might get to the final a little bit earlier than expected.
Yeah, we are getting closer and closer, by the way, to the money bubble.
Meanwhile, John opened it up with ace-10 offsuit. Mike defended with a king-queen. John's flops top pair, top kicker when it comes down 10-8 deuce. 2 hearts on board. But John holding the ace of hearts kind of has all of it locked up. Fires out a hefty continuation bet near full pot. I think if he bets a little bit smaller, Mike may have been tempted to peel with his 2 overcards. Now that his pot size might end it here. Well, you can tell Mike doesn't want to let it go. Maybe he's starting to pick up on the fact that John's been opening and continuing pretty often.
Yeah.
Thought maybe I want to make a stand. Luckily for him, he didn't, as John had the goods that time. So wow, wow, wow. Andrew Neeme, big chip lead. Making a good poise to make a deep, deep run.
I was going to say,
we are around, 55 to 50 entries remain. Get an exact count on the next table break, obviously.
Right. Now, I will say, the way it's looking right now, we might be having Neeme around on our featured potential final for a while. The way he's running right now.
I've always had the dream of hanging out with Andrew for a few hours. I feel like I'm doing it here, so it's a dream come true scenario
subconsciously,
for me.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hanging out. I'm talking towards him.
I mean, listen, I would count this.
But again, about 50 players left. A reminder, top 32 do play. So while right now everybody's still jockeying for position and making their moves, at some point in the near future we may see some ICM implications as people might tighten up towards the min cash.
Ace 4-6 flop. So John hits an ace. Mark also gets a little piece with the pair of 6s, but he's gonna let it go. Very small chip stack for him. Only 8 bigs for Mark.
So I think John, realizing that everybody's aware he's been hyperactive, decides to show it there. Just saying, I promise I have it every time, guys. Trying to establish a little bit of a tighter image. Since he was able to show it that time, we've seen him continuation bet and bluff at quite a few pots. Then he hits the last 2. Couldn't get paid off on them.
very large.
We'll see if he keeps getting in there. Obviously, Andrew with the chip lead is to his right. To get a little, gets to play in position against the big stack on most hands. Continue to put the pressure on the people to his left.
9.
Doesn't do it this time around as he does let it go. Now we're blind versus blind. Mark on a very short stack.
Call 2500.
Gonna limp in with the tray deuce. I guess he saw, I guess he didn't see, he's new to the table, didn't see Andrew in with his, but now on Kale in the big blind, also pretty short.
Raise.
Looks like he's just gonna rip it in. Try to take this pot down. So he sees tray deuce, he says, you can call with that if you'd like.
Yeah, right.
That's played Kale, just taking it down with the ace queen out of the big blind. There's short stack on short stack violence there. So both are trying to chip up, accumulate, find a way to gain some life, and then start making a deeper run. And do appreciate everybody's been hanging out with us, whether you're a regular person who tunes in or just happen to be tuning in because of that man in the middle, Andrew Neeme. Fortunate enough to have him on this feature table. Dream said she catch Andrew's live streams. It's like hanging out. Honestly, one of the things I miss most in life is Andrew and his wife used to have a really good podcast I enjoyed listening to.
Oh, really? Okay.
And it went by the wayside. Wish they would have kept it up because both him and Boozy had that effect where it felt like you were sitting in the room when they were talking. A lot of fun to listen to. It's always been one of his endearing qualities. I'd say when he first started vlogging in general, it felt like he was sitting there in your living room when he was recounting the hand histories.
Oh, and here's now Andrew pocket jacks in the big blind. Faced
He's got
two
Brad
callers right now.
He's got Brad Owen's hand in the jiggities. Let's see if he can play it perfectly.
Raise.
All right, step one,
raise, yep.
Raising. Step two, holding. We see Mike put in the call at the ace-10 offsuit. Gonna be tough to spike an ace as Kale's got one of them also.
Yeah.
And for Kale, this is a large chunk of his chips. Gonna be obviously tempted to get in there, but does think better of it and let it go.
Does let it go. I feel like considering how many bigs he has behind too. Well, jacks are...
Step two.
Yeah.
Have the best hand.
Yep.
So now step three, how do I get some value out of my opponent?
Bet 8,000.
He is going to fire out a continuation bet as he would with most hands, especially since he doesn't have a king in his hand. It's a dream spot, hoping your opponent has king queen or king 10. As played, Mike has a gut shot, puts in the call.
9 on the turn here.
Doesn't change too much. Brings queen 10 in. The only hand that possibly Andrew's opponent could have that hasn't beat. Obviously, we know Mike wouldn't have limp called pocket kings pre-flop.
Bet 14,000.
14,000 the bet here from Neeme.
And Andrew holding the jack of spades, blocking some of the flush draw combinations.
14 and a call.
So Mike's staying with it, going to make the call.
Off to the river, we're going to go.
That is not a queen.
Safe river. 73K in the middle. Almost double Mike's chip stack.
All in.
So we see Andrew go for it all here. Rips it in. Really size the flop and turn to try to get to this point in the hand. Going for all of Mike's chips after he flopped middle set.
Mike's going to let it go.
Andrew took a chunk away from Mike there.
Man, yeah, he did. Now, look at that. 241,000 in his chip stack.
Almost 100 big blinds.
You got his stack or no?
That's a lot of chips in this tournament.
Yeah. Well, again, like I said, 251 entries. Total chip count that's in play, 3.76 million.
Just a few.
Yeah, just a few. Looks like our table's getting filled back up now. As again, just balancing out tables, trying to break them.
And another one went down, so that means 48 players now remain. 2 more tables to go till everyone remaining is in the money. 48 players left. Andrew might be the chip leader. I would imagine there's somebody, or maybe 2 people out there battling for 100 big blind chip stack, but it can't be very many.
No.
100 big blinds for all the tournament players. They know that's a lot of chips at this stage.
25 to go.
As we are nearing the money bubble. 100 big blind stack is massive.
Hold 8.
Hello.
Very friendly.
So we got new players here, Mike in seat 1, which, as a fellow Cincinnati Bengals fan,
Who day?
appreciate the hoodie.
Who day?
Who day indeed.
Yeah, just a slight update here. Around the average chip stack is right around 30 big blinds. Just to put it in perspective, Andrew over 3 times the average stack. Very poised to make a final table run.
Check.
Here we saw him limp in from the small blind. Randy checked his option out of the big with the 10-7 of clubs.
Heads up.
So heads up, blind versus blind to an ace-9 tray, 2-club flop.
So Randy does have the flush draw.
Andrew's just going to check it over.
6,000.
Randy going to stab Andrew snap folding the 10 high. Randy, you did it. You beat Andrew out of a pot, something we haven't seen anybody do in the last orbit. Andrew put on a little clinic there, knocking out a ton of players. Bowling Dude asking, how is/did Don do? We're going to go with did. Unfortunately, that means he was eliminated. He did not so great, as he is out of the event,
Saw your run
along with
yesterday, 10-5.
every other celebrity bounty except for Andrew.
Travels unlocked, locked by 10.
Yeah, it sounds like, and again, Andrew Neeme is the last bounty left
Yeah, it seems
as far as the celebrity bounties go.
Kind of amazing. Out of 12 total bounties, Andrew is the one to emerge. We'll call him the bounty champion so far.
Yes,
Since,
I think that's a safe thing to say.
he wasn't up against any sort of easy competition.
No.
A lot of our more accomplished local tournament players and a few other poker professionals were those bounties. Kind of amazing that only one is left. Guess everybody was after him. They couldn't fade.
It goes every day, right?
As a reminder, in case anybody tuned in recently, we are here at Best Bet in Jacksonville, Florida. Part of our ongoing WPT coverage. We're in the midst of the WPT series being held here
25 to go.
in Northeast Florida at this Jacksonville Best Bet location. Got the main event just around the corner to wrap things up this weekend. The 5K buy-in, a $1 million guarantee.
All right, so Mark's going to go ahead and go all in with his deuces.
Hold 6.
Well, he faded the Andrew call. That's a good start.
Step 1.
Yeah. And then everybody else lets it go behind, and Mark's going to live
Yeah.
see another day. Yeah, the main event kicking off this weekend. Before we quite get to the main, tomorrow will be the meetup game hosted by Andrew and Brad. Festivities were set to kick off at 2 o'clock, but I would highly recommend getting in here as early as possible. They've been known to show up early. I know we'll get the game started as soon as everybody starts rolling in. And that list is ballooned up to over 160 names last I saw, and it's not going to shrink.
No.
More people start getting into town, jumping on it, getting ready. So I would come in early and get your seat locked up, get situated, and hope one of those guys land at your game.
And also, like, the fact that, well, here we go, going all in again. It's Jack for Mark.
There's a couple towns in Alaska with
Yeah,
like
10 big blind shoved here from Mark.
Florida.
It could possibly get looked up by a weaker hand.
Hold 7.
So far, nobody has anything playable.
So Jacksonville's most of Duval County. It's like you're driving on I-10.
Does fold around.
Duval County. This is Jacksonville. So city limits in Jacksonville, you got another 40 miles before you're in Jacksonville.
So Mark chipping up again. Back-to-back hands. We saw Mark open shove and just take it down uncontested.
Sometimes only 5 miles, but 30 minutes.
Again, that meetup game tomorrow going to be here at Best Bet. Scheduled from 2 to 6. Should start nice and early. Obviously, after Brad and Andrew decide to take a break from play, they'll be hosting the usual fan event off to the side. Drinks will be flowing. It's always nice that they do it. It gives an opportunity for anybody who misses out on playing against them to still be able to come over, say hello, chat it up, hang out for a little bit.
If anything, today's Celebrity Bounty event was a good precursor to see how many people are anticipated to be here tomorrow.
So again, 251 total entries in this event. A lot more than expected as people started rolling in, getting a chance to play against them.
Trade 4, 9 flops. Mike hits a 9.
And defended his big blind after Andrew originally opened. Andrew did min-click pre-flop, making it 5K over the 2,500 big. So as played, Andrew's going to continuation bet when Mike checks it over.
Raise. 8,000.
Min raise from Mike here.
Little click back from Mike. Andrew going to put in the call for that price. Just hoping maybe Mike has a flush draw that he's semi-bluffing with. Now Andrew just open-ended.
Yeah, interesting turn card.
We're see Mike just rip it here. There's 11 big blinds remaining. It's about a pot-sized shove. Andrew's going to call with that straight draw. Obviously, if Mike was semi-bluffing with over spades, like, you know, what if he has 10 jack of spades, queen 10 of spades, something like that? Your hand is best. And in a scenario like this, if your hand's not best, you're still open-ended.
Jack on the river. So Mike is going to go ahead and get a little double up from Andrew there.
Apparently Mike is Andrew's kryptonite. First all-in we've seen Andrew lose against anybody so far.
Yep.
That means Andrew's all the way down to 84 big blinds.
Oh, man, what a hit.
A lot of wiggle room for play for Andrew.
Yeah.
As we saw him amass a huge chip stack in a few hands not too long ago. Puts him to work, kind of ran into it there a little bit. That's the pre-flop raiser. Flopping 9-4 tray with a pair of 5s. Pretty safe board for you. And then, fortunately for him, his opponent was just a little too short for him to get away from it. But again, sitting on a little over 80 big blinds is Andrew. At last update, we saw the field average is about 30 bigs, so he's got a pile. He's going to make a deep run.
Yeah, he's okay.
He'll be hanging out here on the live stream for quite a while, everybody. Hope you hang out with us, too.
Absolutely.
We're not going anywhere.
And if you like what you're watching, like what you're seeing, make sure you hit that like. Make sure you hit that subscribe button as well. Also, hit that bell notification for whenever we do go live, especially, again, for tomorrow with the meetup game with Brad Owen and Andrew Neeme. That's going to be taking place, as well as the big 5,100 cash game. It's going to be following right after.
A lot of good streaming options, especially with that WPT main event kicking off. Gave us a lot of cool events, cool cash games. A lot of cool faces to see. That 50-100 game has Ali Torelli. I believe Lexo is playing in tomorrow's stream as he's coming up for the meetup game as well. Hoping and praying Andrew or Brad jump in, of course.
9-ace queen flop here as Mike does hit a queen. John with a 9.
John, again, talked about it earlier. John was kind of the one who likes leading the action. One of the few players to have stepped out and started bluffing a lot more on this featured table. Put out that C bet. Doesn't improve on the turn, but neither does Mike. John actually does slow down and check it back. Thought he might continue there. Instead, we're off the 10 of hearts river. Now Mike's reaching for chips. Going for real thin value here. Betting 8K into 32K. Trying to lay a good price for John to look him up. Kind of with the hand he has, any sort of 9 or 10 that's in his hand. Instead, John lets it go. Mike and John starting to battle from time to time. Like kind of getting the best of it so far. Sometimes John's been navigating with aggression. That's what's caused him to chip up until this point. It looks like Mike has a fan and Drew in the YouTube chat.
Paradise Poker, Poker Stars.
And so far, everybody's been showing up rooting for Andrew. It's nice to see somebody else get at least somebody out there. Obviously, Andrew, a big feature here on the featured table.
Yeah, way back when I
But still, nice to see some other guys have their friends and family show up and root them on.
Fold 6, got a nice 4-figure bankroll right out of that. Fold 7. Those bonuses were crazy back then. Fold 8 was a
Now everybody's just
300% plus rate.
folding around. all
First,
around
$10,000
to the blinds.
World Poker Tour main event.
Mark going down a clean tray off of an 8 big blind stack. We're going to see him just rip it in.
Paradise Poker. I signed
Last
up
time
for.
around with these two players, Mark put in a limp and Kale shoved.
What I signed up for.
So maybe Mark, not wanting to play it passive, just rips it, takes it down. Kale had to let go of the 7 tray offsuit.
Like 3,000 in cash. Second place got nothing.
Oh,
Winner take all. I'm like, what am I doing in this thing? So I'm literally reading a book while I'm playing, and I'm really not paying attention. And all of a sudden I kind of look up, there's like 30 players laughing.
Also, guys, just a heads up.
I better focus.
So we can see the
What do you
action
know? I
continuing
wanted.
here. Do want to remind you that we are going to be 24/7 beginning tomorrow, 10 a.m. through Monday morning, 4 a.m. And that's our Best Bet Jacksonville location. So, yeah, plenty of time, plenty of opportunities to try to get in as many cash games as you can. We're also in the middle of our high ham promotion. All of our high hand winners, with the exception of table share winners, will not only get the high hand money, but also a gift certificate to Honey Baked Ham as well.
Those things are delicious. In case you haven't tried one before, oh my god. If you're like me and you don't know how to cook, on the off chance you're not like me, you probably get invited places. Honey Baked Ham's a good move.
Yep.
And that's what I used to do, is sneak over, pick one of those things up, take them to a family outing. Obviously didn't tell them that's where I got it. Made it look like I cooked it, but you know, they turn out pretty delicious.
Absolutely. So, yeah, we'll have all those for the month of November.
Here we did see Andrew lose another pot.
Funny story. I get to
He's
Foxwood.
obviously cooled off.
Wired $10,000.
Everybody here's got him figured out.
To Foxwood, so I could play the
The
cash
clinic
game.
is over,
And the wire didn't show up.
or he correctly defended the big blind and just got a bad run out.
So I could still play. Literally, I got off the plane in Chicago like 8 days later, and the cage called me like, "Sir, your wire is here." I'm like, "Oh." 9 days later, that's great. Can you wire to Chicago now? And I eventually got my money. I didn't lose it. But a wire transfer usually doesn't take 8 days.
first time I ever went to Vegas was 83, 25. And a friend of mine was a banker.
Once again, appreciate everybody hanging out, tuning in with us. I know I'm having a lot of fun watching this featured table with Andrew Neeme on it. Hope everybody out there is enjoying it as well. My name is Mike. I'm actually the card room manager of the Orange Park Poker Room. It's a Best Bet location. This is our Best Bet Jacksonville location, hosting the WPT. This is our celebrity bounty event, part of that WPT series. I'm sure we're about to see an all-in get called here as Kale shoved from the button. About 6-7 bigs with Jack 10 suited, pretty easy. Open shove from Kale off the button. Randy waking up with a big hand in the big blind, an ace jack.
Didn't know how to play.
Puts in the call to Andrew Jackson.
I was like, this is way better than Jacksonville.
Obviously, they're going to be off to a run out. Kale looking for some diamonds, a 10 or some sort of straightening type run out. So far, it's a pretty bland flop, 8-5 tray. Now turn king adds the diamond draw. It doesn't come as the deuce of clubs falls in the river. We're going to see Kale eliminated here. Again, we're on the featured table right now, not the final table. Players have yet to get into the money. Top 32 players will pay out. We've got around 45 players remaining at this point in the event. So getting closer to that money bubble, but not quite there yet. A total of 251 entries in this event, creating a prize pool of $61,495. First place going to be $13,600. Pretty solid for a $300 buy-in. Very fun event with all the celebrity bounties in play. Very good turnout, makes for a good prize pool as well. And I like being able to jump in, have some fun, and spin 300 up to over 13K.
6,000.
So we're going to see Mike try to do is spin some chips up as he opens it up with 7-6 of diamonds from early position. After he does raise it up to 6K over the 2,500 big blind, we're going to see the other Mike in the 2 seat put in the call with the ace-4 of spades. Now action to Andrew with pocket 9s on the button. May elect to just put in a call. The Mike in the 1 seat did open up off of a 17 big blind stack. So from under the gun +1, opening off of that short of a stack is a pretty strong open. I believe that's why we see Andrew just put in the call here with 9s. Gets to play with perfect information, being in position. Just go to the flop. See what it looks like as it comes down. Ace, queen, deuce. 2 diamonds on board, so some Mike on Mike violence might happen. As Mike in the 1 seat, the pre-flop raiser, gonna continuation bet with his diamond flush draw. Bets out 8K, right around 1/3 pot. Now Mike here in the 2 seat with his pair of aces is gonna put in the call, and now Andrew just gonna get out of there. Gets out of the way as we go off to a turn. The turn comes down in a 5 of diamonds. So huge for Cincinnati Mike there in the 1 seat, turning the diamond flush. Bad news for Mike in the 2 seat as he improves to a wheel draw to go with his pair of aces. Now we see the all-in, roughly a 30K shove into a 40K pot. Puts seat 2 Mike in a very uncomfortable position. He says, I might not have any outs, but he puts in the call, and he is going to see that he is drawing dead. Cannot improve. After we see the mandatory run out, Mike in the 1 seat gets the best of Mike in the 2 seat, gets a huge double up. Started that hand with about 17 big blinds, and after the dead money, the blinds, the antes, and now the full double up, explodes to a 40 big blind stack. Always a great feeling when you can just catapult yourself upwards from sub 20 to over 40 bigs in one hand. Especially as we are getting closer and closer to the money bubble. You now know that you have all the room in the world to navigate it. You can pressure the shorter stacks as the bubble arrives. You can hope to wake up with a big hand.
At least one more. Unless it's a really long hand.
But it's not this one.
See here, blinds are increasing after this hand. Players will get to a break after this level that is starting. So everybody will get a chance to hit the bathroom, stretch their legs out, maybe go back if you were on the feature table and watch a hand or two and try to gain some quick information on your opponents. As for now, Andrew gonna min raise, clicking it up to 5K over the 2,500 big. Did so from the cutoff. We're gonna see John defend his big pretty wide here with the Trey Deuce offsuit. He's not one to shy away from the action. Action we'll see as it came King 6-5, rainbow flop, Andrew at middle pair, John with a gut shot straight draw. See Andrew c-bet, John snippy snap, announces call. Now 9 of diamonds turn, gives Andrew the nut diamond flush draw to go with his pair of 6s. And we're gonna see him just check it back on the off chance that John has a hand with a king in it. And now we see the king of diamonds river and John leading, trying to bluff at it here as he's playing the board. Don't think it's getting through Andrew's nut flush. Andrew obviously debating what he wants to raise it to here. If he puts John on a king that improved a 3 of a kind on this river, might be tempted to go after it all. Same time, if he thinks that maybe John defended with a weak kicker, might go smaller. He's definitely targeting king, queen, king, jack, something that cannot get off of their hand. Fortunately for Andrew, he can't get paid off there. He's going to drag the pot with the nut flush.
Yeah, that beat, huh?
Still got a lot of chips that easily could have been missed out on if John would have folded pre-flop. So chipping right back up to a huge stack is Andrew. To see him make a deep run at this thing. So blinds have increased. We're up to a 3K big blind at this point. So some of those 20, 30 big blind stacks just shrunk a little bit more. Players are going to start feeling a little bit of that pressure. See who can fight it off and who maybe shoves or missteps a little too light. Folds around to John in the small blind. We're going to see him limp in with the queen nine of hearts, electing not to raise. Now Mike with the 5 deuce of clubs out of the big blind. Fresh off of that big double up is Mike. And see him just check it back.
But we'll probably roll in a little bit earlier.
Go off to a king, 10, 5 flop.
It was one of us to as many tables as possible. So we might actually start out before that. Yeah. So like, it just depends, but like maybe 6:30 or something.
I don't know if you guys heard it there, but Andrew just told another player at the table, we were speculating earlier, saying that him and Brad plan on showing up around 1 p.m. tomorrow. He said, I know we said 2 o'clock officially, but he just said they plan on probably showing up about an hour early. So any of you out there on the list, you heard it from his mouth there. Get here early. Give yourself the best shot of landing on Andrew or Brad's table for their meetup game tomorrow. Imagine it'll be a pretty busy event. It's going to be a lot of fun. I know I'm excited to be here. A lot of players are excited to be here. Sound like Andrew himself. Can't wait to be here. Probably still wearing that bounty necklace that he has on, since nobody's going to knock him out of this thing. Again, this was a celebrity bounty event. Andrew, our lone remaining celebrity bounty, started with 12 total bounties. Andrew's the only one left.
6,000.
Player who eliminates him gets the medallion around his neck in addition to the prize in the envelope that's in front of him. Plus all the bragging rights in the world. Meanwhile, we saw Mark open things up off of a short stack. Instead of open shoving, just min raising with the pocket 5s. Something normally players will do with the big hands like pocket aces, pocket kings. Mark maybe mixing in the pocket 5s. Now we go off to an ace-9-6 flop after we saw Mike in the 2-seat defend his big blind with jack-8. And Mark gonna fire out the c-bet just like he would with any of his big hands here. Throwing out 6K. Looks like a value bet. We're gonna have to see Mike let it go, and Mark gets to chip up a little bit there. Different way to play pocket 5s and maybe some people are used to seeing. Allows you to play some of your bigger hands the same way if you mix in some of those, more medium strength hands. So we saw Mark just do so there. But action will start on Andrew under the gun. After he just put on a clinic not too long ago, knocking out 3 players in 3 straight hands. A little quiet side since. Aside from the nut flush hand where couldn't get too much out of his opponent 2 hands ago. Just been patiently waiting to get back in the action. The action now gets all the way around to the small blind. Mike gonna just limp in with the ace-4 offsuit. Mark's gonna check his option, the king-7 out of the big blind. The 2 opponents in the last hand. Now this hand, they each flop a pair when it comes king-4 deuce, 2 spades on board. Mike middle pair, Mark top pair. Mike gonna lead right out, near full pot, 8K into 9K. He was operating out of the small blind. Mark here operating out of the big blind. Both are on the shorter side of things. Mark only 10 big blinds behind. He's just gonna rip it all in, as that bet was a quarter of his stack. Besides, let's just get it all in right here, right now. He fades the snap call, so now he has to know his hand is best, but we do see Mike let it go. Mark gonna drag this one in. 2 hands, he chipped up from 8, 9 big blinds to 16. Get to breathe a little bit easier, especially after the big blind has gotten through him now. Especially with the big blind anti-format. Once you get through the big, you got a full orbit, you have to post too much of your chip stack again. Gives you at least a sense of relief that you have a couple of hands where the pressure is off of you. Action underway here on Randy under the gun, just gonna let it go. Just gonna everybody fold one at a time. Gets around to Mike. Gonna fold the king-5. See Mike on the button, lets it go, and lucky for all of them they did fold is Mark wakes up with ace-king offsuit in the small blind. Andrew sitting here in the big blind.
Raise, 85.
See what Mark wants to do. Decides to raise it up. Makes it 8,500 to go. Andrew just shows the 9 deuce. Mark shows I had the opposite end of the spectrum. Letting him know that he made the correct laydown. Shows the ace king.
He's got to wait one anyway, so I'm just.
There we go, Mark. Another pot he gets to drag in. And hey, that is a lot of chips moving over to this table. He's got 2 racks worth. I believe it's a player that we have seen play on the live stream here before. His name is Sammy, coming to the table. Another fun, positive live stream personality is Sammy. Looks like he's got some talking chips to go along with it. But if they're bringing a player over, that means another table went down on the outside. So it should mean we're down to 40 players at this point, which means the money bubble's approaching. Top 32 will pay.
7,000.
Maybe everybody going to tighten up just a little bit. Or you are getting 1 table away from a min cash. But not knitting it up as Mike. We saw him open things up here with the queen-9 offsuit. Did so from late position. We're going to see Mark play pretty honest here, folding the ace-7. So I say I think that money bubble might affect things a little, as ace-7 could be worth coming along from the button versus a late position open. So we see him let it go. Now Andrew putting them chips to work, puts in the 3-bet with the king-10 of clubs. Andrew aware that he's off of the big stack, and Mike, off of a pretty recent double up, sitting on over 30 bigs, is pretty poised to be locked up for a min cash at this point. So now Andrew, with having him outstacked, can really leverage that, put in the 3-bet, and just take it down. As those 20, 30 big blind stacks, seeing, okay, we're only 1 table away from the money.
3K to play.
Can't commit ICM suicide and stick it in too light. So good awareness by Andrew there, taking advantage of his chip stack. And honestly taking advantage of Mike's somewhat healthy chip stack, pushing him around. Especially on this table, we see a couple of shorties. I would imagine there's a lot more out there in the field, including 1 in the big blind here. That's why we see Andrew fold his button a little begrudgingly. Probably wants to open just about any 2, especially with Tom there off of a 7 big blind stack in the big. Randy elected to limp in and just goes ahead and flops the nuts while he does it. Randy limping in out of the small blind with queen 10, flopping jack 9-8, rainbow board.
5,000.
Tom, unfortunately for him, flops an open-ended straight draw off of a short chip stack. Gonna be hard for him to get away from it here. It looks like he's going to, as Randy just led right out. Tom just gonna let go of his straight draw. Could have easily seen Tom get eliminated on that hand. Imagine a lot of players will just put in the all-in, go off to a run out with their draw, as he needs to try and chip up. Off of a 7 big blind stack, might be hard to limp into the money at this point.
Right now.
All I know is
Stay alive.
that's like a sidebar, right?
But staying alive obviously has value, so Tom's still in here.
Yeah.
Now we're seeing Mike just limp in with pocket 7s from early position. Again, we're seeing everybody kind of tighten up. 1 table away from the cash. Tom's turn with queen jack offsuit. He's just going to fold out the small blind. Again, another player on a short stack, just trying to stay alive, find their way. Now we see flush draw versus middle set, and action actually goes check, check. John checked in flow. Mike really slow playing his set of 7s. Checked it back, puts out the delay bet on this turn, firing out 7K. John calls, looking for a diamond. Does not come. Mike fills up with a queen of clubs on the river.
20,000.
Going for the maximum, firing out near full pot, 20K. John snap folds in this flush draw. So Mike, with his pocket 7s, limping in pre-flop, flopping a set, gets some value there. chipping up close to that 20 big blind mark. Interesting to see how the table dynamic has shifted. At the same time, we saw Sammy get to this game and everybody kind of aware with 40 players left, you're kind of getting close enough where you get your hopes up. You want to find that mid cash.
Lived in Boston, drove up for the show, came back. What happened?
Now it actually gets around to Andrew. Andrew not looking for mid cash. He's using his chip stack to just keep putting the pressure on. He's using his current position to try and get to the final table, not just the top 32. Now John, off of 9 big blinds, does just 3-bet shove out of the small. The ace-jack offsuit.
29.5.
Pretty standard 3-bet shove here.
I probably have a better hand than you, but
Andrew says, I'm going to give you action, and puts in the call. So Queen 10 versus Ace Jack. John's tournament life at risk. Andrew trying to eliminate yet another player, as we've seen him do quite a few times on this feature table. And it's looking pretty unlikely here as the flop comes down ace high. Fading a king on the river. John does fade that king. We're going to see John double up through Andrew.
Speaking of breathing room,
thanks for giving me
Rare bad run out for Andrew so far on this feature table. At least he's for his sake happy with the short stacks.
when you're stacking chips.
Blind split.
Everybody letting out some laughs. Very fun event, very fun table that we've got here.
I had aces. And the guy had like sixes.
Saw a ton of familiar faces in the field.
You're a favorite here, you're good.
I was making my way through the tournament area, heading to the commentary booth. Everybody was kind of smiling, having fun. There's just the excitement in the air. $300 buy-in, $13,000 up top. Good turnout, celebrity bounties. Andrew, Brad, always fan favorites and always very cordial to everybody that comes up to talk to them. Nice to see, happy that we can be here hosting this WPT at Best Bet Jacksonville. Meanwhile, Sammy, fresh to the table, gets his first open through. Raise things up with ace-8 offsuit. Sammy, a lot like Andrew, probably going to put his chip stack to use. Unfortunately for Sammy, he's got Andrew on his left, but for those two, they have everybody else at this table easily covered. So they can really put the pressure on if anybody continues in a hand against them. Do so pre-flop, as we saw Andrew do a little while ago with the king at 10 suited, putting in a pretty light 3-bet in a scenario that was really good to do so. We'll see if Sammy operates in the same way, maybe thinks the same pathway as Andrew. Let me just chip up and try to make a super deep run with a big stack.
When COVID came out, it came out. Well, it was a movie, right? I mean, government-sponsored Chinese movie.
But it wasn't comedy.
No, this was not comedy. I used to play online with all my college buddies. We had a terrible hand that we could play. And those guys, I tell you, we played 5-10 cash. Anybody got an ace, they were in it to win it. No, it didn't matter what happened. They played every single hand they had an ace. It was crazy.
We got Ron over in Facebook saying he's going to start rooting for Sammy. Again, we've seen a lot of Andrew fans popping in and out. Obviously, tons of Andrew Neeme fans out there in the world. So nice to see some other guys getting a little bit of love on this feature table.
Hey, listen, Sammy, one of our locals, very much a PLO grinder, but he decided to enter this tournament, and he's been doing pretty well so far.
Say he's now the current chip leader on this feature table after we saw Andrew lose a small pot not too long ago. But they are far and away the top 2 chip stacks as things stand.
How far are you from Montreal?
Now another hand with Mike versus Mike. Mike in the 1 seat, opened it up with 10s. Mike in the 2 seat, calling from the button with ace-5 of diamonds. Now Mark in the small blind with a pair.
Pretty cold there right now?
Pocket deuces.
That's why you're in Florida? Going home in May?
Getting close to the right price to call, and that's what we see him do. He's going set mining, hoping to hit a deuce on this flop. Now Sammy's turn to act in the big blind. See if he wants to 3-better call. He's getting an amazing price to just put the call in. And that's what he does, just playing it safe. 4 ways to king 9-8 rainbow flop. Mike in the 1 seat, still in the lead with his pocket tens. Against 3 opponents with the king on board. May not be necessarily loving his spot. See if he elects to put out a C-bet. He is in late position, only 1 player behind him.
Decides to check it.
You have to check it over. Mike in the 2 seat now. Not going to make any moves. Again, we're approaching the money bubble.
Wow, a turn card.
Gets it on the turn. Such a good turn card from Mark.
Now Mark going to go ahead and put out a bet here.
Sammy with a nut flush draw for only 9K. It's obviously going nowhere. It's getting better at 4-1 to just put in the call here. He thinks that maybe Mark's stabbing. He could be tempted to put in a raise, but
looks like what he's going to do. Nope, puts in the
being,
call.
but being laid such a great price. Plus, there's always a chance. One of the 2 players behind you is waiting in the weeds. And again, if he's aware that as the money bubble is approaching, his opponents are playing, you know, pretty safe and honest off their short stacks. No reason to think that Mark is leading here too light. So Sammy hoping to hit a heart. Does not. Yeah, wrong way to improve. Makes a pair of 4s on the river, does Sammy. Mark clearly going to bet for value here. Cannot lose unless somebody out there is holding a bigger set, which seems pretty improbable the way this played out.
Right. Just trying to figure out how much he can put out to try to...
Probably targeting if Sammy had a weak king.
Decides to just go all in.
It's about a 3/4 pot-sized bet. He's going for the max, praying Sammy improved like 2 pair. It's like, please tell me you have king 4, Sammy. Please call me. So now Sammy gonna really weigh his options here. Is there any chance Mark is doing this with Jack 10, 6, 7, any of the flop straight draws? That whiffed, stabbed on the turn, and now going for it all on the river. Again, Sammy, a PLO specialist and frequent player on the live stream. Sees a lot more bluffs in those games than maybe he's used to seeing in tournament play, especially on the bubble. Makes him suspicious. See him doing some accounting. Trying to think it through and comes to the right conclusion after he lets it go. So Mark chipping up nicely there. He went from a pretty short stack in a pretty scary position as the money bubble approaches to a lot of wiggle room. We saw him turn it around from approximately 7-8 big blinds just about 30 minutes ago, scooping a couple of pots. Here we are. Just under 40 players remain in this WPT Celebrity Bounty event. Comes to you live from Best Bet Jacksonville. With our feature table here, Andrew Neeme on it.
Yeah, been pretty fun so far. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys watching as the field continues to dwindle down. We're about to be taking a break here shortly, though, as the next break will be happening. We'll be coloring up the chips. I think we'll be taking the purples off. So here we go. Tom all in, pocket kings. So yeah, we will do a color up during the break as well. So yeah, all in here from Tom. Just gonna get everyone else to fold. Neeme, this is not a good start.
Look down at the deuce first, huh?
And he is gonna let it go.
Be a lot more fun sweat when you look at the queen first.
Right, yeah.
Michael says, king again. It gets the people going.
It's true. This is one of his hands. But again, guys, like I said, we are a few minutes away from taking a 10 to 12 minute break. During that time, like I said, we will be doing a color up, getting some of the smaller chips off the table. Purples will come off, and we'll continue action after that. And we're getting closer and closer, by the way, to the money, as well as players remaining in the field. Again, the first 32 are being paid out.
Yep, just under 40 players left, so probably around the time we get back from break is when we'll see that bubble burst. Going to be a lot of fun to see who tries to take advantage of that dynamic, as we've seen Neeme do so in one hand, putting some pressure on. See if anybody catches on to that idea and goes for it. Then after the bubble bursts, sometimes the chips start to fly as the short stacks, once they have that min cash locked up, really loosen up and go after it, trying to, once you make it into the money, it's all about trying to make that final table.
Right.
Payout jumps aren't huge at the min cash areas, so you tend to try and chip up real fast. And there you see the payouts for the final table. Everybody generally keeping their eyes up there on first place. 13,600 is the payout for that first place, plus the WPT trophy. Plus, if you're Andrew Neeme, you get to keep your own, bounty medallion, which those are priceless, obviously.
Right, yeah.
Of course, we know Andrew obviously trying to take down the event. He's not playing for min cash.
And he is also, by the way, the last bounty that is left.
King of bounty.
Yep, of the 12 bounties that we had for this celebrity event, he is the last one remaining.
Remaining, he is here with Ace Queen. Gonna bump it up from the button. Blinds just go ahead and fold. Small blind tried to steal it back, it looks like. Not gonna work.
Nice try, nice try.
Yeah, by the way, when we do return as well, the blind levels will be 2,000 small, 4,000 big, with the 4,000 big blind ante. That is when we do return.
Michael in Facebook says he's ready for tomorrow's meetup game. Going to be a great time. I don't know if you heard about 20 minutes ago or so, Michael. Andrew was caught on the microphone referencing it to another player at the table. Him and Brad plan on arriving early. So,
yep,
2 p.m. it may have been posted, but we heard it from his mouth that they're probably going to show up closer to 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock. As they saw the list when they came in today, over 160 names on board. It's going to be a busy room, busy time. They want to see everybody that they can. Try to play with as many players as they can. So they plan on getting here a little early, and he said it might run a little late as well. They're always really good hosts. They want to try to play with as many people that came out to visit them.
Sure.
They know that there's people traveling from all over the place, driving from, say, people come down from even, we obviously have our regulars from North Carolina. You don't want to miss playing with the people that drove 6-8 hours to get here. So they do their best to hop around and see everybody that they can, and tomorrow should be no exception. I know we're all pumped for the event. We'll have a featured table here on Best Bet Live. That will actually kick off around 2 o'clock, even if the meetup game does start early, as it seems it will. Our coverage probably start around 2 o'clock either way.
Yeah.
But we'll be taking that all the way as late as we can, and then there's a 50-100 cash game right afterwards. So,
and from what I understand too, like even when we do end our live stream at 6 o'clock, 6:15 or so to get ready for the 50-100 game, the meetup game tables are still going to go on out in the room. So plenty of opportunities to try to get in and play.
They will be full of poker players, and I don't know if you've ever played poker yourself, but you tend to say I'm going to leave at this time, and next thing you know, you're leaving 3 hours later.
Yep.
So with 30, 40 meetup game tables worth of people here, I imagine those games will keep on going for quite a while. No, I've played the game of, I'm just going to play one more round, guys, for 2 hours before it happens.
So see Sammy right now raising it up with King Jack offsuit. Randy folds the Octo Crab.
Everybody been pretty snug so far. So we do have just under 40 players remaining, top 32 pay. It's kind of gotten, a little tight on the feature table, as it does tend to do in most tournament tables at this stage. Nobody wants to be eliminated.
Because again, with it being so close to the money bubble, unless like we are rebalancing, we are losing a player.
That means we're even closer. That means that there's 35 players remaining if she's moving one off of this one.
Yeah.
Keeping all the tables 7-handed. 5 tables left. 35 players remain. Top 32 pay.
Did you get the free hat? Did you get the balloons and free hat?
Devin asking, set the over-under for furthest distance traveled by a person tomorrow. What do we think? Somebody coming from out of the country to play the meetup game?
I mean,
I know I've seen it before.
Well, I mean, I know we've had a few foreigners from out of the country that visited.
I was going to say, honestly, I remember one of our players on the featured table of the WPT Mystery Bounty event this last weekend was talking about from Canada, too. Yeah. I talked to one from Canada. You talked to one from UK? So, yeah. So, I mean, with people already traveling in for the World Poker Tour in general from far, I would imagine will come even further for the meetup game. And
sure,
a lot of people were planning their travel based around the meetup game. Like, let me roll in for that. Let me stick around for the main event. Meanwhile, we saw Andrew open it up with 7-5 of hearts. As I said, probably going to open things up a little bit light, try and take advantage of his chip stack. And this is an insane spot to highlight it because Mark defended with King 8, flops a pair. And if Andrew keeps a lot of pressure on, Mark can't withstand it, holding just a pair of kings here. We did see Andrew put out a continuation bet and Mark call on the flop.
Ooh, that's a card for Andrew.
And Andrew's going to continue firing as he gains so much equity on a hard turn. Yep. So this is that kind of thing where Mark's sitting on 25 bigs, 3-4 players away from the money. He's not going to want to bust himself. And Andrew probably knows that. He can apply all the pressure in the world here.
Yeah, 14,000 to bet from Andrew there.
Yeah, he's sizing up a little bit from that flop. And knowing now if Mark puts in the call for 14K, it leaves about a pot size shove behind. So Andrew really sizing it for a river all in to maximize that chip pressure.
Mark hasn't quite given it up yet.
Probably 50-50.
So maybe the game of Mark knows that Andrew knows how to play poker. Obviously, we all know Andrew knows how to play poker very well. So if Mark's thinking, well, no, I know he would put pressure on me here, but at the same time, so many hands do have him beat. As Andrew opened from early position, obviously all the aces beat him, but Queen Jack, one of Andrew's favorite hands, also beats him. And we see Mark just let it go. Wants to live to see another day, and that's where we see the chips and the chip stacks really come into play on the money bubble. And that's why, as Ron's saying, it's been a little tight. Yeah, that's exactly why right there.
Yep. All right, so we are going to go ahead and take a 10 to 12 minute break here as the players are on their break. We'll be back at it with more feature table action again. They will be doing a color up as well, so we'll be getting rid of the purple chips, which are the 500s. To go ahead and, make the game move a bit quicker, to say the least, with the smaller chips coming out of the field now as the blinds are going to go up. So we'll be back in about 10, 12 minutes, guys. Stay tuned. Hang tight. Again, appreciate you guys watching. Appreciate you guys hanging out.
And just to confirm, Andrew will be here on this table when we resume coverage.
Yep.
So
yeah, absolutely.
If you're here watching him, don't bounce out just yet. We'll be back in about 10 minutes.
Absolutely, guys. Thanks for watching. Hang tight. We'll be back with more feature table action. Part of the Celebrity Bounty event of the World Poker Tour here at Best Bet Jacksonville. Oops, I played the wrong one.
Do you go to the
30 minutes.
south 100%?
I haven't.
All right, guys, welcome back. Do appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys hanging out as we're getting ready to resume play again here. Appreciate you guys holding through the break. As you hear the announcement, the blinds are up. Going 2,000 small, 4,000 big, 4,000 ante. You got myself, Ryan, also known as Country, joined by Mike Kruger, card room manager, Best Bet, Orange Park. Again, we are trying to get to our final table. And there you see the payouts again. First place is going to be taking home $13,600. Again, these are the payouts for the final table once we do get nine-handed. We are paying out the first 32 spots. With the,
they think 34 remained when they headed into that break, so they're getting very close to the hand-for-hand play that'll take place when we're down to 33 entrants remaining. As we're joined here with Andrew Neeme on our featured table. Very fortunate to have him here as he is the last celebrity bounty remaining. Somehow, we got the one that made it. All the other ones busted out of the outside tables.
Yeah, we did start off, though, with Brad Owen being on our table for a little bit.
Very little bit, unfortunately.
Yeah, very little bit. Unfortunately, he was one of the shorter stacks when he did join us and did bust out Queen Jack versus King 9 offsuit. But here we are, Andrew Neeme, part of the featured table here and sitting in a pretty good spot as well.
Andrew, one of the biggest chip stacks in the field. Talking about countries, him sitting in a good spot. It's a very good spot to be in.
Yeah, I want to say
over double average chip stack right now.
And I want to say he's second as far as chip leaders on our table.
Yeah, he had the chip lead until Sammy got over here.
Yeah,
the 4th seat.
Look at Sammy. Wow, 296,000 for him. 74 bigs. Again, Sammy, one of our regulars here in our room, plays a lot of PLO, but a super great guy too. Loves the live stream. It's been a while since he's been on it. He's already told me that he's ready to come back and be on the live streams again for the month of December.
Speaking of comeback, we're going to see Tom try to start making a comeback as he goes all in here with ace-8 offsuit. It's a 5 big blind all-in shove. We saw in the last hand, Sammy just folded ace-deuce in the big blind to an open. So everybody kind of aware that the short stacks are knitting it up pretty hard as the money bubble is right there. Min cash is in reach.
And Andrew Neeme, Jack 9 offsuit.
He is in the big, so he's already in for 4K. He's getting a pretty good price to maybe put in the call and go for a knockout.
Looks like he kind of wants to let it go, and he does.
Yeah, respecting the all-in. We've seen Tom play essentially 0 hands since he's made it to this featured table. Andrew, obviously, very knowledgeable and capable of keeping track of the action. Probably aware that Tom's not sticking it in too light, even though he's on the shorter side of things. Easy to have a bigger Jack or bigger 9, having him absolutely dominated and therefore not getting the right price to put in the call, even with the dead chips in the middle. Again, this is our featured table coverage of this event. It's a celebrity bounty event. Featured table, not quite final table yet. However, we will have the final table here on the live stream when we get to that point.
Yeah,
Until then,
still a bit of a ways away for that. I'm gonna guess final table will get going around 11:30, midnight, maybe a little sooner.
I'll take the sooner.
Yeah, maybe 10.
You guys heard he said it, and I took the under. So when I'm right and he's wrong, he's gonna owe me everything.
I mean, listen, I'm wrong all the time anyway. It's all right.
Well, I am too. That's why I have to take this opportunity to be right for once. Meanwhile, Andrew,
wow,
max pressure, baby. Well, look at Randy's chip stack. 20 big blinds. We're on the money bubble, and he's guaranteed a min cash if he just folds, essentially at this point in the tournament. And that's how you use your chip stack. If you guys ever wanted to take notes on how people want to navigate as you get close to the bubble, when you have chips, you can really push around your opponents like that. And Andrew just saying, all right, if you look down at pocket aces, then you call. If you look down at anything else, you fold.
Yep.
I'll take my chances and take the 3 big blinds that are dead out there and chip up and chip up. Apply all the pressure in the world, so that way when the money bubble bursts, he can be one of the top chip stacks and try to make a run at this thing. Andrew not looking for min cash. He wants the trophy. He wants the mug. He wants the medallion around his neck.
I mean, it's all good bragging points, especially to go into the meetup game tomorrow with Brad Owen and Andrew Neeme. Again, live stream will get going around 2 o'clock for a meetup game, but I think Mike mentioned this earlier. I guess Andrew Neeme did announce that he and Brad were planning on being here a little early, probably around noon tomorrow.
Yeah, he said that they planned on showing up early. I mean, they are always kind of the guys that like to show up early to the party they're invited to, and since they're the ones hosting, they're going to show up a little extra early. Andrew saying, we saw the list, over 160 names. We know this building is going to be full. They saw this event, especially as Andrew and Brad and Ali Torelli bought in. The whole room had a buzz about it. Everybody was saying, what event is that? Oh, it's a 300 buy-in with Andrew and Brad in it. Let me jump in. And we ballooned up to 251 entrants, kind of fast and furious out of nowhere. So now him saying, okay, if you guys are going to show up for us, we'll show up for you. And they plan on being here between noon and 1 o'clock tomorrow. Always really good hosts. They will be located in a recreational area after the games end, just in case you don't get a chance to play with them. Feel free to walk up and say hello. They're always very cordial, very friendly. They like chit-chatting with anybody they didn't get a chance to see on the tables. They'll talk to you off the table as well. So very excited for tomorrow's action. I know I'm excited to be here. I know a lot of poker players are excited to be here, and hard not to be. So we see kind of tighter action continue. Again, money bubble, going to keep everybody playing pretty snug. Unless you're the big stack, like Sammy and Andrew, then it's your opportunity to step out and push some people around. As Justin in the chat, frequent visitor to the live stream, Justin says, you got to leverage the bubble with a big stack. Standard shove with any two from what we saw with Andrew Neeme earlier. And yeah, that's fun to see on a live stream. I know, as a very frequent poker watcher myself, you tend to see a lot of final table coverage. And you see some highlights here and there. But seeing how people navigate these middle levels and bubble play, it's good to take note of how to put pressure on your opponents if you're fortunate enough to have the chips to do so. As we see Andrew here doing it again, 8 deuce. This is purely situational poker here, guys. It's not Andrew playing drunk and crazy. He's been obviously playing very good poker up to this point. He's doing this as a way to start pushing the stacks behind him around. As we saw Mike defend with ace-7 of diamonds. And now if you're Mike, you have 20 big blinds, and Andrew continues to put your stack at risk. What do you do with a pair of 7s?
Right.
You know, the bubble is only 2 people away. Multiple stacks on the table are shorter than Mike. Here we see Andrew fire out the continuation bet, 5K, nice small down bet. He made it 9,000 pre-flop, 5,000 on the flop. See if Mike wants to just put in the call. If he wants to put in a small raise.
He is going to put in the call. It does pair the board, but now it does give Mike a flush draw on top of his pair of 7s.
And actually a pretty bad card for Andrew. Reduces the number of jacks he can hold at the same time. Can't imagine he's going to want to stop putting pressure on his opponent here.
Yep.
But because of how bad of a card it is, we do see him check it back. We go up to a clean river card in the 5 of diamonds. All the heart draws and straight draws missed.
Right.
So now Andrew could easily put some pressure on, trying to put Mike off of any sort of those draws. Unfortunately for Andrew, that means he could go with a smaller bet size, which will tend to get Mike to call with his actual holding in a pair of 7s. But if Andrew's putting Mike on something like he's holding, he might just go big. Knowing Mike would never check the turn and river with a jack. There it is, huge all in.
Wow, Andrew does rip it, and there you see Mike like
how you put pressure on. Because Mike was prepared to call a bet.
Right. But here it is, the all-in.
And everybody's got a plan, so they got punched in the mouth, as Mike Tyson would say. And Andrew just punched Mike in the mouth with that over-bet all-in. And that is how you leverage your chip stack in this scenario. You know Mike's never checking trip jacks or better for 2 streets. And you know he can't call off for his tournament life.
Right, with just a pair
without
of 7s.
any of those hands.
Right.
So Mike sitting here. Oh my God, he knew.
Wow.
Sick call by Mike.
Last hand, Ryan. Gotcha.
Wow, wow, wow.
Wow, I can't believe Mike actually called off. Here I was bragging about how great of a shove it was and how Mike can never call. But I guess Mike, I mean, honestly, I don't know Mike at all. Maybe he is a very experienced tournament player, and the min cash is not what he's going for. It is a $300 buy-in with $13K up top. There's going to be people that are playing for that first place money.
Wow, what a wild call.
Mike says, screw the min cash. I'm going for it all. Obviously, he's wearing a Bengals shirt. Maybe he came all the way in from Cincinnati.
I mean, listen,
You don't fly from Cincinnati to Jacksonville to fold.
that was a Joe Shiesty move to make that call. Wow.
So Andrew gets a big hit there. Obviously, that's why you can leverage your chip stack, though, too, is Andrew lost the pot, and he has zero danger of bubbling or not making the money anyway.
He's still okay, but man, what a big double up. What a call by Mike.
Sick call by Mike. Absolutely tough. Technically, if you look it up on some ICM charts, it might be incorrect, just based on the fact that by folding he's guaranteed a cash. But when you look at highlight clips later, and what was super cool and a story to tell your buddies back in Cincinnati, that call was awesome. As Jesse, our boss, is going to say great bet and great call. As we saw prior to that, a couple of different responses in chat saying great shove, great call.
Yeah.
Can't believe he called there. Everybody a little all over the place on that one.
Yeah, basically just kudos to both sides for the way that went down.
Yeah, I mean, both players played it perfectly, obviously. Can't believe Mike found the call there, especially with how quick it was. You know, I'd still be in the tank facing that shove. I'd be in the tank for another 5 minutes facing that shove.
Because again, essentially, like you said, I mean, that's your tournament life there that you're calling with. You know, and the fact that you made that, especially being so close to being in the money right now. I mean, the fact that he just said, all right, either has it or he doesn't, and just put in a call like that.
Wow, we did see Mike just get out of there real easy facing a flush on this hand, so Mike navigating pretty well so far as the chat continues to debate whether or not it was an easy call or a tough call.
I don't think that was an easy
I love
call.
seeing the differences in opinion because it's all based on what piece of information you want to key in on, which is really fun for the game of poker, obviously. You got the ICM pressure. Everybody views the game a little bit differently. That's why it's a beautiful game. We all see different pieces of information and make our decisions based on those pieces of info. It's part of why I love hearing commentary of really, really good tournament players. We have big Eddie Marsaski in here. I always learn a lot from him because you can hear what he's paying attention to, what things he uses to pinpoint his decision making. Pause my discussion as we saw Tom open shove ace-8 for the second time. Sammy looks down at ace-4 suited in the big blind. We could easily see Sammy put the call in here. Par hand for hand. So Sammy, if he puts in the call and spikes a 4, we could actually see Tom be the bubble boy. With ace-4 suited here, facing just a 5 big blind all in, wouldn't be surprised to see him put it in. Sammy really thinking it over. He knows Tom isn't shoving light. And he lets it go. Very fortunate for Sammy that he did, as Tom had him crushed. Honestly surprised to see it.
I called down when not even thinking about it. What did you do?
Max in the chat saying he played like I do.
Blank's coming up. He's got his phone out.
I can believe that, Max. If it's the Max that I believe that it is in chat. Seen Max play and make some deep runs in some tournaments here at Best Bet. Tough players tend to think alike.
So after that, here's a look at those chip stacks now. Yeah, big double up for Mike on that hand against Andrew there. Again, Andrew, though, still sitting in a very good spot. 31 bigs for him still there. But your chip leader at our table is indeed Sammy, who has 74 bigs. Sammy is running incredibly well so far. I told him to solve that PLO he's been playing. That's why he's been running as good as he has been. Usually when I see Sammy on the PLO tables too, he's running really good on those PLO tables too, so he's very much a crusher. So we are hand for hand right now, so we are 1 player away from making the bubble.
Which means I'm about to get pocket nines, I'm going to move all in, and I'm going to lose.
Anthony says no bluffing at best bet. I've learned the hard way.
Facts. I think we all tend to learn our lessons the hard way, especially in this cruel game.
That reminds me of a pretty funny Facebook post I saw from Kelly Joe, and he put in like repeating, "I will not bluff in Jacksonville. I will not bluff in Jacksonville. I will not bluff in Jacksonville. I will not bluff in Jacksonville." And then he put in the comments, "I tried to bluff in Jacksonville."
Say honestly, I think on break I went up and saw him try to pull off a bluff at Jacksonville. So
yeah,
cannot get him to slow down. But, you know, you're talking about Sammy playing PLO. Andrew, been a frequent player of PLO recently.
Yeah.
Imagine those two get to hang out on one of those big PLO games upstairs at some point this weekend.
Yeah, I said last night, Andrew was playing 5-5 PLO in the room last night. Started off playing 2-5, and then got called for 5-5. And just found out, too, by the way, we got a couple 5-10 games going on upstairs, too. So some massive games is going to be taking place this weekend with the main event of WPT.
Might have a massive pot here. As we see Andrew defend his big line after Mike opened. They just got into it a few hands ago that everybody's still debating in chat. Let's see what happens if Andrew can get revenge. Mike just checks back on a board that we could have seen him c-bet after Andrew flopped middle set.
Now that does give Mike a gutter.
Let's see if Andrew wants to check or just lead on this turn card. See Andrew lead right out, goes near full pot it looks like. Full 26K into 26K. Trying to define what Mike has. Get the maximum out of him if he has a hand of some kind.
But you don't want to go walking that way or looking that way.
Mike is going to let it go here, so Neeme will get a little bit back there.
Folds the gut shot. Neeme gets to drag a pot in from him. Not quite as big as the one Mike took from him, but still a pot nonetheless. It's going to be fun to see those two continue to run into each other after that big, big hand. Fun, debatable hand.
So I went to the World Series this year for the first time. And I went to play 5-10 at Bellagio, and there was 123 people on the list. I'm like, I'm never getting in the game.
So there was the announcement. Everyone now remaining in the field is in the money.
No breaks for hand play, which is good for viewership purposes, as we don't have to pause the action. For hand, and you can tell the difference in players who were excited for the min cash and those that completely didn't care on this table. You saw one or two applaud and smile. The rest of them just moved on as business as usual. So now that means 32 players do remain in this event. No more bubble. 4 tables to go, and everybody at this point guaranteed them in cash, and the paid jumps not mattering too much till you hit the final. Might see some of the short stacks start getting it in light. Might see some chips flying as everybody wants to chip up and make that run to make it to the final 9. We saw Mark open it up with ace-7 of clubs from late position. Everybody's got to let it go. Nobody with a playable hand.
And the floor told us, which is fine. So you guys help her out.
Yeah.
And she was
Sounds like
open to
Justin and Jimbo
so we told
kind of come to a conclusion in the chat. I think for the most part, everything you guys were both pointing out was very true in terms of the different options in that hand. I think the conclusion's pretty fair that, especially in a $300 buy-in, that shove would get through a large portion of the time.
which I don't mind. As long as we know
That's
that
why I
happens.
thought it was going to work when he did it. But here, we got some pocket 9s versus pocket 9s. John just open shoved. He did start this hand with about 12 big blinds. Action gets on Mike with pocket 9s of his own. He's sitting on about 44 bigs. Does he want to risk 12 of them? isn't under the gun shove. Mike under the gun +1 with everybody still behind. Could see a call, could see an isolation raise also. Said he's just gonna let it go. Johnson playing pretty snug. Again, the bubble just burst. Don't know how much that's gonna come into play. Even though people have been playing tight, they tend to loosen up once they're guaranteed that min cash. And how fortunate for Mike that he got off those 9s there as Tom wakes up with pocket queens in the big blind. Tom doesn't know how good he's looking in this hand. Has no clue that the other 9s were folded. That John's just about drawing dead here. Unless we get running spades. And to no avail. So we're going to see John eliminated. Oh, or not eliminated, actually. He's left with a little bit. 22K. Fortunately for him, he was under the gun, and he'll be the big blind next hand. So not eliminated, but left with some crumbs. Right after Justin says John's one of the funniest players that he's been at the table with, we see him lose a big all-in and immediately be the big blind. So we might not get to hear the comedy too much longer, as he's going to have to wake up with something in order to stay alive. But once again, do appreciate it. It's been tuning in, hanging out with us for this WPT Celebrity Bounty event. It was a $300 buy-in. Got a total of 251 entries. Good, solid field here on a Wednesday afternoon. It's beautiful to see. Buzz in the air has been fun. Obviously, table talk, pretty indicative of it. It's been a very fun field, fun event. You can just kind of, you can tell when some events are a little bit on the more serious side and some events are on the more fun side, and this has been a very fun one.
Honey, for watching. I might be home in time for dinner.
Now we're left 32 players. They did just burst the bubble. Top 32 places did pay. Now 32 players remain. So everybody gonna make that push for the final table at this point.
It sounds like Andrew just put in the raise to 8K.
If I hit one of these cards,
Yeah.
well, there's the 9 on the flop. Check.
John in there with Queen Jack, or Queen 6, excuse me. Oh man, that's gonna put John a little further behind now too. Only 2 bigs left behind now for John.
There's one late.
Jorge says, hello from Guatemala. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well.
The next time,
Did you see that note I wrote?
you know you go out. You go with those.
I put a note on top of it.
That's no joke, I was playing 2-2. I got 8-10 of diamonds. Left between the next hand, I got 8-10 of spades. And it comes out ace-queen. I stayed in.
Yeah, Jesse the Boss in the chat says, although he thought it was a great bet and as stated earlier, a small bet would have been an easy call. If you call the turn with ace-7, you have to call on the river, even if you don't like it. I'm referencing that hand between Andrew and Mike.
And again, Jesse is the boss. And if the boss tells you to do something, even if you don't like it, you still do it.
You still do it.
So you got to make that call there.
Yep. Oh, Tom, 10-9 suited. Yep, he's got to go all in. Excuse me, John, ace-6.
Tom let go. John,
Yeah, there we go, ace-6.
pretty much mandatory all in with almost any 2, let alone looking down at an ace is pretty dreamy when you're on 2 bigs.
Yep. Now Mike is going to go ahead and put in the call. So one player is all in. There is going to be side action with Mike and Randy. Deuce 8-5 flop. So Mike does catch an 8. I thought he was going to take a bet, but he does elect to check it. A deuce on the turn pairs the board.
Yeah, I think Randy was thinking about putting out a bet there, then realized there's a dry side pot, so betting into it with ace high might not be best.
Yeah. Now Mike does put in
A little bit of protection.
15, yep. Now he's going to go ahead and get Randy out of there. So John drawing pretty thin.
Needs an ace and an ace only to stay alive, and one of them is dead.
That is not it.
That's going to be a 5. So John going to be eliminated here. At least he snuck into the money before his elimination.
Absolutely.
Gets to take home a min cash. Not what he wanted, of course, and At one point on this feature, he had a good, healthy amount of chips, was stealing away a lot of pots. Just kind of dwindled down at the wrong time, but got into the money. We're going to see him eliminated here, roughly 30th place. Not too shabby out of 250 players.
But, I mean, at least he did make the money, so he will be taking home potentially the min cash, which...
Say profit is profit.
Yep, which I believe was 437.
Anytime you get to hang out on a featured table, get to chum it up with Andrew Neeme and still take home a profit, that's a pretty good day in my book.
That's a break.
I wouldn't know that feeling. I don't know how to profit, but I'm a little jealous, not gonna lie. And here we go, Andrew raising it up with ace-8 offsuit. Made it 8K, just a min click over the 4K big blind. Action gets all the way around to carry. Fresh to the table is carry after the bubble burst. Looks like he's sitting on a pretty healthy chip stack, 47 big blinds. So he's going to put in the call and defend with the jack-8 offsuit. Fortunately for him, his 8 is a outkick by Andrews. After the flop of king-6 tray, carry checks it over. Andrew assembling a continuation bet. Board that's very good for his opening range, being king-high. And after carry lets it go, Andrew gets a drag a pot, gets back across that 40 big blind threshold, so starting to make a comeback. Trying to get back to the huge chip lead he had at one point. We saw him around 3 times the chip average in this field about an hour or two ago. Now he's still slightly over average. A lot of room to play. Definitely not short stacked even after the huge confrontation between him and Mike in the 1 seat. Action back underway. It's going to fold around. Tom recently doubled up. Tom going to let it go. Now to Mike on the button. He's got a lot of chips to play with. Let's see if he wants to put them to use. The 8-7 offsuit. He has a raisable hand from the button. So we see him make it 11K, near a 3x open size, 4K big blind, made it 11,000. Mark now, very defendable pocket 6s. Off of a 22 big blind stack against a 3 big blind to open, maybe tempted to shove as well. Let's see which direction he wants to head in. He's mulling his options over. Does put in the call. Gonna be off to a flop, hoping to hit a 6 here. Instead, it's pretty bad board for Mark. As it comes down to ace-jack-7, all hearts. Checks it over. If Mike can find the continuation bet, I would imagine it's gonna be hard for Mark to withstand the push. It's just holding an underpair to this board. Even though he's got a heart in his hand, it's not the best one.
Yeah, not a good heart at all.
So we did see Mike go with a very small c-bet. Mark puts in the call.
Oh, wow.
He wants to see what develops on the turn.
The 4th heart does come.
So Mark improves to the best hand on the turn, although if Mike keeps the pressure on, he's going to be able to represent all the bigger hearts. Pre-flop raiser, continued that flop. He can have the queen of hearts, the 10 of hearts. Instead, Mike just checks it back, and now 8 of hearts on the river.
Now we're just playing the board.
Now the game of chicken begins. Starts with Mark checking it over. Mike's just going to check it back. Says, I'm playing the board. He's going to see the good news that he actually rivered it here. They chop it on up as Mark's 6 of hearts no longer plays. So good run out from Mike on that river 8 of hearts.
living in Vegas at the time. So we met in Las Vegas through some mutual friends. We've both been there for, she'd been there for like maybe a year.
So action gets over to Mike. He's going to open up with the Queen Jack. Carey wakes up with a very big hand on the button in this formation, an Ace Jack. And he's going to put in the 3-bet. Good awareness by Carey that Mike may be opening a little bit later, especially after seeing the showdown in the last hand. And there's the value in paying attention to the previous hands. We saw Mike open that button with 8-7 offsuit last hand. And because it checked through, he did show down. So I think Carey, gaining that information, knowing that Mike's opening on the lighter side of things, knows he can put in a 3-bet. Pretty light himself. Ace Jack, not very light anyway from the button versus a cutoff open. But worth noting, maybe the players are trying to pick up on who's opening up here.
The one you got was sober.
Meanwhile, Carey got to take it down. Pre-flop there with his 3-bet. See what kind of dynamic can develop if he's going to continue 3-betting here, especially against Mike's late position opens. So action underway here as it is Andrew Neme's big blind. Mike M. going to pick up one of Andrew Neme's favorite hands in Queen Jack suited. An open coming in. Makes it 10K to go, 2.5 big blinds.
Blinds are up. We're at 3,000, 5,000, 5,000.
Actually, Sammy has been quiet on this feature table so far in terms of action with his chips.
Yeah.
He's not generally a quieter player, and it's looking like he's ready to get in there. And again, Mike has been opening quite a few hands recently. The table just saw him show one of them down in the form of 8-7 offsuit, so I think that's making Sammy look him up a little bit light.
And there is an ace in the window.
So Mike M. could have used that ace with a continuation bet. Instead, just checks it back after Sammy checks. Maybe Mike picking up on the fact that Sammy hasn't really played any hands, and he's shown a couple of big folds earlier. So maybe not a player you want to put in some light continuation bets on a ace-high flop, but they've been playing very tight.
Now Sammy is going to go ahead and bet 5,000 here. I'll get Mike to fold.
It's funny I say, you know, presumably Sammy playing tight, because that's not generally his MO.
No,
so it's really fun
not at all.
It's really funny that that's kind of the perception right now on this table.
I'm not used to this Sammy that we're seeing right now that's being pretty snug.
Yeah, for any players out there that might be tuning in, especially people tuning in just because, you know, Andrew Neme's on the table. I'm sure there's a lot of extra viewers that are unfamiliar with our regular live stream. Sammy in the 4th seat, a somewhat regular player here on the live stream. Loves mixing it up.
Yeah.
Usually very active player, even though that's not been what's going on so far on this table. So it feels weird for us to say that he's been playing tight because it just feels wrong. It just feels wrong.
We're always accustomed to him having fun and just doing whatever he wants. I mean, typically he's any 2 cards. But now, look at this. He's getting some hands. King, queen suited on the button. We're bumping this up. 12K. Jack 9 suited for Randy. He's going to go into muck.
Okay, Jack 9 suited pretty playable, but Randy dwindled down to an 11 big blind stack. He's been, I don't think we've even seen him drag a pot on this table since we started coverage.
No.
He started here on the feature table over 2 hours ago, and I don't think he's won a single hand.
Yeah, it's been a minute. I want to say he maybe took 1 or 2 down earlier, but they were pretty small pots. I think they're more walks.
Based on his 11 big blind stack, they must have been 2 small of pots.
Yeah.
So couldn't defend the Jack 9 off of his short stack. Always frustrating when you look down at a pretty playable hand and you just have to let it go. See if the frustration mounts up at all.
Now ace queen from Mark here. What are we going to make this, Mark?
13,000.
13,000 from Mark.
Fold 6. Fold 7.
Whoops. Got some runners.
Fold 8.
Just going to fold around. Again, guys, appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys watching. We are dwindling down further and further to the final 9, the final table. Just so you know, and we'll kind of remind you as it does get a little closer. Once we officially do hit the final 9, we will be ending these streams, and then we will be starting brand new streams. That's going to be for the final table. So we'll be back live again about 30 minutes after those streams do end. So, like I said, when we do get a little closer to that, we'll just remind you. That way to know that you guys just hop back onto Facebook and the YouTube chats, and you'll see some brand new live streams to be able to log into for the final table once we do get to that point.
Yeah, little break there. Little break there. Gives everybody on the table a chance to go sneak off, have some dinner, hang out, recollect themselves before they go to the final table. We got a chance to reset our live feeds when that happens, and sometimes the final tables can play on for quite some time. We saw that in this last weekend's Mystery Bounty event. Final table took about 6 hours. There was a lot of wiggle room for a lot of play as some people entered with some very deep stacks. This event shouldn't be as deep stacked as that one. Again, this was a 300 buy-in versus that one, which was a 1,700 buy-in, so the structures were a little different.
Right.
But still, you never know how long a final table can go. I want everybody that's going to be involved get some food, give them some ammunition to make all the best mental decisions. Get a snack, refuel, get ready to go in and battle, especially when the pay jumps matter the most at a final table. Now here we saw Randy raise it pretty big. Made it 20K to go. With the King 10 suited, 4 big blinds. Now Sammy's gonna put in the call, the pocket sevens. Imagine Randy was trying to raise it up to get Sammy off of his hand after he limped in, and now we're off to an ace 6-5 2-heart flop.
All in.
Randy gonna go ahead and go all in here.
And if you are Sammy, you might have just let it go. This looks pretty strong. Guy opened up off of a short stack. Even though you have only one overcard to your pair, it is the ace.
And he does let it go, as you said.
So just after we talked about Randy not getting in there and not doing too much, he decides to throw his hat in the ring and start getting a little crafty. Didn't see that coming with the King 10 offsuit. Thought it might have just been a fold pre.
As you said, though, pretty polarizing move.
Hot pocket 7.
Everybody's getting in there. It's fun to see how things shake out. Table's been a little bit on the quieter side. Even with the money bubble bursting, thought we might see the action ramp up afterwards. Instead, everybody kind of seems to be sitting back, waiting for somebody to step out and start making mistakes. But sometimes you got to make your own luck.
Yeah, it's still been pretty snug for the most part, but getting closer and closer to having the final 9 here.
Call. Hold 6.
Meanwhile, Sammy, Queen 8 suited for him. He's sitting pretty, 61 bigs right now, 305,000 in his chip stack.
Call C2. Check 3 players.
All right, so here we go. Let's go ahead and see a flop between 3 players here. Queen 8 suited, 8-6 off, Jack Trey suited. Deuce 10-10 flop.
Check. 10,000.
Now Sammy gonna go ahead and get involved. Bets 10K here. So I'm gonna get Carrie and Mark to get out of there. So Sammy's gonna scoop this one up, maintaining his chip stack lead on this table.
And nice to see Sammy finally kind of starting to open things up and realize that he can use that chip stack he's got. Don't know if he was trying to feel everybody out when he first got to the table. We saw him playing pretty coy with a big stack.
Sure.
There's no way he got to the table with all those chips by not playing.
Right.
I
Yeah.
mean, we know Sammy to be an active player. Glad it's starting to show itself. It's good for everybody out there watching. Sammy, not a guy who would fold ace queen suited for 8 big blinds.
No, he would not.
maybe Sammy will become the second fan favorite on this table.
Raise 10,000.
I mean,
Result.
for those who have not seen Sammy play before, like I said, he's
crafty.
very.
Speaking of crafty, after the very questionable 8 big blind fold from Tom with ace queen, now he opens up with ace 10. He's going to run into Carrie's ace king.
Raise
Carrie with the 3-bet.
28,000.
Carrie didn't show down the last 3-bet he made. He 3-bet the ace jack over Mike's open, so maybe Tom thinks Carrie's in here 3-betting a little bit light since this is the second time he's done it in a few hands. Might see the desperation all in here. Hope your hand is best. And again, if you're willing to fold ace queen for 8 bigs, maybe you're going to fold ace 10 for 6.
Yeah, and he does.
At least it's consistent. As we see Tom let go of his ace 10 offsuit, wisely folding this time around, as Carrie had him absolutely crushed.
I like how he added that. At least he's consistent.
Oh, let's say consistency is key. So here he says that's why you push with the ace queen. Yeah, I mean, I think me and B Barine are agreeing with you. I mean, I think ace queen's a pretty slam dunk shove, but
yeah, because I mean, when
you never know what people are seeing, and
especially that
what
far,
they're thinking.
especially when you have that little left. I mean, when are you going to get another potential premium hand like that?
Might be a little while. Might be a little while.
Yeah.
Wondering if there's some sort of factor we're not thinking about with him folding there. Maybe he thinks Sammy originally limped that hand, if I remember right, so maybe he thinks Sammy only limps monsters, which obviously wasn't the case.
I feel like this is like the 3rd or 4th time we've seen Andrew Neeme get pocket 10s here.
Neeme with the 10s again?
Yeah.
My God.
And there is the raise coming. Bumps up to 23,000. Randy with pocket 6s.
And Randy originally just limped in.
Yeah.
That's what causes a lot of this confusion for him now. That's why you'll see a lot of tournament players, especially at a full table, just fold a small pocket pair under the gun off of a weird chip stack.
Wow, and Randy puts in the call.
Yeah, now he's going to be stuck.
But
Like a good chunk of his chips committed.
Yeah, I was gonna
And
say,
he
I
has
feel like
no clue if Andrew is bluffing or going for value. Nothing's defined for him here. It's going to make it really tough to continue on any flop that doesn't contain a 6.
Yeah, deuce, queen, queen here.
And Randy with about a pot-sized bet behind, who may see Andrew just keep firing out. Randy's going to have to let it go. That's where the limp call with the 6s there. It's a little tough just because you have no clue what your opponent has. You know, if you open and he 3-bets, you're under the gun open. At least you know he's probably got a real hand. But by limping in and then calling, committing a chunk of your stack there, just puts you in a very awkward spot. And because you only have a 10 big blind stack behind it, let Andrew just c-bet pretty small. Randy, because he's short stack, couldn't peel a street, even with a hand that was pretty playable. Again, the flop was queen, queen, deuce, rainbow. He's got pocket 6s. Normally, that would call a continuation bet. Because he's so short, he's just handcuffed. Actually gets over to Mark with 7-6 of diamonds off of 18 bigs from the cutoff. Easily see him open it up here.
Raise 15C3.
We see he goes with a big size, making it 15K. Just 3 big blinds. Kind of raising it to a size where he's hoping everybody just folds and he takes it down.
Now Randy, king 5 suited.
Randy's going to get in there and play defense anyway. I think Randy's trying to maybe accumulate some chips. He's tired of playing short. Maybe he heard us talking about him not being active.
That's a good flop for him.
All in suit 7.
He doesn't go ahead and go all in here as, yeah, like you said,
living
as the
dangerously.
play. He's just trying to find a quick double up somewhere.
But rips it with a pair of kings, even though an ace comes out into a pre-flop razor.
Yeah.
Kind of tough because you're only ever getting called by a better hand.
Normally it's hot.
Yeah. Someone with an ace potentially is calling you there.
Slow deal. My fingers are cold now.
Mine are too, the tips are.
Again, maybe that frustration, trying to
Jacob,
get away from being the short stack is taking hold. Makes you play a little unorthodox because you're a little bit frustrated or flustered.
I didn't even know it was you for a second.
I'm ready to make a move. That's what we see him do. Fortunately for him, it's worked out so far. Speaking of working out, Ace King gonna work out as an under the gun open. So Mike raising it up here, makes it 12K to go. Ace King offsuit, and again, talked about a little bit ago, we saw Sammy put in some a light call against Mike. So maybe he thinks Mike's opening light because he has so far.
And now Tom's going to go all in with his pocket fours.
He's not getting a fold out of Mike, that's for sure.
No, he is not.
Just a matter of whether Mike wants to ISO raise
to get
just
Sammy
flat
out of there.
Yeah, Sammy just calling pre-flop. Usually you can negate any hand that has you beat. Usually players are going to 3-bet aces or kings.
Raise all in the
So that's why we
Yep.
see Mike just squeeze Sammy out. Especially if Sammy has a pair, like 5s, 6s, 7s. You'd rather just get him out of there. Take this heads up against a shorty all in.
Didn't know if you saw Sammy's reaction when he saw Mike go ahead and go all in. He just kind of put his hand like, oh, why?
Well, that's why.
Yeah, to get him in the fold, to get him out of there.
It's the old law of poker. If you can figure out what makes your opponent uncomfortable, then just do that. Sammy. Again, maybe that idea is just stuck in his head that Mike has been playing a little loose and making some moves. Even though this hand, there's been very obvious strengths shown, he's still sticking to that initial read of this guy's been in here being a little active. Fortunately, he let his cooler head prevail and let go of the ace-jack as he should, and he did. Gets the immediate, oh, thank God. So now, Tom, Mike, going to be all in here for Tom's tournament life. Classic race between ace-king and pocket fours. Off to the races we go. See if Mike can hit the ace or king and eliminate Tom.
I did see some paint, but that's a queen.
Close.
Very close.
Any
Gives
jack
him
for Broadway now.
Yeah. 7 on the turn. Wow, somehow, some way, pocket fours hold.
So Tom finds a full double up, and he was out of the big blind. So now he gets through the big and chips up.
Yeah, he gets to kind of chill for a bit now.
Now sit on 15 big blinds.
How'd you know? How'd you know coming to Florida that it would be so
I
chill?
have no idea. I told him the airport last night. I was like, it's just like warm in the airplane.
So Tom lives to see another day after doubling up with his pocket fours. All in pre-flop against ace-king. Plus he got the value of a portion of chips that Sammy called all in pre-flop, so a little bit more than a double up for him there. Gonna be buying some life, buying some time. As Harry says, I take it back. Tom knew what he was doing apparently. I was getting ready to make that joke, so it's like you read my mind, Harry. Now speaking of Tom, gets over to him in the small blind. Looking down at ace deuce, just gonna limp in. Mike over here in the big blind, the player that just doubled Tom up, and check his option with a 9-8 offsuit. Heads up they go, blind versus blind play. In a limp pot, 6 tray deuce, rainbow flop, Tom flopping bottom pair, Mike with overcards. Tom checks it, see if Mike wants to take a stab. Now turn 4 of diamonds. Does not improve either player.
Thank you, sir.
Tom checking again. Mike still just sitting here with 9 high. No draw. Other than drawing to the chop, should a 5 come out. So we're going to see Mike start bluffing here. This should get the job done, as he could easily have a 5 in the big blind or some other sort of hand that connected with that board. Tom's going to let go of the best hand. So Mike gets a little bit of the chips back. He just shipped over Tom's way, courtesy of that double up. Well, once again, do appreciate everybody's been hanging out with us. We're coming to you live from Best Bet, located here in Jacksonville, Florida. A total of 3 rooms in Northeast Florida, this being our primary location. Currently in the midst of our WPT series. So we're entering the final week of it. This celebrity bounty event. $300 buy-in, drew 251 total players. Andrew Neeme sitting there in the middle of the table is our one remaining celebrity bounty left in the field. All of the other 11 have busted out. So Andrew, just like all the other 30 or so players that remain, trying to take home the WPT trophy for winning this event in addition to the 13,600 up top. We saw Sammy put in a limp yet again here, this time with Queen 10 offsuit. Mike, he's going to try to isolate the limper and raising it up. Goes with a 3 big blind raise with the 4 tray suited out of the small blind. Sammy with a pretty quick call. So again, Sammy limp calling here. Mike, the pre-flop raiser, go off to ace h6 rainbow board. See if Mike wants a continuation bet on this flop. Mike just recently got to showdown that he played ace-king offsuit. Let's see if that sways some things here. Maybe I recently got to showdown that I raised with a strong hand. Now Sammy sitting here with just queen high, facing that 13K bet. Starts reaching for big chips. Those gray chips right there are worth 5,000 apiece. He's stacking them up like he's going to put a raise in or something. Now reaches back at his cards, lets him go. I think he was thinking about pulling a move, but again, the last time we saw Mike open, Sammy was in the hand and had to let it go. Saw that Mike was in there with the ace-king. A little bit of that recency bias might have came to mind. Daniel over on Facebook asking how many people are left. My apologies, I was kind of getting towards it then that happened, but there's about 30 players remaining. So we're just under 30 players at this juncture. We had the money bubble burst not too long ago. It was top 32 places paid. Now, just under 30 players remain after we saw one person bust off this table, fewer busting off of the outer tables. So somewhere between the 25 and 30 player mark. Not quite down to 3 tables yet. We'll see some players get shuffled around. This is our featured table of this event. Hard not to be featured since Andrew Neeme ended up on it too. Started the day with Brad Owen on this table. Fortunately, he didn't last too long and was eliminated pretty quickly into the coverage. Now we're graced with Andrew Neeme's presence. We got a very favorable seat draw, if you will. We did see Tom raise it up from late position with ace-9 of clubs. Mike called from the button with king-queen offsuit. The flop comes jack-8 deuce, 2 diamonds. Let's see if Tom can read his mind. Mike, see if he can put in the c-bet. He does not, checks it over. Mike just going to check it back. And now 9 on the turn does give Tom the best hand with a pair of 9s, but it adds a gut shot to Mike. If you're looking for a 10, obviously we can see his king or queen is also good. After Tom checks it again, Mike might see a little bit of an opening and take advantage of it, fire out a bet, and that's what he does. Does bet out 15K. Now Tom stuck in a really weird spot here, facing the 15K bet with a pair of 9s. Does not have any sort of flush or straight draws to go along with it. It's a wet board. Any river card a lot of river cards could be scare cards for Tom too, so it's gonna be tough to withstand any sort of bet on the river unless he really drastically improves. And we're gonna see Tom just have to let it go yet again. Doesn't read that one correctly. And Mike takes advantage of that situation. Put out that stab with his king high and gets a chip up a little over 30 big blinds at this point. Just like that, Tom has dwindled back down to 10, 11 big blinds. Really can't chip up or get anything going, can Tom? Action's going to start on Andrew. Under the gun with ace-4 offsuit. Just going to let it go. We are still 7-handed as things sit on this featured table. So under the gun, ace-4 offsuit. Kind of easy to get out of the way. If they were shorter, say 5-handed, he may have found an open. Just the difference in situation. Also now the money bubble burst, and Andrew's no longer the big stack. Can't quite put his chips to use the way we saw him doing so when he was the chip leader. Instead, we saw Kerry open the button. Made it 13K. over the 5K big blind with King 9 offsuit. Sammy going to defend with Jack 5 suited. Starting to see Sammy really open things up here. Flop comes down, Jack 10-8, so top pair for Sammy, open ender for Carey. After Sammy checks it over, Carey just going to check back. Doesn't want to get check raised. Happy to just see a turn with his equity. And lucky for him, it comes 7 of spades. Turning the straight does Carey.
Bet 17,000.
In addition to the straight that he has, if he is hoping his opponent has some sort of 9, he could always improve if a queen comes out. So after Sammy checked it over, we did see Carey bet out. Action back on Sammy facing this bet. Sitting here with top pair after your opponent checked back the flop. Might be tempted to put a call in. Especially given the fact Carey opened pre-flop from the button. Not always easy for him to have a 9, but he's kind of representing with this bet. So Sammy might start becoming a non-believer. Heavily deliberating, but we see Sammy show the jack and let it go after that deliberation. Carey to scoop it in, stay over 40 big blinds himself. Sammy now down to about 50 bigs, so nobody heavily short stacked or anything in that hand. Same time, Sammy seems to be getting a little frustrated, hasn't had too much go his way. Hasn't made any giant mistakes by any means, but it's obviously easy to get a little frustrated when you feel like you're getting blown out of some hands. You start believing that you're getting bluffed off more than you are. Just got to mentally recollect yourself and hope to keep making the best decisions moving forward. Now action on Carey, reaching for some opening raised chips again. Is going to bump it up with a 10-7 of clubs. And Sammy, I think that frustration has pretty much boiled over as we see him just 3-bet rip it for 50 big blinds with Queen Jack offsuit. Carey just going to have to let it go. Sammy saying, I need to win a pot. I'm going to win this pot. He does get to take it down.
I don't want no photos.
Again, years ago, I know when Andrew Neeme was playing a lot of cash games on his vlog, he talked about 3-betting Queen Jack as one of his favorite hands to mix into the 3-betting range. So at least Sammy's 3-bet would be Neeme approved. Maybe not for that size necessarily, but did get the job done nonetheless. Just in case you are here as an Andrew Neeme fan, Andrew Neeme, Brad Owen will be bringing their meetup game to Best Bet Jacksonville tomorrow. Originally set for a 2 p.m. start time, but looks like festivities will be kicking off plenty early in the day, as Andrew stated him and Brad plan on showing up early as noon. Probably sometime between 12 and 1 o'clock, they estimate their arrival. They have a list on the board already with 160 names for that game, and it's going to be a doozy of a day.
Check 7. Checks around.
So, no doozy here as action quickly checked around on the flop. Andrew improves a 2-pair on the turn, but it puts any 10 making a straight. And look at Randy reaching for some chips. Going to try to represent having that 10. And Andrew, going to believe him. We haven't seen Randy pull off too many bluffs by any means. Been pretty quiet and snug up till now. Easy to see why Andrew believed him and just made a snap fold with the 2-pair, as it looks exactly like Randy has a 10 there. But again, 3-5, no limit hold'em is the game of choice for the meetup game here tomorrow. I know our staff, our players, a lot of us are very, very excited to have them here. Very excited for the day that it's coming ahead of us. In terms of live stream coverage, we'll have a featured table again during that meetup game from 2 to 6 p.m. Again, that's Eastern Standard Time as we're out here in Jacksonville, Florida. And after the meetup game coverage, we got a nice stream tomorrow night with the main event coming into town this weekend. A lot of big players are coming into town, and we got a 50-100 cash game the next 2 evenings, both Thursday and Friday night, kicking off at 7 p.m. on both nights. Got a good amount of players already locked up for tomorrow, including Lexo, who planned on driving up from South Florida for the meetup game. Popular Floridian-based vlogger. Alec Torelli, who was in this Celebrity Bounty event, was unfortunately eliminated multiple times early on. He'll be in the 50-100 game. Saw him playing some cash games, I think in the form of PLO, after he was busted out of this today, not too long ago. So he's getting warmed up for tomorrow night's live stream, especially with the meetup game ending tomorrow and the main event being this weekend. I believe Andrew and Brad are planning on playing in the main. Some seats open up in that 50-100. I know I'm praying and hoping that one of them's here and jumps on into it, should a seat become available. Only time will tell if it happens, though, and look forward to it tomorrow night. Hopefully everyone out there is enjoying what they're watching in terms of our tournament stream coverage here today. I hope that we can bring some more of that quality coverage to you throughout the week as we get ready for WPT main event weekend. It's going to be fun. 5K buy-in, 1 mil guarantee.
Raise 16,066.
Now we got Andrew raising up after Sammy limps in. Going with a 3 big blind size after Sammy limps, trying to isolate the limper. Is Andrew with his pocket 7s. Now action on Tom with pocket 6s.
Raise all in, seat 8.
This is where he decides to take his stand, shoves it all in. 49K, right around a 10 big blind shove. You tell Sammy, I'm gonna have to let it go. Andrew going nowhere with pocket 7s. I would imagine he abruptly puts in the call. Now, Tom can't spike a 6. We're gonna see Andrew eliminate another player here. We saw him do so with pocket 7s earlier. And I think he's gonna do it again as it comes down to 7 ace ace. Easy game for Andrew. Second time flopping a set with pocket 7s against a pocket pair. Last time it was a suck out. This time it was the best hand and it's gonna hold. Just like that, we're gonna see Tom eliminated here. Looks like he's going out in 23rd place as we just got down to 24 players. You see a new player arriving to the table there next to the dealer, which means we did have another table break, which got us down to 24 players. So with Tom's elimination, should be 23 players remaining now in this field. Again, this field drew a total of 251 total entries. So a little under 10% left here with 23 players remaining. Top 32 did pay, so everybody here is in the money. This is our featured table of this event. We'll be playing all the way through to the final table right here on the live stream till a champion is crowned. Official WPT event, take home a trophy. Not much sweeter than a WPT trophy for your case, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Sometimes they kick you out.
They're gonna kick him out.
All of these players looking for that trophy, along with the 13,600 up top for first place. Again, off of a $300 buy-in, that's a pretty good payday for most of the players involved, although for Andrew, maybe a few others, it's more about taking home the trophy than it is about the 13K. After a limp, no other action pre-flop, blind versus blind. You see Kerry throw out a bet on the turn. Mike puts in the call. Get a 4 spades river. So Mike's king high is actually the best hand right here. Let's see what Kerry wants to do if Mike checks it over to him. It's not going to come to that as Mike. Maybe not knowing if his king high is best, it's going to just try to bluff. Kerry going to call with queen high though, thinks that Mike is bluffing. Unfortunately for Kerry, Mike's bluffing with the best hand in the form of king high.
Yeah, he is. Wow,
it was
Mike.
a good read, but bad outcome as Kerry says, if you're bluffing, then I should be good here. Usually players are going to check their king high in that spot. One of those interesting situations where good read, but bad result there for Kerry. Fun hand indeed.
Once again, guys, appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys watching this Celebrity Bounty event. You got myself, Ryan, also known as Country. Joined by Mike Kruger, card room manager, Best Bet Orange Park. Again, we are taking us down to the final table. We are getting closer and closer to the final table being decided. And as you see there, Andrew Neeme is the last remaining bounty, and he has been on our live stream table for a pretty good length of time. I want to say for the past 3 hours or so, he has been on our live stream table. Once we started, we did start off the game with Brad Owen being on the table, but unfortunately he was one of the shorter stacks and did get busted out. Queen Jack versus King 9 is what eliminated him. But then ever since here, Andrew Neme's been part of this feature table for a good while now. And speaking of Andrew, he is heads up with Mark here to the flop. Ace, Ace, Jack. Just trips for Andrew Neeme. Andrew's going to go ahead and bet 6,000 here. Mark, just with the Queen High, going to let it go.
Yeah, easy small bet there, hoping to get some action. Plus Mark off of a short stack. Andrew betting tiny, just tried to rope him along or possibly induce a shove. Get some sort of value out of having so much of it locked up. Unfortunately, gets no action. Moving on to the next one.
Also, guys, if you're in the room, check out the WPT Voyage, which is the WPT cruise package that is available for you guys to go ahead and put your reservation in for that. March 31st through April 6th. If you do book your reservation here in the room, or if you do book online and use promo code BESTBET, you'll get yourself a free $100 bar tab with the cruise as well.
Looks like Mark's going to have King Jack with 7 bigs. Easy all-in shove from the small blind. Sammy, who's been a little bit on the I want to get involved side of things. Looks down a 10-6 offsuit. Wants to get involved, but can't get a hand to get involved with, it looks like.
Yeah, this is killing Sammy because we know how much of an individual he is, like mixing it up and
he is
being action.
Wearing the emotion about it, too.
Yeah, hoodies up. It's like Sith Lord Sammy. He is going to let it go. I mean, he understands tournaments definitely a bit different. He's playing a lot more patient than we typically see him in the cash games.
And real quick, talking about Country, was discussed in that WPT Voyage cruise. I don't know if anybody's seen it before, but it's a new concept where they're renting out the entire cruise ship. I know usually like the card player cruises and some of the poker cruises rent out a portion of the ship. This is the entire thing, so it's kind of cool just because every single person that's on the entire cruise ship will be there for poker, which should lead to a lot more games and a lot bigger fields in the tournament. I'm really hoping the concept works because, I mean, I'm a poker nerd. If I was ever going to go on a poker cruise, I'd be praying that the entire boat is there to play poker and gamble, rather than just, 10% of it.
And look, Jesse the boss will be there. He'll be on that cruise. So
if you want a chance to stack Jesse the boss, you got to get on that cruise.
Absolutely.
And an easy way to stack Jesse is to buy him about $100 worth in free drinks.
Yes. So with that tab you get by using the promo code BESTBET.
So buy him a drink, take his chips, have some fun.
As always, guys, you can check out everything that we have available for promotions, tournaments, live stream schedule, active tables, and much more on our website, bestbetjacks.com. And again, that WPT Voyage you can sign up for on the WPT website.
In terms of promotions here in the physical room, present time, it is high ham season.
It is.
Honey baked hams. Jinx, you owe me a honey baked ham. Yes, got him.
See if there's any spare gift certificates in the room.
Yeah.
Oh, man. But, yeah, here we are, keeping things going here. We got a new player to the table. Well, new for me, John W.
Say not too new for me. He's a regular over at the Orange Park room that I manage.
Yep.
Gotten to know John a good bit over the years.
I know he plays here sometimes too.
Yeah, he
Definitely
hops
bounces
back and
around.
forth. Similar to Carey. I know Carey hops back and forth a good bit. Both of them are very good dudes. Been around a long time. Don't have anything negative to say out of them.
6.
Well, action. Gets over to Randy. He's going to defend his big blind after Mike opened it up. So heads up we go. Queen 8-8 on the flop. Rainbow board. Randy with just king high. Sitting on 11 big blinds. We've seen him get a little frisky recently. See if he wants to do so here or just check and flow. And that's what he does. He just checks it on over to Mike. Easily see the C bet come out, but said Mike's just going to take the check back with his ace high. 7 of hearts on the turn. Randy checks it over again. This time Mike's going to delayed C bet, bets out. Looks like 10K, so 1/3 pot size bet. Randy abruptly calls with his king high.
That was almost a snap call, and Mike is going to get the check bar here as it's a blank on the river.
Yeah, non-heart river, so none of the backdoors get there. Randy not trying to represent anything, just going to check it over. Thought he might try to just lead big in case Mike had a missed draw. Instead, they're going to showdown. Mike's going to get the good news that his ace high is actually the best hand right now. Not often you can take ace high to showdown after a bet on the turn, but it's the good news that he wins.
See you next time.
Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah.
All right, so let's take a look at those chip counts as we are getting ready to hit our next blind level here. That's the way things look. Sammy and Mike identical as far as how many bigs they have. Andrew, 38 bigs for him still. Carey sitting pretty good now, 28 bigs for him. Randy is your short stack. 9 bigs left for him. We will be, again, increasing the blind levels pretty soon. Going up to 4,000 small, 8,000 big, 8,000 ante.
All in.
Sammy going to go ahead and rip it all in here. Pocket 8s.
So again, Sammy with a 3-bet shove of like 40 big blinds. He's
strong.
He's getting out there.
He is.
And it seems to be every time he does it, it's because Mike opened and Mike has been pretty active.
Yeah.
From Sammy's perspective, so.
Well, and again, Mike and Sammy are identical as far as their chip stacks go.
Randy sitting here forgetting that he's in the hand. Looking it up. This is going to be my read of the day. Randy thinks he folded.
Yeah.
I'm telling you now, Randy thinks he folded already. He has no clue it's on him. Here it comes.
3.
Nope, it's going to be a little while. Everybody thinks he's mulling over a decision. This is amazing. This is poker at its finest, ladies and gentlemen. We're watching Randy, while Randy's watching the guy he thinks it's on.
Yep.
He can't figure out why John's over there tanking so long.
Yep.
We've all had this happen to us at least once in our careers, and it's maybe one of the most embarrassing things.
Listen, it's not like Dan calling clock on himself.
Yeah, we did see a player call clock on himself last. That was
completely accidental, though. He didn't.
That was
realize,
2 weeks ago now. Yeah.
He didn't realize that it started with him.
It was this exact kind of scenario.
Yep.
And the player was essentially doing what Randy's doing, and then called clock on his opponent, not realizing he was the one that had the action. So.
Yeah.
You know, while we're all waiting for Randy to figure it out, if you guys have any questions for me and Country, feel free to fire them away.
You know,
let us know that you're rooting on Andrew Neeme, or if you're sweating somebody else on this table.
Yep. Oh, there we go.
He looked down and, oh, crap.
Oh, there's cards. Oh, okay.
Oops.
Let me go ahead and let it go. No reaction, though. He just looked down and was like, all right, let's let it go.
We've all been there at some point in our careers. I think the last time I had that happen to me, I had a few more drinks in me than Randy currently has.
Sure.
I don't know what he did on break. He may have gone over and had one. Everybody's a little quiet and awkward after that one.
Yep. Not exactly sure what happened there, but
Harry says he took his glasses off, so that's why he couldn't see his cards.
see the cards.
That could be it. But I think that's like when we saw him take his glasses off, that's when I thought.
You didn't know it was on you? Fold 2?
Now they ask him.
Now
Didn't know it was on you.
Tail scrolled out. Fold 3. I thought that was what you're basing your decision on.
Everybody kind of realizing it, but nobody wants to embarrass him.
Yeah.
Fold 7.
We all saw what happened though.
It's recorded, documented in history, but back underway, no tanking involved now. Action. It's back. Sammy limped in. We saw Andrew limp along, it looks like. Andrew actually did fold and leave the table, so there's no way he's still in the hand. Should just be Sammy and Mike heads up here in a limp pot. Action goes check, check.
Action tracker might be snoozing too. Still thinks Andrew's in the hand, but he's not. Definitely not in the hand.
So the computer system is hanging out with Randy in La La Land. Still in the last hand, I guess.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, we did see Sammy fire out a value bet on an ace river. Gets to take the pot down. So Mike had to let go of his 10 high. Sammy's going to scoop that pot. But once again, do appreciate everybody that's been hanging out with us, joining us for this featured table of our Celebrity Bounty WPT event. It's been a lot of fun covering it, at least for myself and Country. It seems like we've had a lot of fun covering it with you guys.
It's just a start, considering we got the meetup game tomorrow with Brad Owen and Andrew Neeme, which again, live stream, we'll get going at 2 p.m. for that. But Andrew and Brad Owen both said that they're planning on being in the room around noon tomorrow.
Said they had a pretty good showing for this event, as this wasn't really planned out super far in advance. They kind of found out they were arriving a little bit early, decided to play in the Celebrity Bounty event. So we didn't get the word out too far in advance, and they've still got 251 entries.
Yeah.
It blew up out of
Like
nowhere.
I said, it very much was a very good precursor.
And then they also saw the list, over 160 names on the board for the meetup game already. And that's without people that are probably driving into town in the morning.
Yeah.
So pretty fun. They saw the nice turnout. They're going to show up early, try to play with as many people as they can. Really good ambassadors of the game. I know they're more than polite and cordial with everybody that comes out to be a fan of theirs. They'll stick around after the game as well, probably have a few drinks, meet and greet everybody that wants to come over and say hi.
Yeah, and from what I understand too, like even when we end our live stream around 6:15 tomorrow to get ready for the 5100 game, the meetup games with Owen and Neeme out on the floor are going to continue as well. All right, and Randy decides to go ahead and rip it all in here. King, queen suited.
You can still give her the 5.
Carry ace king.
Monster.
Yep, he is going to go ahead and
he just ISO shoves.
Yep.
Happy to just rip it here. Big blind was another somewhat short stack, so let's run them. Carry looking to fade the queen. Randy looking for that lady. Taking his glasses off. Maybe he won't see it.
Comes Jack 6 flop, so ace king still in the lead.
King on the turn.
That doesn't help Randy at all.
But no queen, so we are going to see Randy going to be eliminated here. Roughly 20th place. As we know, we are inside the final 3 tables. Stuart Knight said he's never played live poker, and he's not going to play tomorrow, but he's going to sneak out just to meet and greet Brad Andrew. That's kind of cool of you, Stuart.
Yeah.
Glad to hear that at least you're going to be able to come enjoy in the festivities, even if you're not necessarily jumping into the game. I know that Brad and Andrew don't make it over here on the East Coast too much, especially kind of this section. I know they've been to like Tampa and Miami before, but going to be a lot of fun hosting them here.
Yeah.
F. Jarhead said he's leaving on the red eye out of Maryland. Which one are you flying out of? BWI? Just maybe stop at Maryland Live and then catch a flight down. I've been there. I've maybe Ubered from one casino to fly to the next. It happens.
All right, ace 4 suited for Andrew here. He's going to go ahead and raise it up to 13,000.
John with king queen offsuit could possibly shove with 18 blinds, could put in the call. Both options are on the table. We're going to see him just call. Now Mike waking up with ace queen offsuit. Might easily find a 3-bet here after John cold called.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting spot as well, considering all the players left to act behind him.
see what he elects to go with. And if he does put in a 3-bet, which it looks like he's assembling, curious to see what size he wants to go for. Especially the fact that Andrew did raise under the gun. Might want to see him do something that defines his hand.
So I think I heard 42,000, yep, from...
Pretty chunky size, a little over 3 times Andrew's open, especially with that cold collar. By doing it with 42K, kind of puts Andrew in a spot where maybe he needs to shove or fold more often. This way, if you're Mike, and you can find out if Andrew's got aces, kings, or ace-king, and the only 3 hands that could both shove and have you beat. You'll get that information right here and now. At the same time, if John back jams for his 100K, you can pretty easily put in the call for only 60 more. It's going to be fun to see how both players respond to Mike's 3-bet.
And there is the all-in
Andrew
from Neeme.
Using the ace-4 suited to kind of merge his range with those big monster hands, holding an ace in his hand, blocking aces and ace-king. Deciding to rep it. This looks like aces, kings, or ace-king all day with the shove. Under the gun open, and now a big all-in. Maybe a little bit of revenge factor. For anybody that wasn't tuning in about an hour plus ago, we saw Mike pick off a huge bluff from Andrew in a big, big pot right before the bubble burst.
I was about to say, this almost seems like deja vu.
So a little, you know, I know it's more of a Brad Owen reference and joke, but this hand is well in the revenge range chart. I think Andrew took a page out of his book and is trying to get his revenge. From Mike's perspective, it's really hard to put the call in here.
He does put in
but
the
he
call.
Does find it. Sick call again by Mike.
Man, Mike, his calls have been wild today.
So
and he leaves himself with only 1 big behind.
Yeah, so all the Neeme fans can be rooting for a 4. Not on that flop. And 10's got him drawing dead to a chop and doesn't come. And oh my God.
Wow.
Just like that, Mike takes all of the chips, or just about all the chips, from Andrew. Absolutely sick.
And they were so close to each other as far as
full chip count required here. So you see the chat typing things in like Mike doesn't have this call in him from Justin.
And this is
sick. And it looks like that's going to do it. Andrew, Neeme.
Yeah, there's a bounty all-in elimination.
Going to be all in and eliminated is Andrew Neeme.
Yeah, so
GG's to Andrew here on this celebrity bounty event.
Get the bottle back on there.
Hope to see Andrew back at it again tomorrow for his meetup game with Brad Owen. So hope you guys all will be joining us as well for that meetup game with Brad and Andrew. Sick call by Mike, though. Good spot for Andrew to represent the aces and ace-king, holding the ace in his hand.
So the other thing, too, whenever we had a bounty going on, we did have Taniqua, the in-house MC for today, and our tournament director announcing the action when there was an at-risk. But because of the fact that they were so close in their chip counts and everything, we didn't know if he was for sure at risk or not until after the fact. So that's it. Andrew Neeme has been eliminated. And wow, Mike M. Look at the chips he's got in front of him now.
Just nuts. Found the hero call, found the big call. Just seemed to say, screw it, I'm gambling, and just put in some light calls twice against Andrew. And both times was correct. Stacked him there. William asking how long is the meetup going to go for? It's scheduled to about 6. We heard Andrew reference on stream earlier that they'd probably be playing till 6:30, 7 o'clock at the earliest. Again, they're both very good hosts. I know I went to a meetup game and they showed up early. They stayed late. They played on as many tables with as many people that they could, knowing a lot of players travel in just to play with them. They want to give the best experience possible. And the match in tomorrow is going to be no exception. That's why they host the post meetup game fun also.
Yeah, like I said, for us, the live stream will end about 6:15 or so because
we got a big game to plan for.
Yep, we have to prepare and turn things around for the 50-100 game that's going to be tomorrow night as well. But yeah, the meetup game tables are going to continue after our live stream is done. So
again, last and finals, GG to Andrew Neeme. Thanks for joining us on this featured table. Flying in here a day early with Brad to play in this celebrity bounty event with us.
Yeah, I want to say at this point, Ron, we're at 14 players left, so we're getting closer and closer. Just a few more eliminations until we get to the final table. And again, just a reminder, guys, once we do get to the final table, we will be ending the streams for the feature table, and then we will be back live again 30 minutes after we do end these streams for the final table. That gives us a chance to kind of check and make sure everybody's chip counts are good and stuff like that. Oh, wow, yeah. John does go all in. With
Mike doesn't call it this time.
No. Mike's like, you know what? I'm sitting pretty good right now.
Much lower on the totem pole with Queen 10 offsuit.
So, again, we're going to balance out the tables again here, guys. So we'll get some players back in here. But here is the 5 players that are still here. There's their stacks.
I believe they will be breaking an outer table shortly. As soon as we get down to 16 players. Might be hovering at 16 at the moment, or 17 at the moment. As soon as we are down to 16, players will make their way over. As we play all the way down to the final 9, this is the featured table coverage of the Celebrity Bounty WPT event here at Best Bet Jacksonville. Final table coverage coming as soon as we're down to those final 9 players. As Country said, there will be a break in between the featured table and final table coverage. We'll reload the streams as well as let all the players involved go take a quick little dinner break. Let us get everything set up for them as well.
You see it's queen flop here.
Yeah, blind versus blind, limped pot, just going to check through. 8 on the turn, looks like action's going to check over to Mike. He's just going to check it back again. Mike coming off of that big pot against Andrew a minute ago, maybe just kind of ready to relax, check it back, not battle, go to war with this hand, 10 high. Decides not to bluff at it. John gets to take it down with his jack high. But that pot, John is going to be sitting on 20 big blinds, so a little bit of wiggle room for him.
Yeah, they have one. It'll be 2 tables.
All right, so this sounds like
somebody just busted on the outer table.
Get eliminated, so we are going to be back to having 2 full tables here once the rebalance is done.
So 16 players left. We'll be playing down this feature table coverage till we are down to that final table of 9. Going to be exciting to see who can make it now, especially with Mike chipping up there. Puts himself in a real prime position to
really good spot for
take that chip lead to the final table. If he can keep that momentum going forward. Just a few players away he is from taking a chip lead to the final. Trying to close it out, and clearly from what we've seen from him, he's going for the win. There's no laddering up for this guy. We saw him pick off a crazy spot right before the money bubble burst where Andrew applied max pressure and Mike put in the light call, and then did so again a little bit ago, putting in the call at the ace queen versus Andrew's all-in pre-flop. Pretty tough spot to do so, given how deep they were and how strong of a shove it was by Andrew. But
so it looks like the other players are starting to make their way over from the broken table.
2 tables now.
Your seats number is 7, so it's going to be
2 tables remain. Everybody wants to make that last one. We had 251 total entries in this event.
Yeah.
Down to 16 as things stand right now. Nice chunky field. Means a little bit more when you beat out a bigger field for your WPT trophy.
Yes.
It's going to feel pretty sweet to take it home for whoever can be lucky enough to close this thing out. Now we did see John open it up from late position. Carey called out a small. Mark wakes up with ace queen in the big. See if he can find the shove here with the best hand. Doing some accounting, seeing exactly what his chip stack looks like. I think when he realizes he's got about 11 bigs, it's going to go into the middle, and there it is. 3-bet shove for Mark. Pretty slam dunk all in with ace queen offsuit in this spot. Brutal spot for John, as this is way more than half of his chip stack. Can't put in a light call, ace-8 offsuit. Fortunately, just going to have to go into the muck. Pretty standard open, pretty standard shove, and pretty standard fold from John. Everybody pretty much played that hand correctly. Looks like we got Max out here rooting for Sammy, Carrie, and John. Now that Andrew's gone, going to be curious to see who the new fan favorite is on the featured tables. I think most people were coming in to root on him, and now kind of leaves a vacuum in terms of popularity.
So Bill, right where your stack is where the box is that you need to scan your cards on.
Mine here.
No, your box is here.
Once again, do appreciate everybody tuning in, sticking around, watching this coverage with us. Especially if you were popping in just to root for Andrew Neeme, and now that he's been eliminated, if you stuck around, greatly appreciate it. Having a lot of fun covering this WPT event. I know for me, seeing both Brad and Andrew in the room has been a pretty dream come true. Definitely been a fan of theirs for a long period of time. Hard not to be. Two really good ambassadors of the game. Two really good content creators. Now fresh to the table is Bill. Hasn't even got his chips set up yet. Looks down at pocket aces, and he's going to bump it to 16K. Now John, looking down at king, queen suited, going to put in the call. Sammy, who has been very clearly itching to get in the mix, going to have to fold yet again with the 10 tray offsuit. So Bill and John heads up to the flop here. John kind of doesn't know he's rooting to miss this flop. What a flop we get when it comes 4 tray deuce, 2 spades. So Bill, aces still obviously in the lead. John, 2 overs and flush draw. Gonna rip it in over Bill's c-bet. Bill snap calls. Just like that, it's gonna be an all-in. John looking for a spade on the turn and river for his tournament life. Not on the turn and the tray of hearts. Now river 10. We are going to see John get eliminated here. GG's to John. Couldn't get anything going on this featured table. Bill gets a nice welcome gift in the form of stacking a player. Pretty sick. Just sit right down, wake up with aces, and eliminate an opponent with 2 tables remaining in a WPT event. This is the stuff you dream of when you're driving to the poker room on a Wednesday morning or afternoon. I've never had that dream come true, though. I'm not sure. Maybe it's just experience, as Bill is clearly a little bit older than me. He's figured out how to manifest his own destiny. One day, I hope to figure it out as well. But Sean, congrats. Nice to hear that you'll be playing in the main event, courtesy of a satellite.
Oh, nice, yep. It's always good when you satellite
GL. Nice to see, somebody try and take that thing down, especially once you satellite in, you get to take a nice shot at the WPT main event again. It's a 5K buy-in, 1 million guaranteed prize pool. That'd be a heck of a score. I think, we might be rooting for you. Whoa, Sammy.
Wow, Sammy.
Ripping.
Such a strong move, and there's David with...
He's like, how many blinds do you have? 50?
Yeah.
You have 50 big blinds, and you just open shoved. So Sammy yet again with a big raise.
That's a Sammy. That's a Sammy.
If one of these times he does that with a major hand, he might get looked up light.
Oh,
that's
yeah,
the third or fourth time we've seen him do it.
Right.
And if he sets up for it, it's going to be hilarious. It's going to be hilarious if it works out. Hoping he is aware that maybe some people's alarm bells are going off on the table, and he might be able to pull that move with a big hand.
Well, especially since it's some new players that just joined the table. That's just gets there and you see Sammy just go ahead and just rip it all in. You're like, wait, what? I just got here.
Fun seeing a couple different dynamics in play. Again, this is a $300 buy-in event, 13.6K up top. So you're going to have some people that are maybe gambling a little bit harder like Sammy was there, trying to just make it to first place. I'm not trying to make 9th place for a small score. I'm trying to go for it all. Sammy, a bigger cash game player, usually playing the PLO. He's leaning into the variance. Some other players, maybe just trying to make it to that final. See how everybody attacks it. 2 tables remaining here. So we see 3 ways to the flop. Was just a limped pot. Mike gonna fire out big on the flop. Came ace-6 with his deuces, and he's gonna take it down.
Bill, that stack's just really obfuscating the view of your
Yeah,
cards. So just
Have you stacked on the
side of the box. That would be perfect.
Bill with rich people problems, having
Yeah.
too many chips, he can't figure out where to put them on.
And hopefully maybe they'll color you up.
Trey educated him, saying, "Hey, you gotta kind of clear that box there, my guy."
He's clearly just trying to use them to intimidate his opponents.
Sure.
Like, look at this. Look at this castle I got.
Scott Reese said David got second in the Big O 8 or better last night.
Jeez.
I mean,
How
that
many
Big
final
O
tables can you make?
There was a lot of entries into that Big O tournament yesterday.
Yeah, it was a good turnout.
Yeah.
It was nice. Nice to see the ladies event did well, the Big O did well. Sometimes those side events can get a little bit smaller in terms of field size, especially when it's midweek, yesterday being a Tuesday.
Yeah, that's the other
So
thing,
seeing
too.
100 plus in each event, really cool to see. I know that I watched the ladies event for quite a while last night. They were having tons of fun.
Oh, very much so.
Always good to see.
Well, and I think as well, I've mentioned before, you know, our room has definitely turned into a PLO room. So
It doesn't hurt.
No.
Well, I saw David just raising it up
With
big here.
six deuce off.
Well, he got second place in the Big O last night. He's feeling himself. He's ready to crush some souls. He's like, if you limp, I own you. I raise it big. Maybe he's got a read on Sammy a little bit.
Maybe.
Again, David, Sammy might have some history. It's hard to know, especially as a couple more local regulars in this event. They might have some cash game experience or some former tournament experience.
And again, just a reminder, once we get to the final table, the final 9, those are going to be the payouts for the final 9.
So as it sits right now, 15 players do remain. Scott says that David said it was his first time playing high-low. So perfect. Cruise to second place, first time ever playing high-low. That's pretty awesome.
That's pretty good.
Meanwhile here, Mike and Mike gonna battle it out.
10 deuce 7 flop, so Mike B does catch a 7.
Yeah, blind versus blind in a limped pot. Let's see what Mike M in the 1 seat wants to do with his bottom pair facing this bet. It is a pot-sized bet from Mike B. Does just let go of bottom pair here. Mike B gonna take it down. Ron says Sammy plays this exact way on the stream. Yeah, usually when he's in the cash game, he likes to get active.
He does very much.
Early on to Sammy's arrival to this featured table, he was being pretty quiet. It kind of threw us off here in the booth because we're used to seeing him play a little bit more high variance style, really trying to go after it when he plays in the cash games. So to see him playing snug early on to this featured table of the event was a little bit funky to see. But since then, he's starting to open up, starting to get comfy. As we see him limping in here with the Queen 8 suited. Actually gets over to Mike. Mike and Sammy have kind of butted heads pretty often at this table.
And now they're the 2 chip leaders at this table. Well, were. I'm not sure now, like, where Sammy is. He might be 3rd or 4th, but now Carey.
And Mike decided just to limp with that ace-6 suited. Allowed Carey to put in the big raise.
So now Sammy, suited hand, Queen 8. It's a pretty suited hand, but
he is going to be in position against Carey, and you can see he's doing that thing where he's looking at him like, I've seen you raise a lot, Carey.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily believe you, Carey. But Carey off of only a 20 big blind stack. It's hard for this raise not to look pretty honest. But Mike M reaching for those 5K chips. Those grays are worth 5K apiece. The oranges worth 1K.
He does put in the call.
Yeah. So suddenly 72K in the middle. We go to a 9-5 tray, just completely dry rainbow board. And Mike checks it over. See if Carey can find the continuation bet.
Looks like he will.
It looks like he's sizing pretty hefty.
Yeah.
Like 45,000?
A little over half pot size.
There you Going pretty big here is Carey. It looks pretty committed. It may force Mike to just have to fold. Can't even really think about raising. And Carey put in 45K. Had only over a little over 100K behind. So it looks like he's trying to get it all in. Looks strong. He got the job done. Just ace-10 high. Gets to take it down, does Carey.
So with the players that's on our feature table right now, let's go ahead and take a look at their stacks as far as things go. Yeah, Sammy in the middle, right smack in the middle. 36 bigs for him. Mike M and David even. 420,000, 52 bigs for them. Bill, 46 bigs. Mark B right now is the short stack. 12 bigs for him.
Yeah, off a 12 big blind stack. Never fun to try to navigate it. Everybody else at the table has a lot more than you do. Again, nobody has such a massive stack they're going to look you up super duper light. I mean, the biggest stack at the table is only 50 bigs. So if you can turn your 12 into 25 with a double up, you're right back in there. The big stack's 50. Average stack at this point, around 30 big blinds. So nobody's out of the mix on this table by any means. Now that short stack Mark just checking his option out of the big blind with the Jack-6. Mr. Carey did limp in from the small blind. Actually check on a King-10 tray flop. And we see the 8 of clubs on the turn. We're going to see Carey throw out a little bet. And that's going to get the job done as Mark's got to let go of his Jack-high. Carey chipping up again, a little over 30 bigs. Mark going to be stuck down around 10 big blinds now after that big blind and Annie. He's going to be hoping to look down at a hand soon. You can see him, he's looking for it right now. He's hoping it's behind him, but now he's going to look down in front and hope it's there. That does put, again, a short stack in Mark in the small blind. It's going to tend to keep some of the players at the table a little bit more honest. You don't necessarily want to steal the blinds, but one of the short stacks is in the blinds.
Raised 20,000.
But Bill, for the second time at this table already, pocket aces. He just got moved here 20, 30 minutes ago, and he's got aces twice. So we did see him open it up, made it 20K to go, just 2.5 big blinds, currently an 8K at big blind Mark. One by one, everybody's got to let it go, including Sammy in the big, and Bill gets no action on his aces. Not what he wanted to see. Everybody looked down at garbage, had to let it go. So Bill takes it down, chips up a tiny bit. But once again, do appreciate everybody that's been hanging out with us, joining us for this featured table coverage. Coming to you from Best Bet here in Jacksonville, Florida. Hope you're enjoying hanging out on our live stream. I know we enjoy bringing it to you. This is our WPT Celebrity Bounty event. It's a featured table. We've got about 15 players remaining. Here are 7 of those 15, and ooh, we got some hands here. We saw Bill decide to just limp in under the gun. Sneaky. After a couple of raises from Bill, now limping in. He invited Mike to limp in with the ace-8 offsuit. Now the other Mike here in the 1 seat with pocket 10s. He's going to raise it up over the 2 limpers. Makes it 30K to go, so nearly 4 big blinds for Mike's open size because of the 2 limps. Bill quickly just calls from that under the gun position with his ace-king. So he's a little under-repped at the moment. Could have easily seen him limp raise it. Mike B gonna have to get out of there off of his 26 big blind stack. He can't commit 3 more, especially when he could easily be dominated. And off we go to a Queen Jack 9 flop. So Bill looking for one of Mike's 10s to hit Broadway. Mike, open-ended in the betting lead, decides to check it back after Bill checks it over to him. 7 of hearts turn. Bill reaching for some chips. And he puts out a really small bet, 8K, 1 big blind, kind of a blocker size, trying to just get to this river for cheap. Doesn't want to pay a big price to try to hit an ace, king, or 10. Mike looks like he is reading that bet for weakness. Gonna fire out a raise. And he goes with a small raise, 25K. Again, if he reads Bill's bet as weak, he can do this to possibly check back the river for dirt cheap. Now that he raised, he's trying to freeze Bill into checking river. And at the same time, if he gets there, he might be able to put out a value bet. All of that if Bill doesn't fold. Fun raise there by Mike, and now we're off to a tray on the river. So a complete brick. Let's see if Mike's raise on the turn gets Bill to check, which it does. So now Bill checks river. Mike has all the options. He's blocking the straights, so he can bet if he wants to try to start bluffing. Or he can bet for value for 65K. He also could have just checked back and taken a showdown value. So the nice small raise on the turn there by Mike really let him take control of that hand on the river. Really like that raise, especially after Bill just threw out the small little 8K. So it's like a little blocker bet by Bill and a little blocker raise by Mike. Fun, fun, fun. Always love watching tournament poker. So many different things that can shift and change and move the way everybody's got to play their hand.
8 to go.
Stacks are a little bit shorter. Chips are constantly moving. A lot of fun to see different tricks people pull out of their bag like Mike did there. Speaking of that, Mike, here he is with ace-8 suited. Off after chipping up there, over 60 big blinds in front. Looks like he's going to try to keep the pressure on, keep expanding his chip stack. So you can't win the tournament until you have them all. No reason to slow down. Does click it up to 16K, a min raise. And now Bill's going to tangle with him again, puts in the call with a 7 tray of clubs. So Bill and Mike, second hand in a row, battling it out. Heads up to the flop we go. Comes down king 7-7 2 spades. So battle they will. Is Mike flopping the nut flush draw, Bill flopping 3 sevens. And now king on the turn. There was one card Bill did not want to see. It was probably another king. It's
14,000.
kind of relegated to second worst boat. Bill just leads out 14K. Mike might want to put in the call here. Obviously on the spade draw, ace high might also be good. On the double paired board, no reason to think Bill has a 7 and he checked flop, so can definitely discount some of the kings. So we did see Mike put in the call, and off the river we go, and it comes tray of spades. Could have been crazy if that second king wasn't out there. So that card made Mike his flush, would have filled Bill up. So we see the action go bet call. Bill's full house is going to take in this pot. Again, if that king of diamonds wasn't on the turn, whew, could have had 7s full of trays for Bill with nut flush for Mike, and there would be no way to read Bill for a boat. Chips would have flown in there. Could have seen a massive chip lead emerge. Instead, we see Bill close the gap, getting the chips back that he lost in the last hand.
Yeah, it did hit the river. I called it the king, but I had a bad kicker with it.
Hear the players discussing. If that second king wasn't out there, Mike says, I would have definitely thought my nut flush was good and gone for it all. Whew, that could have been crazy. Mike kind of breathing that sigh of relief that he dodged that bullet. Sometimes that is a form of run good. You know, you don't have to win the pot to run good. You can just dodge the hand that would have eliminated you or taken a huge chunk of your chips. Now we're going to see David open things up from the button with the king 6 offsuit. Action on Mike B in the big. Pocket deuces. Looks like he's going to be putting in the call. So David versus Mike heads up to the flop. King 6 versus pocket deuces. Flop comes king high and king jack 4, 2 hearts. So David, best hand. Mike, first to act. Mike checks it over. David gonna put out the continuation bet. It's like 20,000 is gonna be the wager. Mike does that sigh of, I don't think you have it, but that board just looks terrible for my deuces. Sure enough, he's gonna let it go. David has to drag a little pot there with a nice little king 6 offsuit from the button open. A Florida casino grinder says, you wish you were here. I mean, we wish you were here too. Not sure if you're going to be stopping through it all for the WPT main event or the meetup game tomorrow, but I would recommend it if you could sneak in. Tomorrow should be quite the day. Brad and Andrew hosting their meetup game here at Best Bet Jacksonville, Thursday, November 9th. Originally scheduled to start at 2 p.m., but we heard it on the live stream from Andrew's mouth that they're most likely showing up between noon, 1 o'clock, somewhere in that range, kicking festivities off nice and early. We're seeing a lot of names on the list and a lot of players in the event today. Should be quite a busy, bustling room tomorrow. Here we actually saw Sammy just limp in with pocket queens, getting a little sneaky. His players have really raised up his limps. Fortunately for him, nobody does here. Somehow Mike M had the alarm bells going off and just checked his ace-jack out of the big blind. Now, 8-7 deuce flop. After Sammy puts out his continuation bet, Mike, interesting decision point with a pretty decent ace high. Looks like he is going to put in the call. Now we're off to a 5 of hearts turn. Mike M going to check it over to Sammy again, who's going to fire another bet. Just doubling the same size bet on the flop. A 15K flop, 30K turn, and he's going to take it down.
I saw him queen.
So here we sit. Sammy's scooping a little bit of a pot, getting closer to 40 big blinds, trying to make his run. So we're sitting with 7 players here on the featured table. I believe there's 7 players out on the secondary table. 14 players do remain. Looks like Sammy's going to try to make a run. Got a couple players on this table chipped up nicely, like Mike M there, trying to make it to the final 9. We got 14 remaining.
8 to go.
Top 9 will make this WPT final table for a celebrity bounty event. Nothing's worse than busting out in 10th place. You want to be the one to, you always want to make a run. At the same time, most of them are pretty aware that they're all vying for one of those top spots in terms of payouts. Not a huge pay difference between, 10th, 9th, 8th. It's all about trying to take home that WPT trophy, the $13,600 for first place. So we saw 4 waves of the flop here. King, queen, 9.
15,000.
Sammy, top pair and gut shot. David, middle pair and gut shot. Looks like they will be the only 2 to the turn, which comes down 6 of spades.
Bet 5,000 or 8,000.
So Sammy does throw out a little min bet there on the turn. Getting a little funky is Sammy. Bet out 15K flop, 8K turn. David going nowhere. For all the equity he's got.
8,000.
Oh, 8,000. Man, I tell you, I need to stop smoking.
Yeah, I know.
Now 10 on the river, so Sammy improves the 2 pair, but it gives David the straight. We see Sammy bet out 8,000 again. David's gonna raise it up.
45,000.
Going for the half pot size raise of 45K. Sammy a little frustrated, maybe a little curious. Because he went very small here, you could think David is raising it up as a bluff. See if Sammy can read David for the straight, let go of his 2 pair, or if he thinks maybe David's raising him light. Sammy, good read, letting it go. David straight's gonna take it down. David chipping up again. Now he's up to 60 big blinds. So welcome to the table, David. Him and Mike kind of walking away as the chip leads.
To go. Fold.
Yes.
Fold 6.
Call. Action around a bill here. Gonna limp in. We saw him limp in with a big hand in the form of ace king not too long ago. don't believe it went to showdown, if I remember things correctly, so maybe nobody's really aware of what he's limping with yet. As played, we saw Carey call from the small blind. Mark, the short stack, just checks his option out of the big. Not much he can do there. Now flop comes down, ace, jack, 7.
15,000.
So top pair for Bill. He's going to lead out with it after the players check to him. Bets 15K, gets the job done. As Mark, with his pretty short stack, just has to let go of middle pair and believe the big stack with that bet.
$8,000 once, and then a second time.
Yeah, so see Sammy putting in the ante along with his big blind. Just a few minutes away, guys, by the way, from our next break. They are going to remove some of the orange chips out of play and going to start putting in the bumblebees, as we like to call them.
Yep, black and yellow chips. Yep. Good for 25K a piece.
Yeah, so it'll be a slight color up during the next break to remove some of those chips off the table.
Before we get there, Carey on the button, 9-8 suited. Gonna raise it up.
18,000 seat 2.
Does make it 18K over the 8K big blind. Now action on Mark with the short stack from the small blind against the button open. Suited ace 6, looking pretty good. See him doing inventory. Decides just to put in the call, and oh my, Sammy.
Yep, and there it is. Like, we've seen Sammy go in, all in so many times, and now he has an actual monster of a hand to go all in with.
Tough for Mark because he knows he's probably not best in terms of hand strength. He should know his opponent hasn't beat, but especially with the dead ante and Carey's original open being dead in the pot as well, Mark's suddenly getting a really good price to put in the call here.
Yeah.
Honestly, even if the cards were face up, he'd be getting the right equity to put the call in.
Yep.
If he thinks his opponent has a stronger ace than him, he would also still be getting the right equity to put a call in. Even though it looks gross and you are behind, you're getting the right odds for all the dead chips in there.
All in and a call.
And he comes to the right conclusion. He puts in the call.
Sammy does show the kings, obviously. Mark, ace 6.
So yeah, Mark had to put in 60K.
See if
make a pot of 154.
See if the kings are the ace magnet. Oh, the set.
Heart magnet.
Heart magnet though. Yep, as he does have the flush draw. And
it doesn't get there.
Yeah, it does not.
Mark is eliminated. Sammy finally getting one of those all-ins to work in his favor.
Hey, Al, table 59.
So another player getting knocked out, down to 13 now. Getting closer and closer to that final 9.
Yeah, but I mean, again, considering where Mark was in that spot, seemed like that was the only thing he could do.
That's to say, especially because he was getting a little bit better than 3-1. He was getting close to 3-1, which gives him the right equity.
I mean, it wasn't
a profitable call, even though it sucks.
It wasn't a bad flop for him, even though Sammy had the set. He did have enough flush draw.
Yeah, one of those. That's the unfortunate nature of being short stacked. You're kind of just stuck in your decision making. You don't get to, not a lot of ways to wiggle free of a hand when you are behind, or find cool ways to bluff or chip up. It's just very black and white. Unfortunately, he was on the wrong end of it that time around, but it made the right decision mathematically, not results oriented.
Right.
Mike, he's gonna have 9-8 suited this time. Took a page out of Carey's book from last hand. Raising it up to 17K. Now Sammy, after knocking out an opponent, just kind of looks happier. Looks a little bit more relaxed. Finally, I got some chips. Yep. David did defend his big blind with a Jack-9 of clubs. These guys are both two of the big stacks at this table.
King 10 deuce flop here, so a gutter for David.
And Mike just gonna start bluffing with his muffin, firing out a C-bet with 9 high and some backdoors. David immediately calls, and wow, what a turn card for Mike.
What a turn card indeed. Straight
draw plus flush draw. Same straight draw as David should the queen come out. But a 7 or a diamond would give Mike M the best hand. A card that he can continue firing on since he adds equity. A lot of times when you're C-betting on the flop as a bluff, if you turn a card that's good for your hand, then you want to keep going as opposed to shutting it down. And that's what we're going to see here as Mike continues again, and David's just got to let it go. Just a pair of jacks. It looks like Mike has a king or better. Has to fold. And that aggression from Mike M gets David to fold the best hand.
Again, guys, do appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Do appreciate you guys watching this Celebrity Bounty event. And you just heard Ronan announce to the players that they will be taking their break after this hand. So after this hand, we will be stepping away for about 10 minutes and then be back with more as we are getting closer and closer to the final table of this Mystery Bounty event.
Yep, let's see who can emerge on the final table. I got a suspicion that Mike M and David are going to make it. Probably Sammy too, based on their chip counts, but you never know in this game.
No, I mean, but
let's see, shorties become big and big stacks become eliminated very fast. And poker can be a cruel mistress sometimes.
There's Kerry putting in the raise.
The raise and take.
Yep, so. All right, guys, break time for us. But again, we'll be back in 10 minutes with more of the Celebrity Bounty event that is going on, part of the World Poker Tour. Again, we'll see you guys in about 10 minutes from now. Thanks for all the likes, all the subscribers, and everyone that's hit that bell notification. But back in 10 with the Celebrity Bounty event. Actually, wait a minute. I think, actually, we do got one more hand. I guess we were able to fit one more in before we did go to break. I just happened to look and I was like, wait a minute, they got another hand coming. Remind me to never listen to Ronan again. All right, so here we go. Let's go. Well, let's just go ahead and get trips for Mike B.
Also, looks like y'all stacks will probably change for some of you. We take some orange out of the way.
Bet 15. I'm gonna fold.
Okay, so are we on the break officially now? Double checking. Looks like we are. All right, now we're officially on break. Sorry about that slow roll. But yeah, here we are. Let's go ahead and take our break. Be back in 10 minutes, guys. All right, welcome back from the 10-minute break that everyone just took. As you see, the Bumblebees are now in play, which are the 25K chips. Still 3 eliminations away from the final table being decided. You got myself, Ryan, also known as Country. Mike Kruger, card room manager, Best Bet Orange Park, will be joining us momentarily. In fact, he's here now.
Very momentarily.
Very momentarily, indeed. So, but it's been a fun one, as again, we're just a few eliminations away from our final table being decided.
Very fun indeed. Started with 251 players. I think we were kind of guesstimating 200, and now, you know, that buzz of Neeme, Owen, Alec Torelli, a couple others walking through, signing up.
Yeah.
Pulled a few extra bodies. I mean, I know I wouldn't be able to resist the chance to play with them for 300.
Oh, 100%. I mean, it's such a great price point. I mean, again, like you mentioned earlier, either spend that 300 on a 2-2 buy-in or spend that 300 for a tournament entry for an opportunity to play with Brad, Owen, Andrew Neeme, Alec Torelli, a few others that was out there as well. You'll take that chance.
Mostly now 13.6K up there for first place, plus a
really
WPT
good
trophy.
It's a really good first place prize.
And I would like to be called a WPT champion at some point in my life.
Oh, 100%.
So for 300, take a shot. A very fun event too. I know walking through the field way before we even went live and stuff. I mean, everybody was here having fun. A lot of good times, fun poker being had, which, you know, sometimes games and tournaments can be very quiet and serious, especially like right now. It's getting winding down, close to the final 2 tables. When you get to like kind of relax, have a little bit of fun for a while. It's a very good event.
25,000.
Not to mention, you know, trying to knock one of those guys out and take home the bounty prize. A little added incentive. Unfortunately, all those celebrity bounties are knocked out at this point, as we have just, you know, 13 players remaining out of this field. Top 32 paid, so everybody here is guaranteed a payday of some kind. I think they're, at this point, salivating a little bit at that first place payout, though.
I like how Sammy just got back with coffee in hand. Hey, listen, coffee is important right now.
Yeah, you can run a little bit late getting back to the table for that, especially because he made it in time for the big blind anyway.
Yeah. Just looking over like,
what are we paying now?
Like, what's the level right now?
It is a 10K big blind, so nice and even number at least.
10K big blind, 10K big blind ante, 5,000 small.
Everybody on this table pretty much between that 20 to 40 big blind mark. We just saw the shortest stack get eliminated right before break. Now Sammy wasting no time with that coffee.
Sammy doing Sammy things very first hand. Let's go all in.
Sammy doesn't want people messing with his big blind. Like that's kind of the dynamic we've seen him establish here early.
Nothing is more intimidating than a man who just got back with his coffee and he goes immediately all in his big blind.
Something, loosey-goosey, eating a sandwich, something,
yes.
Coffee. It's there. Either way, look at him. I mean, he looks relaxed, calm, collected, ready to just jam his big blind any limpers. Either way,
we're getting closer.
We are underway here, just in case anybody isn't familiar with the chip stacks or chip counts. Those black and yellow, quote-unquote, bumblebee chips, just over 25K a piece. The grays that you see in front of the brown and gray are worth 5K, and the oranges 1K. So just in case you see people reaching for chips, you kind of have a guesstimate of what they're doing. Whether they're raising, folding, calling.
7-10-5 flop here, so a pair of sevens for David.
Yeah, blind versus blind, limp pot. Same as ace high. Might want to continue with a call here for a min bet, but Sammy's pretty straight up. He likes being the aggressor, not the guy calling, so you see him just let go, even though he wasn't sure if his ace high was good. Do appreciate everybody hanging out with us here. Coming to you on a slight delay, Wednesday night, about 9:30 on the East Coast. Coming to you from Best Bet Live in Jacksonville, Florida. Been on stream for a couple hours now. since about 4 o'clock with our featured table action. Again, this is the featured table. We'll be taking it until we get down to the final 9 for the final table. Been a lot of fun. We saw Brad Owen on the original featured table. Unfortunately, he busted out very fast. Got it in a pretty standard all-in spot, blind versus blind. Got knocked out. Then a little while later, we had Andrew Neeme on here for quite a while as he knocked out a bunch of players, stacked up a lot of chips. Got to see him in action for quite some time before he was unfortunately, inevitably eliminated. Here we saw Kerry just chip up again. Still hovering over 20 big blinds is Kerry. A lot of back and forth on this table with the players that remain. See who can emerge, make it to that 9-handed final. From there, who can just keep on cruising to find themselves taking home WPT championship. This is one of the WPT trophy events. Obviously with a field of 250, it's pretty sweet to ship it and take it down. We saw a couple of bigger fields in some of the other events that were the more headlining events earlier in the series. We had a big event one, the opener, always a really good event with a 400 buy-in, 100K guarantee that actually, or 400 buy-in, 200K guarantee that smashed. As predicted, the mystery bounty event this last weekend, 1,700 buy-in. Saw a long coverage day on Sunday with the feature and final table of that event, where Ben Scroggins took it down. We saw him in the YouTube chat earlier. Nice to see a guy take down an event and then jump in chat to say hi. Here we saw Mike open it up with Jack 10 suited and Kerry. Again, Kerry not afraid to get after it. Ripped his 20 blind stack all in. A 3-bet shove with ace jack. Very 3-bet shove with a 20 big blind stack hand and ace jack. Never feels great to do it, even though all the math says you're supposed to in spots like that. Kerry, a pretty experienced tournament player here in the Jacksonville area, as well as abroad. Pushes that discomfort aside and follows the math. Chips up, taking that pot down. Action on Kerry again. Gonna let it go. This time it was just the old Jack Dewey. Easy fold for him after Sammy folds. We now see David open it up. Ace-7 offsuit. Becoming a raise at this point as we are 6-handed. These tables get a little bit shorter. Ranges have to get a little bit wider. Now Mike in the big blind with a pair in pocket 4s. Good 3-bet, good call. Going with the call route this time around. Him and David, 2 of the deeper stacks, around 40 big blinds effective. Now we see 10 A-tray rainbow flop. Action's just going to go check, check. David electing not to c-bet his ace high here. Now Jack of Hearts turn. Action starting on Mike's 4s. Hasn't acted yet. Now checks it over. David quickly checks back. Ace high yet again. And now 5 of hearts on the river. Mike thinks his 4s are best. He might be happy to take it to showdown. If he thinks he might be beat, could see him bet out. Or if he's trying to get super thin value, but see him bet, take the pot down as David abruptly lets it go. So here we are, 6 players left on this feature table. Button and blinds are going to keep moving around. Action kind of going to be forced upon everybody. Nobody wants to be eliminated this close to a WPT final table, but you also just can't sit back and get yourself blinded out when the average chip stack is only 30 big blinds. 6-handed. Blinds are going to come through you more and more often. Gotta keep playing your hands, keep trying to chip up. Even though nobody wants to be the bubble boy for a final table. Here we saw Sammy open it up for 2.5 big blinds with ace and jack suited. Everybody's going to fold around to the blinds, it looks like. See if anybody wants to defend here. First on Kerry with king queen out of the big. That's worth defending. See him put in the call, and now Sammy Kerry heads up to the flop we go. Comes down 10-5-4. Rainbow board. Neither player with a pair right now. First on carry. Let's see what he wants to do.
50,000.
Does check it over. Sammy goes and fires near full pot, 50K into 65K. It's going to make Carey have to abruptly let go of his overcards. Sammy, he's to take another pot down. Getting himself closer to the 40 big blind mark. Kind of tell there's a little bit of quiet tension as the players aren't too chatty anymore at this stage of the event. Especially being six-handed, knowing you kind of are going to battle with all of the guys around you until you get to the final. Imagine everybody's going to stay somewhat zoned in at this point. Now Bill just rips 36 big blinds over and open. Pocket 10s for Bill. Should take it down unless somebody wakes up with a monster. And we see everybody quickly let go. Bill, the 3-bet shove with the pocket 10s, decided not to 3-bet to more standard size, just decided to rip it. Didn't want to take his pocket pair in a 3-bet pot. Most likely out of position if anybody called behind him. Now action will start on Bill on this hand as he is under the gun. Everybody's going to let it go so far. Action swinging around to the late position players. All the way to Carey on the button. Looks like he's going to let it go. Imagine a lot of these guys, especially since Sammy has gotten a little bit more active, maybe a little bit less inclined to steal the blinds with Sammy in the small blind. For Sammy Limbs, we did see David raise it up, take it down uncontested. Lucas in the chat asking that what happened to Neeme. Unfortunately, we saw Andrew Neeme get eliminated here about an hour ago at this point in terms of time. It was right around 20 players left. Andrew Neeme got it all in against Mike there in the 1 seat. Andrew went for a 4-bet shove pre-flop after he originally opened under the gun and Mike 3-bet. Andrew put in the 4-bet with ace-4 suited, trying to rep pocket aces, ace-king. And Mike found the call with the ace-queen. They were pretty deep, both sitting on about 40 big blinds. It's a pretty good shove. Just happened to be a better call to Mike as they were near identical in chip stack. Mike decided to just go for it, thinking Andrew's a capable player of pulling off a light 4-bet. After that, we saw Andrew eliminated. At one point, he was near the chip leader of this event as he was crushing it for quite some time. Could have easily seen him make a deep, deep run. We thought we were in for an Andrew Neeme final table, potentially. Would have been cool to see. Instead, we're going to have to wait to see him tomorrow as Andrew and Brad Owen going to be back here tomorrow for their meetup game. Saw Andrew talking about how the fact they're going to show up early, probably between 12 and 1 o'clock. Things will kick off a little bit earlier than the original, approximated 2 p.m. Nice 3-5 no limit meetup game happening here at Best Bet Jacksonville tomorrow afternoon into the evening. Should be quite the show. Now we go 3 ways and a limped pot to ace, king, 9. So Sammy flops top pair after limping in. See if he can get any value out of Mike's pair of 9s. Mike sitting on the short stack. Just going to let it go with 2 bigger cards on board that favor the limper's range.
Yeah, I think at this point we're now at 10 players left, so we're just waiting for one more elimination, and then we will be getting to the final 9. Never mind. There's 11 now. I see 1 extra player. Listen, been a long day. Math is not good right now, so we're 11 right now.
Math is your friend.
Not today. So yeah, we're at 11 players.
Math will be my friend. All the human beings will be country's friend. Seems pretty unfair, but I'll take it. Here, Sammy will take ace king. He gets to raise it up to 25K.
All in.
We hear an all in out of Mike. He was one of the shorter stacks, but What an anticlimactic ace-king we see him
Yeah,
have.
very much so.
Sammy puts in the call. Everybody's going to look up and then see Giggle Giggle chop it up.
Not even a giggle.
Everybody's a little bit quiet now that we're getting close to this final.
Yeah.
It was a very jovial crowd until not too long ago. 2 diamonds on
Backdoor
board.
to diamonds.
Another diamond for Mike B.
Uh-oh.
And
But
he
it's a
doesn't
heart.
It was red.
It was red, but it
Always
was
a
heart.
sweat. Never easy, Sammy.
Nope. So we are chopping this one up. Again, we're at 11 right now, so one more elimination and we will be at 10. So let's wait for 2 more eliminations before we get to the final table at this point.
Creeping closer to the final. Can't wait.
This event itself started at noon, and we got our feature table going around 4:20, 4:30 this afternoon. So still plenty of live stream action. Coming your way here on Best Bet Live. Again, thanks for all the likes. Thanks to all the new subscribers to the channel as well. Again, make sure you hit that bell notification as well for when we do go live. That way you know when to hit up our channel.
Especially over the next couple days. Meetup game coverage tomorrow.
Owen.
50-100 game after that. Another 50-100 game on Friday. WPT main event rolls through. A lot of big players and big names coming in as well along to go with that big prize pool.
So you see Carrie go ahead and put it all in, but it's going to be folds around, so Carrie's going to just collect the blinds and the ante.
Sometimes using the aggression to take a lower variance route. That's what we see Carrie doing so far. Picking his spots to do so. Chipping up through some pre-flop play as opposed to taking it post-flop and relying on a good run out.
Feels like we're going to have a pretty short turnaround as we'll be back at it tomorrow with the meetup game with Brad Owen and Andrew Neeme. Playing some 3-5 no limit hold'em tomorrow.
Yeah, even though they said they're going to be sneaking in early and the games themselves will start early, our coverage will be starting around 2 p.m. on the live stream. Even if that meetup game probably will run late, we'll have to cut the coverage of it off a little bit early to get ready for that 50-100 game. My, no shortage in both live streams and real life action here at Best Bet Jacksonville this weekend.
Yeah, those cash games, the 50-100 games, are going to be pretty fun.
Speaking of, Lionel Richard says he'll see us tomorrow for the meetup game. Excited to see you as well.
Yep.
You played in today's event. Hope you had at least an enjoyable time, even though you got eliminated in 56. For anybody out there unaware, the top 32 paid out, so that's not Lionel bragging. That's a frowning face for a reason.
Yeah, frowning face is any.
Obviously, would have loved to see you make a deep run and make it to this live stream table. It would have been fun. Always nice getting to root on somebody that comes in the chat and hangs out with us, seeing them actually make the table a little bit later on. Oh, Bill woke up with ace king of his own under the gun, made it 3 big blinds, sized up a little bit here. So far, everybody's looking down at garbage. Sammy, no exception, with a 10 deuce. Says, I don't want to fold.
Sammy said respect.
As he folds 10 deuce offsuit. But yeah, hopefully we'll get to see you tomorrow, Lionel. Hope the meetup game goes smooth and fun for everybody involved. I know we're very excited for it. I know it might be a short turnaround, but I bet you we'll kind of come in a little giddy tomorrow because this is what a lot of planning and expectations have led up to. Cannot wait. Boss Hill asking, is the 50-100 game going to be live? Yes, we are live streaming a 50-100 game tomorrow. Action should kick off around 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, as we're in Jacksonville, Florida. A couple names I believe that are going to be on that table include Alec Torelli. If you're a big vlog watcher, Lexo, South Florida-based, pretty popular YouTube vlogger. I know his subscribers have been slowly increasing over the last year or two.
And I want to say that as far as our live stream goes, it's probably going to be the biggest cash game he's played on our live stream. is the 5100 for Lexo.
Yeah, it's a pretty big game for him. I know that. He's definitely been a very solid player, grinding up in stakes over the years. Puts out a lot of content on how he built his bankroll. Even started out playing, 1-2 no limit in South Florida. Consistently built from there. So 50-100, going to be fun to watch him get after it.
Yeah, I do want to say as well, as far as local guys that you guys are accustomed to seeing on the live stream, Pharmacy Greg, going to be on both those live streams.
What the hell?
I think Todd L is going to be part of the streams as well. And I know Mario on the Friday night live stream, he's going to be on that 5100 game for Friday night. 4-6 deuce flop, all clubs.
So a big open here. Mike M made it 35K. 3.5 big blind open with that ace jack. It was after Mike originally limped in from under the gun, so Mike really tried to isolate the short stack limper. Now he's continuing to put that pressure on. It's out 40K. Mike's just gotta let it go and get chopped back down to 11 big blinds in front. But as Country was saying, we will have that 5100 game both tomorrow and Friday. So slightly different lineups across the two nights. Got a couple of big confirmed names so far. I know we have a strong list as pros are going to be making their way into town for the WPT main event this weekend. It's a 5K buy-in with flights on Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Then obviously day 2, day 3, day 4, across Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. All culminating in the final table, WPT main event final table on November 14th.
All right, so we are now officially at 10.
So now 10.
As we, looks like we lost a player to the other table that's going right now to rebalance and back out. So both tables are 5-handed.
So it should be hand for hand as we get close to the final table.
Yeah. Actually, because the 9th and 10th place are the same payout.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, they're going to stay going.
That's a good structure move. Really keeps the game moving faster.
Yeah. Now, there were some players that thought it was going to be hand-to-hand, but no, because, again, 9th and 10th place, exact same payout. They're going to...
Smart move. Forever evolving here.
Yeah.
Best bet Jacksonville. Mike actually turns the best hand against Bill. Beating out his ace-king, I think fade an ace or king or river, which he does. So Mike, pair of 8s are best. But Bill reaching for chips. After betting out a little 10K, we're going to see Mike look him up and see that he picked off the bluff. Bill originally limping in pre-flop with ace-king. Can't get the bluff through on the river. Mike M, yet again, picking off another bluff by a player. It's kind of been one of the main ways he's accumulated so many chips on this featured table, picking off a huge bluff by Andrew Neeme early in, right before the bubble burst. Andrew Neeme applying max pressure. Mike found a pretty light hero call in a 6-6 spot to do so. Getting a full double up rather than being eliminated on the money bubble.
Because that call was definitely for his tournament life, as Andrew Neeme definitely had him covered. And again, that was probably the most talked about hand on this feature table.
Oh, by far. There was a heavy debate going on in the chat. It was pretty fun to watch. It was one of those, but he played it right. But he played it right.
Yeah.
Everybody played it right.
Yep. I mean, even the boss himself, Jesse the boss, was giving his analysis on that hand as well. And it's funny, during the last break, I was actually on the phone with him talking about some stuff that was going on, and he was back to that hand and just explained it more as far as like what he saw with it. But at the end of the day, he said, and I think everyone just kind of agreed with it, that was indeed a display of what poker is all about. Just two really great plays.
5-handed here as both tables down to 5 players, including this feature. One more elimination and we'll be off to the final. Because we're 5-handed, you're going to see ranges start to open up more and more and more. See who wants to step out and try to take advantage of maybe everybody else playing a little tight, trying to get to that final as well. If you start getting a sense that other people are uncomfortable, you can try to take advantage of it. So David opened it up with 8-2 suited from under the gun, for example.
Yeah.
I think he's kind of aware. Everybody's, you know, tightening up as we're getting ever close to that final table. Nobody wants to be the bubble boy. Nobody wants to bust. Allows you to open up and start stealing some blinds away. So we saw David get away with a little bit of thievery there with 8 deuce.
So I was better than him.
See if David wants to continue playing with a little bit of that aggression. We haven't seen him get too out of line prior. I'd imagine he's going to stay smart, pick his spots. Obviously, nobody wants to be knocked out. Everybody has a pretty healthy chip stack at this table. Nobody's in that danger zone, sub 10 big blinds.
Yeah, but y'all are all shooting the seats too.
Is that right?
Yep.
Yeah, it's the one thing that Trey was explaining to them, that even though if they remain here, it is a total redraw for the final table.
Yeah, all final tables, all 9 players that make the final table do a redraw for their seats. That way it is completely random. Helps remove some dynamics, any sort of unfair setup. Say you got the big stack on your left, just because you're on the featured table. Doesn't allow the breaking order to kind of make you get stuck there. And we try to make everything as random as possible, keep it as fair as possible. Meanwhile, Mike did outflop David. Action went check, check anyway. Mike was the original pre-flop raiser.
30,000.
Now it's a delayed C-bet. David's abruptly going to let go of his 10 high. Just folding it here. Mike M also kind of stepping out there, being a little aggressive, opening things up with the 8-7. See who sits back and who steps forward. Does anybody make a misstep to bubble the final table? So see, everybody on this table pretty deep in terms of chip stack. Shortest stack carry, 24 big blinds is a pile in a tournament this late in the game. I know our event 1 final table, I believe we went to the final with the average chip stack around 25 big blinds.
Yeah.
Mystery Bounty was a little bit of the opposite end of the spectrum with a 1,700 buy-in. The structure gave a little bit more wiggle room for play, and they got to the final closer to 60 big blind average. But
30,000.
Right now, the average chip stack on this table being 35, 40 bigs. That's going to be hard for somebody to get eliminated in the blink of an eye, but
yeah, it's going to have to be,
obviously it can happen.
It's going to have to be like a massive cooler hand, I think, to invite that type of action. And even then for the Mystery Bounty event as well. I remember Arlie was saying when they started the final day back up, they actually had to roll back a couple levels too, because Ben Scroggins just dominated the first field.
Yeah, so unfair that the guy who won the tournament dominated the field.
He was the overall chip leader too, going into the final day.
Yeah, bagged the overall chip lead, then took that chip lead all the way to making a final table run and then winning the event itself. Yeah, then
Ian George, who was the runner-up.
Yeah, that was a fun event. Meanwhile, they did take the shortest stack from this table out to the other one, so it's not like there's not short stacks out there. We just luck of the draw, who the claw randomly selected to pick up and move over to the outer table. Just happened to be the same time it was the shortest stack entering the big blind. So there is some shorties on the outer table, even though this table is a little bit on the deeper side. Saw pretty much every time a short stack emerged on this table, they got knocked out. Wasn't a lot of comebacks had. Again, we are 5-handed here on the feature, 5-handed on the outer table. There's a 9-handed final table. So one more elimination in the WPT Celebrity Bounty. Final table will be set. Nobody wants to be that bubble boy. Everybody on this table has been really fighting for chips, patiently waiting at the same time. It's been an interesting mix. So we've seen David and Mike get pretty aggressive and pick some spots to turn up the aggression. Here we saw David open and Mike gonna put in the call of the small blind with Queen 10 after David did open with Ace Tray. The ace tray, pretty easy open from late position. We are 5-handed. Ranges have to be pretty wide to stay competitive. See carry defend with the queen 9. Now flop comes down 8-5 tray, 2 hearts. Everybody kind of whiffed this one. David flopping bottom pair. He's in the lead with his ace high. Pair of trays just kind of helps. We're going to see him continuation bet and just take it down, as Mike and Carrie both have to let go of their queen high. And David keeping the aggression on, doing his best to chip up. It'll be fun to see if he can keep it going, especially as they stay 5-handed. The players that like taking advantage of the short-handed play. This is always a nice sight for them to see, being a little bit deep on a bubble like this. If you're a player that likes to be at a full table, kicking back and relaxing, maybe this isn't the most comfortable spot for you to be in. So we'll see if players like David want to take advantage of that, keep it moving. David looks down at 6-5 diamonds, just going to let it go this time around. Bill reaching for chips with the king-jack offsuit. Just going to limp in for the 12K. Blinds are now at 6,000, 12,000. Just went up over the 510. Now Mike with ace-jack and position. Easily see a 3-bet. Sorry, a raise over the limp. Keep forgetting that 12K was a limp. That's what we're going to see Mike raise it up to 35,000. Basically 3 big blinds. Carry out of the small blind, just has to fold his queen-jack offsuit. Action on Sammy in the big blind, doesn't want to let it go as he looks down at king 7 off. Fortunately for him, he does have to fold, and now action back around to Bill. Pretty quickly puts in the call. So Bill's the effective chip stack here, about 25 big blinds behind. Just 30,000 with 100,000, 300,000 with 100,000 in the middle. But Bill going to outflop Mike here after it came down king, queen, deuce, 2 clubs. So Bill flops top pair, Mike with a Broadway draw, plus holding that ace of clubs. But we're not going to see how things play out as Mike puts out a c-bet. Bill just check, raise, shoves, trying to take it down without seeing a run out. Could have been real fun to see how Mike would have continued in this hand if Bill just called. Instead, we're going to see Bill just take it down with a flop shove with his top pair. Ron says he believes David is from Charlotte. I would not be surprised. No, we have a pretty good contingent of players come down here, especially during the tournament series from North Carolina. Saw a couple of deep runs made by players from North Carolina already so far. I believe Dan, Event 1 winner, came from North Carolina as well. Won the Event 1 outright. This was Dan. Now, David, who was knocking on the championship's door, getting a 2nd place yesterday in the Big O event, trying to improve that finish by 1 today. We're probably going to be aiming for 1st place. When your head's up for a trophy and you don't get it, puts a little pep in your step to try and take it down the next time around.
Call and a check.
So now in a limped pot, we're going 4 ways here. King, 10, 9, 2 spades.
Bet 20,000.
Bill gonna fire out 1/3 pot, 28,000 with the king, queen, top pair plus gut shot. Sammy, 9-7 of clubs, did flop bottom pair. We know Sammy's been itching to get in on the action. See him just let it go after mulling it over. David has to fold his gut shot and Bill gets to take it down. So still 5-handed here. Nobody eliminated on either table so far. 1 player away from our final table being set. This is the Celebrity Bounty event coming to you as part of the WPT series. operating out of Best Bet Jacksonville here in Northeast Florida. Action flips around to carry, just under 20 big blinds. Gonna open shove the ace-4 offsuit. See Sammy have to fold 10-9 suited. David has to let go of his king-queen offsuit. Now Bill folding king-7. Players are going to have to let it go to the open shove from Carey. The open shove gets the job done there. Probably didn't want to take that post, especially against hands like king-queen offsuit. Carey's been a big proponent of using his pre-flop aggression to just take pots down, chip up slowly and steadily, rather than taking it post-flop. Been working to get him to this point. Can't imagine he's going to stop now. So action on Sammy. 12K big blind. Looks like he's just going to put in the call for that 12.
75, C6.
Now David goes with a big raise from the button, trying to just steal this pot away after the limp. And Bill wakes up with a pocket kings from the small blind. Crazy formation here as Mike M then looks down at 8s and can just get away from it. Sammy folds his queen 10, and now David gonna have to let go of his trays. Bill's gonna show the table the goods. Bill chips up. Mike M, just given the fact that David opened big, creating Bill's shove, just got out of there for free with pocket 8s.
I thought he'd call. That's the reason I did that.
Maybe got a little lucky. Was Mike M there? Hand played out kind of more normal. Might have been tempted to put in a 3-bet himself or possibly call a 3-bet if it stayed cheap and small. Instead, as played, we just see Bill take it down pre-flop. Sammy first to act, letting it go.
Raise 25, 6, fold 7.
25K from David, just over a min raise. Big blind is sitting at 12K. Everybody's gonna let it go. David dragging in a small pot after
12,000 2 times.
running into it a little bit last hand, raising it up big pre-flop, trying to steal one and running into Bill's pocket kings.
Not quite.
Yeah.
Having to fold pre.
They ran in the slow a little bit.
To go.
Action folding so far. Excited to see who is going to make the final table here. We are getting closer and closer. 10 players remain. Top 9 will make it. Now action. Mike M's button opens it up to 30K. After he opened, we see Sammy rip it from the big blind with deuces. Mike's got to let go of that king 10, and Sammy gets to take it down. Looks like he contemplated showing a deuce, but decided against it. Could have easily flipped one up and tried to trick everybody into thinking he was out here getting a little crazy. Not that shoving pocket deuces is necessarily fully advised, but not as crazy as showing something like 6 deuce, 7 deuce. So we've maybe seen him do on a cash game or two in the past. Action folding around. Carey's turn with the deuces from the button. Just gonna open shove off of an 18 big blind stack. Ripping it in there, and Sammy wakes up with pocket 10s. The hood is coming off. He doesn't necessarily want to be the caller. Sammy loves being the aggressor in hands, not the defender. Pretty slam dunk call in my opinion. But again, Sammy doesn't necessarily want to be the guy putting calls. He'd rather be the guy putting the all in. If we can see him make the call here, we could see Carey eliminated on the bubble for the final table. Sammy deep in the tank, really contemplating it. It is about an 18 big blind shove from Carey. We've seen Carey shove a lot of hands pre-flop. I think if we haven't seen too many shoves, this tank would be a little bit more advisable.
And he
We
does
find
enough
Sammy
fold.
fold.
Wow.
What? I mean, honestly, just seeing how many times we've seen Kerry shove, it's hard to find the fold there with tens. I thought the call was incoming. I thought it was already over.
I thought so too, but tournament Sammy is obviously different from PLO Sammy. Decides to make the fold. Wow.
You hear him asking advice. David tells him, I'd probably call with tens. Might not like it, but I'm gonna. Oof. I really thought we were headed to the final table right then and there. I'm not gonna lie. I was like, well, GG, Kerry, you just ran into Sammy's tens. Sorry.
Yeah.
And now another time, Kerry waking up with a pocket pair yet again.
All in.
So Kerry is going to go ahead and jam it all in again, this time with sixes.
So we've seen him jam the 20 big blind stack with all those middling hands where you don't necessarily want to take it post flop. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Phil Cummings asking, is Neeme out? Yes, unfortunately we did see Andrew Neeme get eliminated about an hour ago, losing a big pot to Mike there in the 1 seat. He's wearing a Bengals shirt, so if you're a big Andrew Neeme fan, you know to root against the Bengals this weekend, because clearly it was their fault.
Hey now.
Who Dey eliminated Andrew Neeme. But yeah, unfortunately, we did see Andrew Neeme get bust out. He was here on the featured table for quite some time, was making a heck of a run at it. Saw him chip up. At one point, got 3x average with about 40 players remaining. Would have been really cool to see him make it to the final. Fortunately, we didn't see him do it.
They go slow with these cards, too.
But again, as I've been saying, we're just waiting for one more elimination, and then we will have our final 9 decided. Once the final table is decided, guys, again, whenever that is going to be the case, we are going to take a 30-minute break from now to get things situated for the final table. So whenever it does end, we will get the final table up and running 30 minutes after that. So we'll be ending this live stream and then creating the other streams for the final table and getting things ready for that once we do get to that point. But yeah, just waiting for one more elimination.
I don't think we're seeing an elimination on this hand. Sammy flops a pair and nobody else does.
I feel like the elimination is going to have to happen on the other table.
So the outside table definitely had some short stacks in it. This table, pretty deep. Average chip stack around 30 bigs on this one.
Yeah. So if the elimination does happen, I have to think it's going to be on the other table.
We say that, but then we almost honestly probably should have had it here.
Probably should have, yeah. So if Sammy would have made the call with the tens.
Maybe Sammy, aware that the other table has some short stacks on it too, doesn't think that Kerry is shoving as light as he is. Hard to tell, what dynamics are at play unless you're the person looking at the cards, seeing the other table, seeing your own table.
Or as we mentioned, I mean, considering where everyone is chip stack wise on this table.
So say if he knows, hey, there's like 3 shorties on the other one, why would a guy shove as light as Kerry is? That's just possibly what Sammy saw. Kerry, very well-versed tournament player, knows that, well, if I have 20 big blinds, it's supposed to be an all-in. I don't care if there's a short stack necessarily. Just plays it the way he's supposed to. And unfortunately, that aggression for him got to take it down.
Flop does come 8 deuce 9 here, so Mike does catch an 8.
Yeah, 2 spades on board. Mike with second pair. It's looking like everybody's just going to check it around. So off to the turn we go. And well, Kerry improves the top pair now. 10 falls on the turn. He's got kicker issues in the tray, but still worth leading out here. Especially after the action did check around on the flop. See Bill get out of the way, and now it's on Mike with his pair of 8s. Hasn't let go yet. Maybe he thinks Kerry's out here possibly 7-bluffing with a straight draw, flush draw, something like that. So we're going to see him put in the call, see what develops on the river. And what develops is an action-killing 6 of spades. Any 7 just got there for a straight. Any spade draw just came in. So unless Mike wants to represent that he was on a draw and got there, you could easily see this action go check, check.
Bet 60.
And Mike is going to rep it. 6-6 spot. Good bluff here by Mike. Firing out 60K, aware that he would have called with any 7, jack, or spade draw on that turn. So now he's trying to represent one of them when they come in. Did fire out 60K. Really makes it look like a value bet, too. A 3/4 pot. Carry. Snap calls, effectively. Like, didn't think about it too long. Puts in the tough call there with a pair of 10s. Knows Mike's capable of making moves. What does he carry? Drag a pot and get himself over 30 big blinds in front. Could have been eliminated just a few hands ago. Now, chipping up to 30 bigs.
He's definitely found some life with the way things are going for him lately.
I just want to know how he knew to put in that call so fast. I would have been in the tank for a little while, trying to replay all the action. And then I'm a nit, so I would have inevitably folded incorrectly. And that's why I am on this side of the microphone, not at this final table.
Raise 35.
Now, David raising it up. 7-6 suited, makes it 35K to go.
Hold one.
Close to a 3x open size. Action over to carry with the ace-jack. He's just going to fold it out of the small blind now. We're out on Sammy's big blind. We're going to see if he wants to put in the defense in the form of a call. The Jack-10 offsuit, 2 more big ones to call. Instead, he's just going to do the thing that he likes to do and rip it all in. Again, Sammy loves being the aggressor.
And a fold.
And just like that, he takes it down. Sammy, aggression is his favorite move. Hates calling. We've learned that much. Chilling for 30 big blinds. Crazy that Mike has become one of the shorter stacks out of nowhere on this table. He was cruising early, playing very well, very aggressive. I think he even found what I thought was a really good bluff spot there. Just got picked off. Fortunate timing for him to get picked off as we're getting close to this final table. Now action back to carry. We saw Bill originally limp in. We've seen Bill do a fair bit of limping. Seen him wake up with as strong as ace-king on those limps. So I think everybody's going to constantly tread carefully when they can like this. Carry just calling rather than isolating that limper with pocket sixes. Position. Now Sammy reaching for raising chips again. Sammy likes being the aggressor. That's what we're going to see him do here, raising it up to 50K with the ace-9 suited. Gets through Bill's limp. Now just on carry. He says, no, no, no. I got some playable chips now. Puts in the call with the pocket sixes. Sammy, carry heads up to a 7-tray deuce, 2-club flop. Terrible board for Sammy. Not even a single heart for a backdoor flush draw. But let's see if he keeps the aggression on.
Check.
Does just check it over. And as you heard, hold the action after this hand means a player was eliminated on the outer table. 4 of spades on the turn. Action checking over to carry again. This time he's going to fire out a bet, adding the gut shot, and seeing Sammy check twice. Has to think his sixes are best. That's 40K for value. Same time, these players now know, hearing that somebody was eliminated on the outer table, that they're making the final. You might not want to do anything too crazy and bust yourself out, knowing you're making the final table if you don't. Sammy says, do you have any of that? Doesn't want to let it go. Clearly hates being the pre-flop raiser and then having to fold post. But just like that, we see Carey take another pot and chip up, and heading into the final, he's emerged as a chip stack.
Yeah.
Pretty quick turnaround for him.
All right, so that is going to be it for our feature table. We have got to the final table again. We'll start things up in about 30 minutes from now, so probably around 10:45, 10:50 or so when we get the action going again for the final table. So again, appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys watching. Again, stay to our channels, both Best Bet Live on YouTube, Best Bet on Facebook. There will be new links that will generate once we go live with the final table. But that is going to be it for feature table action. So, again, we'll see you guys in about 30 minutes. Again, thanks for watching. Thanks for liking, subscribing, all that fun stuff. We'll see you once the final table starts in 30 minutes. Until then, guys, go take a break, stretch out those legs, get some drinks, get ready for final table action of our Celebrity Bounty event, part of the World Poker Tour.